Okay, well, so far it seems pretty good. It's been about 4 minutes. However, it is typically at about the 5-minute mark when everything starts going downhill. So I think we'll hold out here. Just chill for a little bit and see what happens. Oh yeah, I gotta show. I think the camera settings should be okay. I don't think anything's gonna dox me here. There's my hot chockies with coffee. So, I am ready to sip. I think what I'll do as part of my test is I will have a note of how things are going. It's 1940. YouTube is, I believe it's 1080. 4K. I believe Twitch is at 720 at 3000. Okay, so it's looking pretty good so far. I think I'll go ahead and keep this nearby. Nice and handy, and then I think at some point later I'll increase the bitrate a little bit. We'll see how high we can get it while trying to maintain stable. And then from there we will see what works and what doesn't. Okay, I had to make a couple of changes here. I should have taken a note of the thingies I had to do. Okay, so first order of business for today. We have to change our thingy. Whereabouts is Streamlabs? Here we go. Oh, hey, at Skylox Gaming 86. When did you get in here? Okay, so I guess to start off, we'll actually go ahead and look at the trailer. I saw the trailer yesterday. It looked pretty cool. I don't know what I should do in terms of my expectations for this game, but I am pretty sure I want to temper my expectations. I've never heard of this studio. So we'll have to not get too overly excited about this. Oh my goodness, that's so loud. What the heck?
Gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to kneel. So shiny, yes, so beautiful.
I guess I need to keep an eye on this on YouTube, make sure it doesn't get copy striked. Is it pronounced like sky? Phew. Okay, so it looks like YouTube is back, or not YouTube, Twitch is back. YouTube has been up this entire time because I killed the Twitch one. Okay, so that lasted about 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and do. It is now 52. I reduced Twitch to 2500. Let me reduce YouTube to 35. See if that's any better. Worst case scenario is I will just have to do only one of them. Only YouTube or only Twitch. I might do only YouTube because otherwise Twitch is just gonna keep giving me pre-roll ads and other ads that are forced onto the stream. I don't think YouTube has forced any ads on my stream itself, so we'll see. I guess I will link both of them right now on chat. HTTPS. Or I guess, let me get the actual link. Okay, on Twitch chat, here is the current stream YouTube link. And on YouTube chat, here is the Twitch link, which is always the same link. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and keep an eye on. I almost didn't catch that it went down there, so thankfully I did catch it. Okay, let's watch this. trailer, and hopefully the internet doesn't die again.
So shiny, yes, so beautiful. My precious.
The darkness grows beyond our borders. My people are growing anxious. We cannot let this evil linger among us, Gandalf.
Amogos.
The Dark Lord. What did you tell him?
Nothing. We swears.
The Lord sent me, his emissary, to oversee matters in person. The creature. Bring it back. Kill it, if need be.
We must find help. He mustn't see us. No, not him. Don't be scared.
It's the old, do not be afraid, my child. It's a biblically accurate angel. Look, he's got a Golem's gonna go on a quest with Dami Mommy who has feet. She's like a elf who has feet. So this is a pretty cool game so far.
PlayStation.
Finally, a game where you get to play a protagonist that actually looks like you. Yeah, none of those other character creators and other video games were able to get as close to you as possible. So, this is definitely a cool game. I, I don't know if I want to say my opinions on this, on what I think this elf woman is all about, because maybe that could be going into spoiler territories. I don't know too much about Gollum from the books, mostly just what I've seen in the movies and the animated Hobbit movie. So I don't know how lore accurate this is, but it does seem to say that it is. I think somewhere that specified that it is quite lore accurate. So yeah, we have two. I said I considered streaming this game, so I'm gonna go ahead and change the current goal campaign. The donation goal will go towards this Golem game. Where is, here we go, donation goal. Let's kill that one. I believe it is $50 on Steam. I like calling Golem Smeagol. Yeah, I mean Smeagol is his original his birth name, and his whatchamacallit, his race assigned at birth is a, what are they called? River folk? Something like that, right? Let's go look it up. Smeagol. Lord of the Rings character. Smeagol or Trahald was at first a Stoor, one of the three early hobbit types. So what are the three hobbit types? A Stoor are a type of river, a swampy area, okay. The Stewards were one of the three breeds of hobbits who mostly inhabited swampy areas. The earliest record history Stewards, like the other hobbits, lived in the vales of Anduin. They were a riverside people that dwelt in the Galadan fields and were fishermen. One of the most infamous stewards was Smeagol, who would later become the creature known as Gollum. It's also a Pokemon name. Yes. No, that's Smeargle. I don't wanna. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't type things on the browser thingy on my primary display there. Smeargle, because he's an artist, so he has like smears. He smears things. Smeargle. He's a French person who has a French hat, and his tail paints things. So yeah, Smeargle. It's pretty close to Smeagol. That's what first came to mind when I first heard of his original name, Smeagol. Smeargle. Yeah, so I've never heard of these developers. Daedalic. Who is Daedalic? Daedalic Entertainment is a German video game developer and publisher based in Hamburg. They are best known for developing point-and-click adventure games. Founded in 2007. Let's have a look at their history of games. A New Beginning. Point-and-click adventure. Deponia. A graphic adventure. The Dark-Eyed Change of Satanav. Graphic adventure game. The Lord of the Rings Gollum for PC, Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. So it looks like this is their first game development for an already existing property, or I guess a major property then. Looks like Deponia is a series here. Games published. Oh, right. They're both a developer and a publisher, right? Let's do Gollum. Okay, yeah, it's $50 hairs. Yeah, they are both the developer and the publisher. That's quite a task you've got there. May 25th. Okay, let's set our date. Our end date is 05/24/2023. The goal amount of $50 hairs, and I'm gonna start by pitching in $10 hairs. So let's do Gollum game. Okay, that should be up to date now. Gollum game. $10 out of 50. And then we will also change Nightbot so that it'll let you know that all current donations will be going toward the Gollum game. Can't stay here. 3 lines, 30 minutes. Let's do every hour. Let's say all donations, all current donations we'll go towards the golem game. And then the link. Okay. And now for the YouTube bot. Kinda sucks having to do it twice, but it's okay. I don't mind. Okay, all current donations will go toward the golem game. And make that every hour. Okay, easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What the heck is gamer chat? Gamer chat. Uh-oh. Things be getting weird. Okay, so there is the golem game. Stuff set up. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't know. I think I should temper my expectations for this game. I don't know if it'll be amazing in terms of story, in terms of writing, because I have no experience with this game developer. Hopefully, it's good. I would like to see good games. I would like to see good Lord of the Rings games because it's been quite a while since we've had any good ones. And if we can go back to releasing more good Lord of the Rings games, then that would be super cool. And I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, what else do we have going? Oh, there's this one video I wanted to find. I might be able to find it on Public Freakout. I believe it was Chicago. No! Internet! 2007. What is the next lowest resolution? um, 'kay. It looks like if I do... I can definitely do YouTube 1080p at 4000 on its own, because that's what I was doing yesterday after I killed the Twitch stream, and it went perfectly fine for maybe 2.5 hours. I might have to go even lower than 720p on Twitch. I lowered this to 3000. Yeah, 3000. Okay, so YouTube is currently 1000 kilobits short of what I would want. I wish I could see what Twitch looks like. Let me go have a look at it on my phone. Twitch. Okay, what I can also do is lower Twitch to 30 frames per second. Oh shit, no, I cannot lower it. I cannot lower specifically the frames from here. It has to be the same frame rate as the YouTube one. Unlucky. Okay, let me lower the Twitch bitrate to 2000. That'll be so awful. I think it'll just dip the quality so much. 2000 on Twitch. I mean, I can definitely still see what's happening. That's for sure. But the text isn't particularly clear. My other options are I can reduce YouTube also to 720, but I really don't want to. I want to keep at least one of them at 1080. I guess if I could reduce the frame rate of both down to 30 if I really, really need to bring YouTube back up to 4000 kilobits. But it's okay. We will continue to monitor our current internet and bit rates. Hopefully I can find a solid enough resolution where at least one of them will be in good quality, or I guess as perfect quality as we can get. Okay, the next thing I also wanted to do is try to mock up a thingy for some of my stories. Let's do like a I think what I would do is have like a little thingy over here. I'm not sure. Hang on, I gotta take what I have learned and apply it to my stuff. Should be this folder. Here we go. Okay. So I can grab this. Maybe I'll put it over here. I think keeping a title safe would be ideal. And then ogre here. On the side, we'll have our info. I think I'll do like an excerpt over here somewhere. Probably doesn't have to even be that big. And then here I'll have like a little description. Okay. This seems doable. Oh, I completely forgot about the other thing I was gonna look up. The Chicago thingy. I got too distracted by the internet going down and then starting up on this thing. Give me this. Okay, so that's why I had Google open. That's why I had Google open. Let's do Chicago. I think it was a Walmart. So Chicago, Walmart, old video. Oh my goodness. Why the heck does it default to maximum volume when I press it? Fuck that, dude. Like, fuck YouTube. Or not YouTube. Fuck Twitter. A load of shit. Mm. Okay, I think this is the video that I saw that I wanted to look through. How do I open this without being bombarded by Twitter's unnecessarily loud audio? How do I grab the link directly to this tweet? Oh, okay, I see. It's not an actual tweet. Oh my goodness. Why do they do this? There's a certain amount of malicious uh, activity that goes on in web developers. I guess they're paid to do it. Where a website looks as if it'll link to something, in this case, a tweet. But that's not actually the way it's spelled. Okay, let me see if I can just find it on Twitter itself. See, Chicago women prize Walmart looted. Maybe this will pull it up.
Like this. Everything is either on the floor. Look at this. Can't even get no fucking food for my kids, G. Look at this. Came in the store to try to buy something because I'm not a thief. Look at this. in my hood can't even get no food for my kids. Babies need milk. Can't even get nothing for my kids, bro. I feel like an animal, and black people made me feel like an animal. Y'all did this to us. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the store. Look at this. But this is what we're fighting for. This is honoring George Floyd. People who already couldn't feed their kids, now they really can't feed their kids. Look at this. I am so devastated right now. I am so devastated right now, G. This is not okay. For us to have to live like this, we do stupid shit like this all the time, and we so black proud. We so black and proud that we ain't gonna never be honest and be real about what's really going on. Y'all are so wrong for this. You came in your neighborhood and fucked up your shit. I'm not a thief. I'm not coming in this store and stealing nothing. And ain't nobody gonna turn me into no animal or make me feel like a thief. Y'all let them white folks send y'all off once again. Look at all this shit on the floor. Look at all this on the floor. Everything. Everything's on the floor. Tissue. We couldn't even find tissue less than 2 months ago, and now it's on the floor. Look at it. Meanwhile, we got plenty of fruits and vegetables. I'm not finna pick through this shit.
So I'm pretty sure this is older, much older. It's being reposted mid-April of this year, but she mentioned how the toilet paper was difficult to find. What was it, 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago? So I'm pretty sure this was shortly after lockdowns in 2020. And she did also mention George Floyd, which when was... Why Sam is trending? Was that before or after? I think it was before, wasn't it? Before lockdowns. That was May of 2020. Wait, I think that's about a similar time frame. So I think lockdowns mostly took effect in like April, was it? No, it was near March. At least for me, because I was in New York, and I remember the week. I remember if it was the week of or the week right before Animal Crossing came out. Um, that's when I got furloughed, and I was able to stay home and play Animal Crossing for weeks without being interrupted by work. I got super lucky and on the timing of that. But yeah, all of these little intricacies, little details in the video lead me to believe that this is much older. It's not as recent as people are making it out to be on YouTube or Twitter. But the point still stands overall that this is, I feel like we've been hearing more and more stories of stores getting looted. Was it always like, it's always New York, Chicago, and then just the entirety, all of California, the entire state of California, not even any particular city, just the entire state of California, where this happens. I also had another story, sort of tangentially related to this. This one. Let's see, from the New York Post. On April 24th, 2023, San Francisco Target puts entire department on lockdown amid shoplifting crisis. A San Francisco Target store has been putting all of its cosmetic and toiletry products on lockdown amid a shoplifting crisis that has crippled retailers in the Golden Gate City. Footage of the store's interior posted to TikTok Thursday showed aisle after aisle of common drugstore products under lock and key in the mega chain. While it's common for stores to lock up small valuable items like razors, heaps of inexpensive large items like mouthwash, shampoo, and lotion were also being kept out of reach of the grubby hands of would-be shoplifters, the clip showed. The cosmetic confinement had been underway since at least October last year at the Folsom Street store near the city's Mission District. Like other retailers, organized retail crime is a concern across our business. We're taking proactive measures to keep our teams and guests safe while deterring and preventing theft, a Target spokesperson said in a statement to the Post. The Bay Area has been especially hard hit by a national organized retail crime epidemic that ballooned during the COVID-19 pandemic, leading chains such as Walgreens to close 5 San Francisco stores due to theft. National Retail Federation's 2022 Retail Security Survey ranked San Francisco, Oakland as the second most hard hit metropolitan area by theft in 2020 and 2021, only behind LA. The organization lists items like body wash and over the counter medication as items that are particularly attractive to shoplifters who can often sell their stolen wares on the black market to smaller stores.
What's up, buddy? What happened? What is it, buddy?
New York City crept up to third on the list in 2021, outpacing Chicago. That's my city! 71% of retailers surveyed by the association said they had seen a substantial or moderate increase in organized retail crime, with 55% saying that policies that reduce or eliminate cash bail for nonviolent crimes in cities like San Francisco and New York are to blame. While San Francisco's murder rate remains far below that of many other major cities, an increase in violent crime there was punctuated by 2 recent high-profile attacks. The stabbing murder of Cash App founder Bob Lee earlier this month and the unprovoked crowbar attack on Fire Commissioner Don Carmagnani a day later. So yeah, I don't know. It's I come from a time period, the 1990s and early 2000s, where this kind of stuff wasn't even necessary. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a city thing or like I don't know, just like the modern struggle of people who are lost, people who I don't know, people just don't seem to be able to comport themselves on a daily basis for some reason or another. I'm no expert, but I know for a fact that I can't tell what the source of this is, whether it's school, whether it's parents, whether it's, I don't know, culture, just the way we're. It feels like it's a little bit of everyone's fault. It's nobody's singular fault. There's no sole person who is entirely responsible, I think. Because it does take a village to raise people. So I don't know. It's just bizarre. I guess I'm glad and thankful that I left New York when I did. after the pandemic had already started and before it got as bad as it is now. What's kind of infuriating too is like you're sort of discouraged from even trying to protect yourself. I believe I looked into it before. Let me see if it's still standing. The policies of what you are or are not allowed to take on the New York subway system. The MTA policies on weapons. This is the MTA Microsoft Word. Rules of conduct and fines. You can get fined as you're trying to ride the bus or the subway on your way to work or to school. So I think there is a thing here about knives. Weapon. Let's see. So I believe this is New York City Transit Authority. So here's the rule, and here is the offense description. Where is the weapon? Here. 1050.8a. Carrying a weapon, a fine of $100. Doesn't specify what kind of weapon. Oh, hold on. Carrying explosives is a different $100. So those two are categorized differently for some reason. Unauthorized photography or film. Like as in transporting it or unauthorized filming and photographing. This is a little too vague. It doesn't say if the action of filming or photographing is the is an offense, or carrying film or photographs is a fine. Is an offense. I guess because weapons say carrying a weapon, carrying an explosive. It specifies carrying it. I guess this is like if you're taking pictures or recording somebody who doesn't consent to it. Okay, let's see. It is currently 8:30. So we've been about 30 minutes here with these settings, and the internet has not died. So maybe this is gonna have to be my settings: 1080p 3000 kilobits per second on YouTube and 720p 2000 kilobits per second on Twitch. I will continue to monitor the situation. Carrying open liquid. So if I have a water bottle without a cap on, I can be fined $25. Posting notices of signs. What the heck does that mean? Posting notices of signs. Is it supposed to be notices or signs? Because I've made that typo a bunch. Swapping of for or vice versa. Posting notices of signs. Pretty weird. Unauthorized aminals, $25. Unauthorized parking, $50. Hey, you can't park your car in the tracks here. We're using it. Litter, spit, urinate, or defecate, $100. Unnecessary noise, $50. They should enforce this policy way stricter. No talking aloud in the New York City subway system. If I can hear you, you're gonna get fined $50. No talking aloud. Throwing objects, $75. Commission of harmful acts, $100. Okay, let's see. 1050.8 to weapons and other dangerous instruments. No firearms or other weapons, as the term is used in the New York State penal law, may be carried in or on any facility or conveyance except as permitted by law. B. No explosives or any other highly combustible materials or radioactive materials may be carried on or in any facility or conveyance except as authorized by the authority. Interesting. So one is except as permitted by law, and the other is except as authorized by authority. You're not allowed to start another Chernobyl in the New York City subway system unless you are authorized by authority. No Chernobyls allowed. And then they'll get to say 50,000 people used to use the subway system. Now it's a ghost town. Anyway, that was a super long tangent about the a super omega long tangent from that Chicago story of the looting. Don't anybody tell the New York City police, but I technically did carry a weapon on the subway system to protect myself from otherwise good for nothing people who I'm sure had plenty of noble intentions. However, I did carry a weapon in the New York City subway system. It was a small shovel. Uh-oh. The internet dipped there for like a second. It's dipping again. No! Let's pull out my notes. I might need it. Let's put some music on while I keep an eye on the bitrate. Uh-oh, YouTube is giving me a warning. Okay, so YouTube is recommending a slightly higher bitrate. Let me increase it ever so slightly. Let's increase it to 32. Okay, so it doesn't look like it went down. It's just telling me that they recommend 32, or they're technically recommending 45, but for some reason or another, I cannot quite reach 45 these past couple of weeks. So I'm gonna stick with 32 for a little bit. Okay, so looks like YouTube has recovered a little bit. I need to see what are... Okay, what is the least resolution and bitrate that's recommended to at least be reasonable. Let's see, Twitch lowest bitrate resolution. Oh, there's a chart. Yeah, I read through this already. So I could go as low as 480p if I really wanted to. That'd be so stupid. Imagine opening the Twitch stream and then it's just 5 pixels. Recommended minimum. I am basically already at the recommended minimum of 720p. I am below the recommended bitrate, however. But as long as I keep the text fairly big, I guess it should be okay. What I may also do, even if push comes to shove, if the internet continues to be difficult, I might just have to stream on YouTube exclusively. But you would still be able to use Twitch Prime, your Amazon Prime, and subscribe on Twitch for emotes and stuff. Cause I definitely want the stream on YouTube to be on Twitch to at least be viewable and reasonable enough. Phew. That topic on those lootings kind of reminded me that I need to write down a couple things. I guess I can take my notes here. I'll put my notes at the top, I guess. Let's do notes. Notes. All my notes. Okay, let's do... How do I word it? It's sort of like the idea that that money isn't just money, and that your possessions aren't just physical material possessions. That they're like they're extended. It's your property and your possessions for a reason. It's because you worked for it or it was gifted to you, and so it has some value that's at least in some way equal to the work and effort that somebody put into it. So let's say like monetary value, material possessions, and labor. Possessions and labor. I think this is one of the things that I wanted to cover as well with that that Lewis Ross. Let me see if I can go find it actually. That full interview with Jon Stewart And the what was she? She was a deputy defense. It's an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, there's a clip here for 6 minutes. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Are these? Do you feel like these are unfair questions of somebody within a department of that size and scope? Do you feel that it's somewhat
I think
unfair?
you have a particular thing you really want to talk about and you're asking me other questions, but I don't think it's unfair to ask me about the audit. It's absolutely the case that the United States military should be able to pass an audit, and we've got to be on that pathway to get there.
But don't you think that that does speak to the larger point that we're trying to get at, which is good journalism uncovers corruption? And
Okay, I mean, good journalism does uncover corruption, but I'm not sure these two things are linked. An audit is not.
But they are.
Okay, so you need to explain to me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
Ohio at Emotes. When did you get in here?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they ordered. And
that is any audit. That is any audit. That is true.
But generally, those audits aren't $400 billion for Raytheon and $1.7 trillion for a plane that doesn't seem to be doing. Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces
please
for a
educate
moment.
me on
Sure.
what
So an audit
the
is
difference
exactly what you just described,
Yes.
which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now
it
it's a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
When did this even take place? Because it looks fairly recent. It's posted 2 weeks ago, the entire thingy. So I assume 2023 Warhorse Symposium.
So in my world,
Yeah.
that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure I
that
didn't cause it.
an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went, like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see.
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good, we should be talking. I mean,
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
all-
understand
is-
where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when
me,
I
tell
look.
me that story. Tell me how you're thinking
Well,
about that.
when I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind, and if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
Bucko,
Okay.
clean your room, Bucko. Yes, I'm definitely gonna have to do a couple of research thingies to look further into just like the idea that like money is we can be we can be wasteful with money. We can accept that it can just go missing and not make a big deal about it. I think that's a major topic. I show it to my kids to show them what corruption looks like. Yeah, there's there's like just so many different things, so many different branches I could go down this entire tree of concepts, like what she's talking about, of how you're just so concerned about the money, as well as those previous videos we watched on okay. The other thing I wanted to note here is why you have you have a right to defend your possessions with force if necessary. That's definitely another thing I wanted to get through, because it's not just money, it's not just a physical material thing, it's your work, it's your labor. You put in the time and effort, you put in your blood, sweat, and tears into it. So you should defend things that you earned or accumulated or purchased with your time, which is your blood, sweat, and tears, with your money. You should be able to defend it with force if necessary. Need to definitely dive deeper into that rabbit hole of thingies. Okay, anyway. You're on Twitch, Emote, right? I'm currently doing 720p 2000 kilobits per second, and it seems to be okay on my end from what I can see. I think from what I saw, the text here on the folders and the file names might be a bit blurry at 720p 2000 kilobits per second. It has my total bitrate has dipped a little bit for a few seconds, so hopefully this is okay. But we will continue to monitor. So for about 30 minutes we had no issues, and then it dipped a little bit, and then I lowered YouTube. No, I increased YouTube. I thought I lowered something else as well. Yeah, yes, it is low. Yeah, well, I'm well aware that it is low, but if I'm gonna want to stream on both, then I'm gonna have to do it like this. I think if I start getting into Knights and Merchants and moving the camera around, then it will definitely be quite noticeable. But yeah, we will continue to conduct my experiments here. Yeah, I might have to. I was mentioning earlier how I might have to. I might have to just stream on YouTube entirely. Because for some reason the internet wants to continue dying on me if I try to stream 1080p on both. What is an A370? Is that a super cool gaming keyboard that'll give me higher FPS on my streams? Lowest tier Intel GPU, cheapest GPU with AV1 encoding support, which is very, very good, especially with low bit rates. I mean, I don't. My bottleneck isn't my hardware; it's the ISP. if the idea is to get hardware that I do understand. I totally understand. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense what you're saying. I'm saying it does make sense. What I'm saying is that my issue isn't the hardware. My issue is the ISP. I totally understand what you're trying to say. However, it's only until recently that I have had issues with the ISP. It's been perfect, or I guess not perfectly fine, but it's been mostly fine, like 80% of the time for like a year. And only recently has it been an issue. So I either have to change the ISP or or the hardware. But when they both work perfectly fine, then there's no issue. 1080p at 5,000 kilobits per second. But unfortunately, I do not control the ISP, and I do not control the whims of how much upload it wants to give me. During speed tests, they give me a lot of upload. They give me like 35 megabits per second, but I can't use 35 megabits per second. You can have it as long as you don't use it. I mean, it would be yes, sure, I'm pretty sure it would be better, but I don't need to buy it. It wouldn't be better because I'd have to waste money on something that I technically don't need. That I technically already have everything that I do need. I have the internet with decent upload. I have the hardware with decent encoding. Well, what would help is for the ISP to give me what they're telling me I have. I'm already paying for what's necessary to stream at these qualities. I just need to get it. So that's what would be better if I could get what I'm paying for already without having to buy more thingies to improve things that are out of my control. It's not a matter of it's not from my perspective. It is not a matter of getting the hardware because I already have plenty. It's a matter of being able to use what I am already entitled to based off the financial transactions in a capitalist society in which we live. I think you're being stubborn into not considering a solution because you hate spending money and pridefully refuse to spend money to fix something you feel you didn't cause. I don't think that's stubborn or prideful at all. I think, is it stubborn and prideful to expect something that you're paying for to work as expected? Is that stubborn and prideful? Because I don't think so. I think that if we live in a capitalist society, that I should be able to use things as expected and as intended. The fact that I'm not able to properly and adequately receive that isn't a fault on my end, and I shouldn't have to. It shouldn't be my prerogative to go above and beyond. I think it's prideful to refuse to make up for the betrayal of your ISP when you could. Why is it prideful to refuse to make up for the betrayal of your ISP when they're not even betraying me? I wouldn't consider it a betrayal. I would just consider it them falling short of our transactional expectations. I shouldn't have to do this as prideful. No, I don't think it's prideful thinking if it's a transaction. I really don't think so. if there's no monetary transaction, then yeah, sure, absolutely, I would say it's prideful. But I don't think when money exchanges hands, I don't think it should be. I don't think that falls within the limits of being prideful. You shouldn't have to lock your door because stealing could go wrong. Then go to court. What else are you gonna do? I'm gonna bitch about it and complain on the internet, like people tend to do in 2023. That's what I'm gonna do. It's my God-given American right. Yeah, uwu. I'm pretty sure if I wait until like midnight, then I could go all the way up to 5,000 kilobits per second and no problem once everybody's is sleepings. But for the time being, during these hours, I'm pretty sure that's what causes the issues. Because I think I recall when playing Third Age that it typically maintained a pretty stable bitrate when I was like I was awake between like midnight and 3 or 4 a.m. and stuff like that. Honestly, that's a lot of mental gymnastics just because you hate. It's not even about spending money. It's not about hating spending. That has, from my perspective, that has absolutely nothing to do with it. I think you're coping on that fact. You're just you're obsessing over that point, which I understand, but you're pretending. I really don't think it's at all about spending money. It's about, technically we're already spending the money on the ISP on the internet, so I should be able to get out of that what's expected. Money is already being spent and is already exchanging hands for an exchange of goods and services. I really don't think that's mental gymnastics at all. You kind of sound like somebody who recently heard or who recently watched a couple of videos of mental gymnastics and you're like, whoa, that's a cool terminology. I gotta use it. That's kind of what you're sounding like right now. But I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I really don't. There are 3-4 Chun-Li feats. Oh, hey, Adkira, when did you get in here? Did you post some Chun-Li feats to at Clarkland's signature? I'm pretty sure that'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool if you showed him some Chun-Li feats. I don't see why you'd refuse to embed a problem when you could. You can fight your ISP and bitch about them while improving your stream quality. Plus, it's not like AP1 would become useless if you had proper upload. I mean, yeah, I could do that, but again, I really don't think. I do not believe that the onus is on me to put in more effort. The onus is on me, not for the not to make up for the bitrate. The onus is on me to ensure um high video quality on the stream. That's me. That's on me. But the onus is on the ISP to deliver what is expected in terms of megabits per second, and that's what I'm complaining about. So I think maybe that's part of the issue we're having here, that your focus of the argument is on my complaining about the stream quality and trying to juggle all of this, whereas my issue is with the ISP's inability to deliver for what we're already paying for. So that could be part of the issue that's going on here. The R34 Jurihan man and feats. Did you post some jury feats for Adkiro? That'd be pretty cool if you posted him some jury feats. That'd be pretty based. Do you go around work at Kiro posting Chun-Li feats and jury feats as well? Now that your Discord personality is slipping into the real IRL world, in your real IRL Xbox Live, I don't see why you'd refuse to embed the power. Okay, I read this one. Yeah, I think my issue still stands, or my point might stand here, that We're focusing on two different aspects of the issue. I remember playing this one game super long time ago. I think I downloaded it at some point, but I think I lost it. It's like a super simple game, but it might be a good game to play in the background while I listen to a couple thingies. That isn't going to be as yucky on stream with my low bit rate. Let me see if I can find it. Oh fuck, this is just the musics. Used, huh? You can just do regular Doug. Kira, when are you going to learn? You can just use the regular Doug. If you have the extension. The regular Doug, not your emote Doug. Can get a used A380 for less than $100. Oh my god. Okay, guys, we're gonna start a donation for $100 so that I can get an A380 for less than $100, regardless of your issues with your ISPs. That would reduce your bandwidth usage in general, which Pally would appreciate and improve your stream quality. You can't complain about your ISP not doing their part and still do your part. Yeah, I am doing my part. Look at my stress testing. This is my part right here. With the knowledge I have, with the skills that I have, with my know-how on technology, this is me doing my part. Why is he getting angry at me? You're documenting your bitch. No, I'm documenting my trials and my tests. Oh, okay. Okay, buddy. Clearly, you don't understand the scientific method. You don't understand how stress testing hardware works. This guy probably doesn't even know how computers work. This guy probably doesn't even know how to Google things. Let's see. But no, I think you're coping super hard with this statement that I'm documenting my bitching and that where's that other thing you said that it's mental gymnastics because I don't want to spend money. I think both of those things are clearly incorrect statements, clearly incorrect assessments of the situation. The other things you're saying, they do have merit, but those two things, I think, I don't think. Yes, $100? Who doesn't have $100 a month? Guys, subscribe with Twitch Prime for $100 a month. You fucking freeloaders watching the stream for free. Who was that? Was that? I think that was Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, right? Bad Money. $5 a month. I can't find my game. What the heck? It's gone. Maybe somebody on YouTube links it. PC. Oh my god. I think I remember finding it. What the heck? I remember playing this game too.
Egbert is one of those games that has been greatly forgotten over the years.
I fucking played the shit out of this game so much when I was a kid. I think I remember. I think I remember. I don't know why. I have this habit. I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened by chance. This habit where I play these depressing looking games on a Sunday when it's dark and rainy outside. And I think it was also cold. I remember playing this. I remember playing Lion King on the Sega Genesis. There's another game, I think. And I think some of those water levels, the maybe Dire Docks, or I don't remember, the one with the eel. That one, I remember playing that level as well as the second Mario 64 level with the tower and the owl. And for some reason, even to this day, those levels, that music, those colors, this entire, all of these visuals here, they bring me back to that moment where it's like, for some reason, it makes me feel just all sad and depressed, and I don't know why, but it's pretty funny.
Heard anybody else on YouTube talk about this?
If I give you $100 to get an A380, will you shut up and get one? No, I will. If you give me $100, I will say that it got lost in the mail and to please send another $100, and then I'll shut up and get one. That's what I'll do. Yeah, uwu.
This game before, and that really surprises me because this game was pretty much everywhere for me growing up. The publisher, E-Games, put this game.
I never saw this game anywhere ever. I didn't see it in any schools. I didn't see it in any libraries. I guess we just. I definitely remember this thingy, E-Games, because that's where this other game that I'm looking at, that's where that came from. But I think it came installed on a Windows Millennium that we got. And then outside of that, I don't think I've ever seen these games or this. I don't remember if it was a program or what. I think it must have been a program because there were quite a couple of games. But yeah, I've never seen this anywhere else other than that one Windows Millennium PC that we got in like 2000.
Out everywhere on almost every single one of their other games. This
Marble Blaster, Arcade Multi-Pack, Mini Golf, Galaxy of Games Kids Pack. That sounds familiar, Galaxy of Games. I think that's the company that makes it. That makes E-Games. Galaxy of Games. I'll have to go look further into that. Entertainment Suite 2.
This right here is my personal collection of E-Games PC games. And guess how many of these games include Speedy Eggbert on them? E-Games Kid Pack contains Speedy Eggbert.
Galaxy, man. What the heck? Look, it's my first Blender project. It's Galaxy, man. What the heck is Extreme Animals? Oh my god. I gotta go find these games.
E-Games Arcade Multi-Pack contains Speedy Eggbert. Even their mini golf game contains a demo for Speedy Eggbert.
3D Frogman? What the heck kind of a title is that? 3D Frogman.
And Entertainment Suite 2 actually contains 2 copies of Speedy Eggbert on the same disc. It contains the
Crazy Drake. 1 Million Snake Arena. I thought that's Snake Eternal.
full version of the game, but it also features another copy on the game Galaxy of 100 Games.
Oh, there's Crazy Drake again. Oxide, I think I remember that game. Let me see if that's another game that I remember. If I'm correct, this is like a side-scrolling, left to right. You're in space, and you have to blast through comets and meteors, and a bunch of other alien enemy spaceships. Oxide PC game. Obscure Games Oxide. I don't think this is it. Okay, now. Wait. Oh, okay. This isn't the game I had in mind, but I did play this game too. So, okay, so this is one of them that I played. Okay. I shouldn't have looked this up. I'm gonna obsess over trying to find them and play them on stream. Oh no. Okay, guys, these are the games we're gonna play in order to raise funds for the Gollum game. So, so if you want to stop looking at 1990s games with awful 2D graphics and sound effects, then donate to the Gollum Fund campaign. Oh no, the fucking music. I remember having a lot of fun with this game. It's pretty cool. These guys, these ships over here, they always reminded me of an N64 controller. And I still can't get that image out of my head. They're literally N64 controllers. They look like the C stick over here. It's like kind of yellow. Oh no! Oh no! And I remember they had boss fights too at the end of each level, or at the end of each area. I guess there's like maybe 2 or 3 levels per area. Oh, here's the first boss. God, this fucking 90s music. Oh my goodness. This is how lazy I would be when I animate stuff. Like, they're sideways bullets, but instead of actually going sideways in a straight line, they're like sliding down this way. So it looks like as if they're facing this way. They're supposed to go this way, but they're actually sliding a little bit down this way as well. Okay, good luck with your game. Don't forget to add an N64 controller looking enemy or playable character. And make it so that her middle joystick holdy Ani part is a big fat. Oh my god, it looks so awful. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and have to add this game to my list of games to play, my old games to get. Okay, let's do old games to play. Let's start with Oxide, and I guess I'll grab a a link to this. Oxide. I don't think I want to play Speedy Egbert. That seems a little too basic. Oh, hold on. This might be the game I was thinking of. Nebula Fighter. It could be Demon Star though, but I think Nebula Fighter looks more familiar. Galactic Patrol. Whoa, that's like a third-person one. Let's go look at Nebula Fighter. Nebula Fighter. 1997. Okay, I think it's this one. I think this is the one that I initially thought of. It looks like it, and if... Okay, no, 100% this is it, because I remember this UI down here. I remember... So this is your health bar. No, this one right here, the E. This is your energy. And whenever you would pick up more energy, there would be this woman's voice saying, energy. And that's one of the most memorable things that stuck out. It's been in my brain for quite a while, and I've been thinking about it these past couple of months. So let's see if I can go find a clip of that. This definitely 100%. Oh. he hasn't lost any health, so that's why she's not saying energy. But she does also say these other things, these other pickups that you get. I don't remember that part. Okay, let's go ahead and add Nebula Fighter to my list of games. Old games to get through.
Energy.
Oh, there it is. Energy.
Energy.
It's a black hole.
Side missile.
Okay, anyway, let's continue watching this Speedy Egbert video.
The reason I bring this up is because eGames published a bunch of games, and probably on a lot more of their games, Speedy Egbert is also included. For a game that's been distributed so many times and in so many different ways, it surprises me how forgotten this game is. This game is the most popular game in the Bluppy franchise. This is because he was originally called Speedy Bluppy. But the people at eGames changed it to Speedy Egbert because they thought it would sell better. The Bluppy franchise has a ton of its own games like Planet Bluppy, Bluppy Mania.
What the heck is this? What? Do you guys see what I... Oh my god, okay. I thought he was on the toilet here, sitting on it and pooping. What the heck? Wait, what language is this? Oh, it's got multiple languages. It says Bluppy, à la maison, zu Hause, and at home. Oh my goodness. We could totally Photoshop it so that he's in the bathroom here. With we render him a little 3D toilet. And then we'll have the egg laying an egg. That's what we'll do.
And Bluppy Explorer, just to name a few. This game was developed by Epsitech and was published by eGames, and it was released on September 13th, 1990. This game also had a sequel, which came out November 23rd, 2001.
Oh no, I remember this. I remember he has a little helicopter backpack, a little helicopter jetpack thingy. It's all coming back to me now. Oh no.
The cool thing about Speedy Egbert and the entire Bluppy franchise is that it is all free right now on Bluppy.org.
Whoa, guys, we gotta play this game. It's so cool.
Speedy Egbert
Oh no, it's the first level.
is a side-scrolling platformer with some unique controls. It does not contain any momentum-based mechanics when it comes to jumping. And when you
Oh shit, yeah, you can hold control and he goes, his jump is, or you can hold space. And yeah, he'll do an even higher, longer, taller jump.
jump, you have 3 jumps to choose from. A short jump, a medium jump, and a high jump. The game contains a ton of different enemies, but unlike Mario, Speedy Egbert can't just jump on the enemies' heads to defeat them. Although you can defeat some of the enemies with power-ups, but these don't come up too often. The most interesting power-up in the game is the helicopter, because this completely changes how Speedy Egbert moves. The goal of the game is to collect all the treasure chests in the level and make it to the goal. Speedy Egbert doesn't contain any story either.
Oh my goodness, that sound effect when you reach the goal. Oh fuck. My brain is just like remembering it now. Holy Christ. It hurts, it's painful.
Of the game is to collect all the treasure chests in the level and make it to the goal. Speedy Egbert doesn't contain any story either, so it never really tells you why he's collecting the treasure chest or anything like that. There are 6 different worlds that all feature different types of blocks. There's the rocks, house, tech.
I never played that house one, I don't think. I 100% remember these rocks ones and the tech one.
Rocks, house, tech, mechanical.
Oh, this one looks familiar. I think I've played this one too.
Dream.
I don't know if I've played this one. Where I may have seen this is like, I think it had a level editor and you could make your own levels and you can pick these backgrounds as well as these blocks. That might be why this looks a little familiar, but I don't think I ever remember playing a level in this dreams with this dreams aesthetic.
And kid stuff.
Definitely do not remember this one at all.
Because of the different blocks, music, and backdrops, there is a lot of variety when it comes to the levels, more than you'd expect for a game that came out in 1998. This game also includes a level creator, and this level creator is actually really impressive. It seems like the whole single-player game was made with this exact same level editor.
Yep, this is basically it. But I'm pretty sure like a lot of these things were locked because it was like just a part of the game, not the full game.
I remember as a kid sinking hours into this level editor and making my own levels. Another cool thing about Speedy Egbert is that it contains a save feature that is pretty much just like a save state. At any time, the game can be saved and it'll save your exact position.
Let's see. 2126. Well, we lasted about an hour there. Okay, I guess I'll just stick only to YouTube right now. Let me increase the bitrate. Let's kill Twitch and let's put this to 4,000. Go ahead and grab the link here. Should be this one. Okay, let's send to Twitch chat. Internet keeps being dumb. We'll continue streaming only on YouTube's. And I'm pretty sure the YouTube chat will continue to stay up, or the Twitch chat will continue to stay up. Oh, that's pretty cool. When you... I don't know if it's because I ended the Twitch stream or because I changed the bitrate. It must be because I ended the Twitch stream. That it's showing me the new... It wipes out all the previous dropped frames. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Let's keep watching
Speedy
this
Egbert
video.
is an incredibly easy game. The game uses eggs as extra lives and is extremely generous with them. When I was recording footage for this video, I actually had a lot of fun with this game. One of the most useful features is at any time you can press F6 and make the game run at double speed. This is such a cool addition to this game, and it can add a bunch of extra difficulty, and it also can just make the slow portions of the game go by much faster. This game also had a good variety of music tracks, and some of them are really good. This one in particular is one of my favorites. It's always reminded me of Seinfeld. Although I never got to experience this game mode as a child, Speedy Egbert actually had multiplayer, but you had to use multiple.
What the heck? Had multiplayer? Oh, fuck, I think I may have tried to play it with my brothers, but to no avail. Maybe my brother just didn't find it cool.
PCs to get it to work. I tried this multiplayer mode.
Oh, okay, that's why we needed multiple PCs.
For
Oh
recently,
no!
And it was actually pretty fun. This game actually has a small speedrunning community also, with some pretty neat tricks that Speedy Egbert can perform. Also, because of the way that the game's files are set up, this game is incredibly easy to mod. So there's already a lot of cool Speedy Egbert mods that are out there. Overall, I definitely still would recommend this game. It is totally free if you want to download it and try it out yourself. Never seen anybody else talk about this game before, so I really wanted to make a video about it. Thank you guys for checking out this video, and if you'd like to see me review more
Nice, that is super cool, but I do not think I want to revisit this game. I think I will keep it in the past where it belongs. The game that I was actually interested in is a different game, which I thought for sure that the last time that I found it, it's because I found a link on a YouTube video that led to the download page. However, I can no longer find this page. Also, I need to go take a little break. So I will be right back. Don't die, don't be stupid. Okay. May has returned. Okay, I think I I think I cannot find the original download link that I used to grab this game before. I think it was maybe like 2 years ago or something. I don't remember exactly how long ago it was, but I do recall that I was able to download it and play it. There is an ISO. What the heck? I'm looking up for a video game and it's showing me women's nylon spandex trimmer tummy slim belt. That is not what I asked for. Um, okay, well I think I'll unfortunately I'm gonna have to deal with that one later. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that game right now. For immediate download, I'm gonna have to like go through AVM, I believe. Okay. Okay. What is next? What is next on the list? Oh, there is 18 minutes of Catholic information. I can do that. Do I have a game I want to play right now? I could do more Knights and Merchants. I could do more Civ. But this is why I wanted to find that old game, so that I have something to deal with as I am listening to my thingies. It might be worth the effort actually to go download that game. It's a struggle. I don't know if I want to. If I want to run a VM right now for that. I need another game that I can. I suppose what I could do is I could do Firefight on Halo. That is like a wave based thingy. that I could just mindlessly play while I focus on whatever the topic is. What do I currently have installed? Oh! I haven't played Binding of Isaac in a while, and that's installed. Let's see if I can relearn how to play this. I still haven't gotten whatever the most recent Binding of Isaac thingy is. I just have Rebirth or Afterbirth. Ah! Too loud! Oh my goodness, why is it so loud? Full screen should be on. Or is there a window? No, there's not a window option. What if I... Let's see, Binding of Isaac. Afterbirth borderless window. Afterbirth windowed full screen and clip cursor. I guess I could just leave it like this for now, and if I feel like if I really need the borderless window, mod, then I will go ahead and install that. But for the time being, we will do just a regular. I think if I do full screen, OBS is kind of fucky with it. Oh, okay, it's not that it's fucky, it's just that, okay, every time I deselect the game or I swap back and forth, OBS has a little bit of a hiccup. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's not do that. Guess I'll just leave it like this. Keep it windowed and mostly take up the majority of the screen. Okay, let's go with this one. Oh, perfect. We have a Binding of Isaac Catholic video game. And then we're also gonna have our religion video. And the religion video is called 18 More Minutes of Useless Catholic Information. Let's go grab the first video in that series.
Hello, Internet. My name is Father Casey, and for more than 5.5 years, I have devoted countless hours to creating content for this channel that I thought was interesting and important, trying to get to the essential teachings of the Church, the most practical advice for life as a Christian. And that's great. I've enjoyed that. The Church is filled with interesting and important things, essential teachings and practical advice, and you should know all that stuff. But what about all the stuff that isn't practical? The stuff that you absolutely don't need to know. The stuff that is, in a way, completely useless to your everyday life. Does anyone ever stop to marvel at that stuff? When you've been a part of a church that's been around for 2,000 years, there are a lot of historical facts that get overlooked through the years, and I think that that's a shame. And so, for your viewing pleasure, here are 18 straight minutes of useless Catholic facts. The longest chapter in the Catholic Bible, coming in at a whopping 100 verses, is Daniel chapter 3. The reason I say the Catholic Bible is because Protestant Bibles removed the canticle at the end of that chapter, making it only 30 verses in theirs. The longest chapter in the Protestant Bible, then, is Luke 1 at 80 verses. 48 out of the first 49 popes were named a saint. That's a pretty good run. The one combo breaker? Liberius, a man who was exiled by heretics for defending orthodoxy and is venerated as a saint in the Eastern Church. So he did all right for himself. I'm sure he's still a pretty good guy. Speaking of popes, there have been 21 popes that have taken the name John, the most of any name. Interestingly enough, though, 2 of those Johns were referred to as John the 23rd. The reason for this discrepancy is that John the 16th and the first John the 23rd were both anti-popes. Because of a clerical counting
Anti-popes?
error, John the 20th was skipped. The saints have long been revered for their ability to intercede for the faithful, and thus have been assigned patrons of certain causes and groups of people. Nearly everyone has been accounted for over the years, and so those with sexually transmitted infections can pray to Saint Fiacre de Bruil. Those needing protection from rats or mice should pray to Servatius of Tongeren, and unattractive people, although you're all beautiful in God's eyes, can pray to Saint Drogo Saborg. The 4 Hebrew letters representing God.
That's the guy I gotta pray to, so I can get my feminine, my feminine virtues to be expounded upon and grow with the coming of the new year.
God's divine name, YHWH, are referred to as the Tetragrammaton. Since there are no vowels in ancient Hebrew, no one knows exactly how it was originally pronounced, but the Latinization of the word, coupled with a German pronunciation, is how we get the name Yehovah, or more commonly, Jehovah. The windowed wall on the upper level of large churches, sitting above an adjacent roof, is called a clerestory. Their purpose was to admit light and fresh air. Vatican City has the highest crime rate of any sovereign nation in the world, coming in at around 150%, meaning that there are more crimes committed than actual citizens. This is pretty understandable when you consider that there are only about 500 actual citizens in the whole city, while 5 million tourists visit every year. Sometimes even death won't free you from your day in court, as was the case for Pope Formosus. After his death in 896, his body was dug up, placed in papal vestments, and seated on the throne to face charges brought against him by his successor. The trial was aptly named the Cadaver Synod, and unfortunately for Formosus, he was found guilty of perjury and acceding the papacy illegally, nullifying his time as pope. As popular as Brazil's Christ the Redeemer statue is in Rio de Janeiro, it is not the largest statue of Jesus in the world. For that, you will have to go to Bolivia to see the Cristo de la Concordia, standing 132 feet tall. The Summa Theologica of St. Thomas Aquinas, a compendium of the major teachings of the Church written for seminarians, is estimated to have 1.8 million words, about 2.5 times longer than the Bible. The 5th word of the 5th verse of the 5th chapter of the 5th book in the New Testament is words. The word cardinal can refer to a bird, a color, or a high-ranking Vatican official responsible for electing and advising the Pope. Which one came first? The church one, from the Latin cardinalis.
I remember in a theology course that I took in university, there was a, I forgot what it was called, what the actual course was called, but I'm sure I could find it in my notes and my handouts and if I look through my syllabus or stuff, where we had to read through certain parts of Summa Theologica. I think I remember it being pretty fucking boring and making me pretty sleepy. But probably if I had paid attention to it, I'd have a little bit more info and a couple more nicer details today that could come in useful. But I'm gonna have to reread Summa Theologica. And there's another one, Unum Sanctum. Who wrote that one? Unum Sanctum. A book by Pope Boniface VIII. 63% like this book, of 63% of Google users. Unum Sanctum is a papal bull that was issued by Pope Boniface VIII on 18th of November 1302. It laid down dogmatic propositions. Dogmatic propositions on the unity of the Catholic Church, the necessity of belonging to it for eternal salvation, the position of the Pope, as the supreme head of the church, and is the duty thence arising of submission to the Pope to belong to the church and thus to attain salvation. I think maybe in 1302 this could have made a lot more sense. I feel as if today, with such a huge increase in population, with what I know of religion and theology, based on my own experiences, my own growth, my own spiritual and religious journey, and my own relationship with God, I feel as if today it might be a bit unnecessary for certain people of certain who possess certain traits and certain characteristics about them. It might be acceptable for them to not necessarily belong to the church or partake in all or many church activities. I feel as if, especially given much of the, let's say, much of the controversy that comes out of the church regarding young boys, I feel as if it is a bit more acceptable these days to distance yourself from the necessity of the church. I have always felt as if it wasn't a particularly vital role because I am of the belief that your relationship with God is between you and God. I don't know if the church is necessary for individuals who are capable of more abstract thought and who are capable of reading through other philosophical and religious texts and mythologies, who can parse out the good and valuable information from that and apply it to their lives. It might be tangentially related to the people who have that inner voice. Maybe those are the peoples who are more than likely capable of doing well without the church. And then for those people who don't have that inner voice, who are lacking in it, maybe those are the peoples for whom this decree, this dogmatic proposition on the unity of the Catholic Church and the necessity of belonging to the Church for eternal salvation, I think for them, it might make more sense. But it could just be me coping, and it could just be me trying to impart my Dunning-Kruger effect onto other people. Me big brain, no you. You small brain. Me big brain. Me no need church. Nya So I'm not sure. I might need to discuss with some people about this. There are probably a couple of priests and Jesuits who I might be who I might consider to be mature and reasonable enough to adequately and honestly discuss this topic. But I believe that many people probably are not. I think many people are fall into the trap of solely relying on what other people higher up on the Vatican food chain have said, and rely solely on their word and parrot it back. And that is how they live their lives. I think that most of those people who fall into that category would be unable to adequately wrestle with this idea. Let's see. The Pope further emphasized the higher position of the spiritual in comparison with the secular order. I think I can agree with that. The historian Brian Tierney, I think we also read some of his stuff. Brian Tierney calls it probably the most famous document on church and state in medieval Europe. The original document is lost, but a version of the text can be found in the registrars of Boniface VIII in the Vatican archives. The bull was the definitive statement of the late medieval theory of hierocracy which argued for the temporal as well as spiritual supremacy of the Pope. The bull was promulgated during an ongoing dispute between Boniface VIII and King Philip IV of France, Philip the Fair. Philip had levied taxes on the French clergy of half their annual income. On the 5th of February 1296, Boniface responded with the papal bull Clericus Iacos that forbade clerics, without authority from the Holy See, to pay taxes to temporal rulers and threatened excommunication on rulers who demanded such payments. King Edward I of England defended his own taxing powers by putting the fined clergy under outlawry, a Roman law concept withdrawing their protection under the English common law, and confiscated the temporal properties of bishops who refused his levies, as Edward was demanding an amount well above the tenth offered by the clergy. Archbishop of Canterbury Robert Winchelsea left it to every individual clergyman to pay as he saw fit. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of papal history and documentation that we could go through. But yeah, I remember one of the other things that stuck out to me was the controversy, the entire debate over indulgences, which always struck me the wrong way back then when I learned about it, and still strikes me the bad way today. Even though it's no longer practiced, but I feel as if individuals within the church, individuals of the church, of these religious beliefs, have a tactic that is similar to indulgences. Let me go read. Indulgence. Here we go. Indulgence. In the teaching of the Catholic Church, an indulgence is a way to reduce the amount of punishment one has to forgo for sins. The Catechism of the Catholic Church describes an indulgence as, quote, a remission before God of the temporal punishment due to sins whose guilt has already been forgiven, which the faithful Christian, who is duly disposed, gains under certain prescribed conditions through the action of the Church, which, as the minister of redemption, dispenses and applies with authority the treasury of the satisfactions of Christ and all the saints. Which is a very, very wordy way of saying that you can get less punishment if you give us money. Give me the money, and I will not step on you so hard for as long. The recipient of an indulgence must perform an action to receive it. This is most often the saying, once or many times, of a specified prayer, but may also include a pilgrimage, the visit of a particular place, such as a shrine, church, or cemetery, or the performance of specific good works. Indulgences were introduced to allow for the remission of the severe penances of the early church and granted at the intercession of Christians awaiting martyrdom or at least imprisoned for the faith. The church teaches that indulgences draw on the treasury of merit accumulated by Jesus' superabundantly meritorious sacrifice on the cross and the virtues and penances of the saints. They are granted for specific good works and prayers in proportion to the devotion with which those good works are performed or prayers recited, which today makes a lot more sense. That your good works and your prayers, if recited in earnest, if done with modesty and humility, then in that case it makes a great deal of more sense. And so, in that respect, I'm definitely appreciative of modern indulgences, and it seems to me as if it is also a portion of just general philosophy, where if you actually put your head down, and if you're actually humble about things, then you should be able to internally your spirit and your soul will absorb whatever forgiveness and healing it may need. Let's see. Okay, I think this next paragraph. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the paragraph that lays out some of the things that I really didn't like about indulgences. By the late Middle Ages, indulgences were used to support charities for the public good, including hospitals. However, the abuse of indulgences, mainly through commercialization, had become a serious problem which the Church recognized but was unable to restrain effectively. Indulgences were, from the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, a target of attacks by Martin Luther and other Protestant theologians. Oh my goodness, there's three different words that I thought it was, and other Protestant theologians. Eventually, the Catholic Counter Reformation curbed the abuses of indulgences, but indulgences continued to play a role in modern Catholic religious life and were dogmatically confirmed as part of the Catholic faith by the Council of Trent. I remember reading about the Council of Trent. Reforms in the 20th century largely abolished the quantification of indulgences, which had been expressed in terms of days or years. These days or years were meant to represent the equivalent of time spent in penance, although it was widely mistaken to mean time spent in purgatory. The reforms also greatly reduced the number of indulgences granted for visiting particular churches and other locations. I do recall, I don't know if it was a secondary text or primary text. It might have been a primary text by Martin Luther. We read um, the way it's specified here that it was often confused for meant for time spent in purgatory, where you would have to go to the church, give them money on behalf of a family member who was in purgatory to reduce the amount of time that they spent in purgatory. And that's the thing that stuck out to me for sure. Council of Trent. On 16 July 1562, the Council of Trent suppressed the official quaestorus and reserved the collection of alms to two canon members of the chapter who were to receive no remuneration for their work. A few years later, in 1567, Pope Pius V cancelled all grants of indulgences involving any fees or other financial transactions. But yeah, that's there's a couple thingies that I remember from my college courses. That's one of them. Another one is The Song of Roland. I never actually fully read it. I was quite lazy and did not fully read The Song of Roland. Or Piers Plowman was another. I think Piers Plowman is kind of like a kind of like Works and Days from Hesiod. Piers Plowman. Piers Plowman, written circa 1370 to 86, possibly 1377, is a Middle English allegorical narrative poem by William Langland. It is written in unrhymed, alliterative verse divided into sections called passes, Latin for step. Like the Pearl poets Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I also remember we had to read that, which I also don't remember much about. So I'll have to go ahead and reread a lot of these. Like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, Piers Plowman is considered by many critics to be one of the greatest works of English literature of the Middle Ages, even preceded and influencing Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, which I like. I like Canterbury Tales. I remember having to learn how to pronounce Middle English in order to read the original text. And that was fun. I still have that book, and I still like it, and I think I want to go ahead and read it on stream too. Because there's a lot of cool stories I like. I think the Knight's Tale, the Clerk's Tale. I don't think the Knight's Tale is the one where there's two knights, Arcite and I forget the other guy. I remember Arcite's name because it sounded cool, so I thought I could make a character based off of the name Arcite. There's Arcite and then the other knight, and I think that they're in prison in the tower or something, and then they see a beautiful woman, and then they start fighting. It's like, I saw her first. She's my woman. And I thought that was such a funny, cool story. So I think, but I don't think that's the Knight's Tale. I think the Knight's Tale is different. The Clerk's Tale, I think I like. I think that's the one with Simkin, with Simon, with these. I think there's like two students or something. They go visit this farmer, and that one's a good story. I definitely want to read that one on stream. That one's a cool story, and a funny story for sure. I don't know if that's the same one. I'm thinking of. There's a specific thing that happens in the Clark's Tale with Simkin that I don't want to spoil, but I think that's a different story to this other something happens in one of these stories which I don't think is the Clark's Tale, but it's similar, I believe, where something happens at a window and then somebody falls and I think they break their leg or their neck or something. And I want to go ahead and read through those as well on stream. But anyway, preceding and influencing Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, Piers Plowman contains the first known reference to a literary tradition of Robin Hood tales. There exist three distinct versions of the poem, which scholars refer to as the A, B, and C text. The B text is the most widely edited and translated version. It revises and extends the A text by over 4,000 lines. A summary. The poem is a mix of theological allegory and social satire, concerns the narrator/dreamer's quest for the true Christian life in the context of medieval Catholicism. This journey takes place within a series of dream visions. The dreamer seeks, among other things, the allegorical characters Dawell, Do Well, Dobet, Do Better, and Dobest, Do Bet. The poem is divided into passes, steps, the divisions between which vary by version. So yeah, this definitely seems super cool. I remember one of the first things we had to do when we started reading Piers Plowman is, I think there was a vision or a dream that is detailed in the first, in the opening or something, and then we had to draw it out, and it was Piers Plowman, and there's like a field, and then there's like a mountain. It's either a mountain or a super deep ditch or trench. I don't remember exactly. And I think remember there's also like a house in there somewhere. And we had to like all the students had to like draw how they interpreted it. And I don't think I have my drawing anymore, but maybe we could do that as well. I'll have a Discord contest for the drawing of Piers Plowman's vision or Piers Plowman's dream. But anyway, we just spent like 30 minutes from this video, starting from Summa Theologica, revisiting my university courses on Middle English and theology and what's the other one? That course, the course with Piers Plowman and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight was on souffrance, which I think becomes the modern word suffer, uh, how we suffer and stuff like that. Um, if I recall correctly, but I might not recall correctly. Okay, so anyway, let's go back. Couple seconds. I'll have to go ahead and add those thingies on my notes of things to discuss, things to do, notes. Streaming notes. Let's add Piers Plowman, Sir Gawain, and the Green Knight, as well as Canterbury Tales. I do remember enjoying going through Canterbury Tales, both the stories as well as reading it in Middle English with the Middle English accent. Very, very enjoyable. Those were one of my favorite courses at college, which are ultimately pointless today. I can't make money off of that. You'd have to have like so many other courses under your belt, so much other theory and history and theology under your belt to truly be able to to make use of that. I'd have to be a priest basically. I'd have to have all of this knowledge in my head and receive payment from the tithes of my churchgoers. But instead, I write stories about video games and esports and Pokemon, and now I'm writing a story about Song of Maki, which is based off Song of Roland a little bit, and this is how I'm making money instead, and I make no money, so that's what you get for studying theology and Middle English. You get nothing.
Of St. Thomas Aquinas, a compendium of the major teachings of the Church written for seminarians, is estimated to have 1.8 million words, about 2.5 times longer than the Bible. The fifth word of the fifth verse of the fifth chapter of the fifth book in the New Testament is words. The word cardinal can refer to a bird, a color, or a high-ranking Vatican official responsible for electing and advising the Pope. Which one came first? The church one. From the Latin cardinalis, meaning hinge, these men served as pivots of the church, wearing red to symbolize the blood of...
So, if cardinals are hinged, what does it mean when we call somebody unhinged? Really makes you think, huh? What's this one, Libra or is it Gemini? I always forget these. Alright. I've always forgotten that when I used to play Binding of Isaac quite a lot, and now I have not played Binding of Isaac in years, so I've forgotten so much about this game. I forgot what the items do and what these astrological symbols are, or what they do as well. So we'll go ahead and see what this one is. It is Gemini, conjoined friend. Yeah, I remember this guy takes damage for you, basically. Pretty cool.
Christ, cardinal came to reference a color and then eventually a red bird. Today there are 5,377 bishops alive in the world, but as of the recording of this video, only 2 are over the age of 100. Congrats to Laurent Noel and Antonio Alfonso de Miranda, who both turned 100 last year. Before the Motion Picture Association in America began issuing ratings for movies, people looked to the Catholic Legion of Decency. Their ratings were so well respected that films actually submitted to the Catholic organization before publication for fear of being condemned publicly. Notre Dame football has a career record of 9-11 playing on January 1st, including a 1-7 record since 1995. This is interesting, one, because Notre Dame is one of the most decorated programs in football history, and so one would expect them to play well in the biggest of bowl games, but also because January 1st is the solemnity of Mary, Mother of God, whom Notre Dame is named after, Our Lady. The ancient synod in Elvira decreed in 314 that baptized women were not to associate with hairdressers or men with long hair, lest she be denied communion. This canon was never included in any ecumenical council and does not appear in the current code of canon law. Everyone knows that Charles the Great, or Charlemagne, was the first Roman emperor. But did you know that there were 2 other Charleses in his line? Charles the Bald and Charles the Fat. while we commonly say that meat is forbidden on Fridays during Lent, the actual designation, as defined by the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, only applies to warm-blooded land animals. If you've got a hankering for alligator tails or frog legs during Lent, there's no reason to abstain, although you should probably still limit your portions. It is a season of fasting. The Nicene Creed, recited at Mass most Sundays, did not actually come from the Council of Nicaea in 325. Although a creed was recited at the original Council of Nicaea, it was later edited and officially adopted by the Council of Constantinople in 381, becoming what we know today as the Creed from Mass, and more appropriately referred to as the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. Except that's not entirely true either, as the creed was updated 200 years later in the West, much to the ire of the Eastern Church. What changed, you asked? The words "and the Son" were added, indicating that the Spirit came from both the Father and the Son. On the other hand, if you believe that the Trinity consists of the Father, the Son, and Mary, and that the Son is the result of a marital union between the other two, you're a part of a group known as Collyridianism. Also, you're a heretic. St. Catherine's head is on display in her hometown of Siena. It's important to note that Catherine wasn't beheaded as a martyr. Someone just thought it was a good idea, after her death, to sever her head from the rest of her body and put it on display. Speaking of relics, it's probably assumed that the Vatican has the most relics of any city in the world, and that's correct. What you might not know is that second on the list is the ancient and holy city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Before Pope Francis, the last pope to take an original name rather than simply adding a number to the name of a previous pope was Pope Lando in 913, who just used his birth name. The last pope to simply stick with his birth name was Adrian IV in 1522. Before taking a religious name, Mother Teresa of Calcutta's name was Agnes. If you're in France and want to pray in the chapel where St. Joan of Arc prayed, tough luck, because in 1966 it was moved to the campus of Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A traditional Roman cassock has 33 buttons on it, one for each year that Jesus lived. The most plentiful letter in the catechism is the letter T, occurring 41,289 times. 22,216 of those are the word the. Al Smith was the first Catholic nominated for president in U.S. history. Unfortunately for him, he lost in a landslide to Herbert Hoover, winning only 7 states. Oddly enough, 6 of those states were in the Deep South, where few Catholics lived at the time. The 1917 Code of Canon Law stated that when explorers discovered new lands, the territory would be placed under the jurisdiction of the diocese from which the expedition originated. Since the astronauts of the Apollo 11 mission that landed on the moon launched from Orlando, then Bishop William Borders considered himself the Bishop of the Moon. The classic uniforms worn by the Swiss Guard, those who protect the Vatican, were actually designed in 1914 in an attempt to look more medieval. Pope Leo X once owned an elephant named Hanno as a pet, a gift he received from King Manuel the Fortunate of Portugal. Leo loved the elephant very much. He sat by its side when the elephant died and later wrote a poem in his honor. As a replacement, King Manuel tried to send him a rhinoceros, but the boat carrying the animal sank on its way. It is forbidden for a priest to absolve a sexual sin in the confessional if he was involved in the act in question. Physically attacking the Pope incurs a penalty of automatic excommunication. In the United States, there are 7 additional holy days of obligation beyond one's requirement to attend Mass on Sunday. Assuming that Mass is about...
I feel like I should be able to assault the Pope if I so desire. What if he called me a bad name? Am I not allowed to assault him? What the heck? This is all about equality.
An hour, those doing the bare minimum will spend only 0.67% of their life in Mass. Even though there is a general rule against married men becoming priests, around 125 converts to the Catholic faith have been given an exception. Ordinarily, the sacraments are reserved to Catholics and Orthodox Christians alone. But in the case of grave danger, a Protestant unable to reach their minister and in agreement with the teachings of the Catholic Church can receive the Eucharist and be validly anointed. Saint Bede the Venerable is the only English-born doctor of the Church. Saint Anselm, the far more famous English monk of Canterbury, was actually born in Italy. Although the Waldensians were excommunicated all the way back in the 13th century, they somehow managed to stay in existence until the present day, living now in Italy, Germany, Uruguay, and the United States. Before becoming one of the world's biggest action stars, Tom Cruise was just a 14-year-old boy attending a minor seminary run by the Franciscans. Although he attended the school for only 1 year and never showed serious aspirations of becoming a priest, it does make you wonder what the world would have been like had he stuck with it. The movie Sister Act turned out nothing like originally intended. Bette Midler was first cast for the lead, her name was supposed to be Terry, not Dolores, and the first draft of the script made it a bawdy satire, not a family-friendly classic. So many rewrites and changes went into the production that the original writer didn't even want to put his name on it and is instead credited with a pseudonym. The image of hell freezing over is often used to describe something that is never going to happen, like the New York Jets winning another Super Bowl. And yet, in Dante's Divine Comedy, written in 1472, Satan is found in the deepest circle.
Yeah, I remember this, but hell is actually described to be as super cold, not all hot and fiery. It's supposed to be like frozen and desolate and quite the opposite of the image of hell that's used these days.
Of hell, encased in waist-high ice. Speaking of mythological works of literature, the Lord of the Rings series is not just an epic high fantasy novel, it's also packed full of Catholic imagery and themes, like how the three main characters, Frodo, Gandalf, and Aragorn, represent the threefold ministry.
Aragorn? Who are these people who call Aragorn Aragorn? We should hunt these people down, tie them up to their chairs, point a water gun to their head, and open the book in front of them so they can read that there's an A at the start of the name Aragorn, not Aragon.
Of Christ, priest,
just saying, bro.
Prophet, and king.
I mean, in Minecraft.
There are only 2 UN-recognized countries in the world without laws for divorce: Vatican City and the Philippines. The next time a pope takes the name Sixtus, he will be referred to as Sixtus VI. Unfortunately, this sounds interesting only in Romance languages, as he would be referred to as Sixtus a Hadodik in Hungarian, Sixtus den Siete in Norwegian, and Sixtus Alasadis in Arabic. Not exactly the same. At the end of Mass, the celebrant and servers reverence the altar before walking down the aisle while music plays, and that seems pretty normal. And yet, there is technically no such thing as a recessional in the Roman Rite. The Missal simply says, after making a profound bow with the ministers, he withdraws. The priest has got somewhere to be, he can just bounce. The church has an official book of blessings used to bless various objects and people. Some blessings are used often, like the blessing of a house or Advent wreath, but some are a bit more unique, like the Order of Blessing and athletic field, tools or other equipment, fishing gear, or new church doors. Pope John Paul II canonized 482 saints in his time as Pope. That comes to one canonization every 20 days for more than 26 years. The first woman to receive a doctorate in computer science was Sister Mary Kenneth Keller, a Sister of Charity of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Her thesis...
That doesn't surprise me. A lot of early religious figures were heavily involved in scientific advancements and scientific studies, like Gregor Mendeleev with his P's and discovering genetics, genetic patterns and hereditary patterns, dominant and recessive genes, so on and so forth. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that a nun was the first computer. What was it? Computer thingy? Why don't they make computer toys for little girls? They do like little tiny baking ovens. Why not computers? Aren't they inspired by Sister Mary Kenneth Keller? Why doesn't Hollywood write these real stories about real strong women who are cool and smart and awesome, who work in STEM?
Pope John Paul II canonized 482 saints in his time as Pope. That comes to one canonization every 20 days for more than 26 years. The first woman to receive a doctorate in computer science was Sister Mary Kenneth Keller, a Sister of Charity of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Her thesis focused on constructing algorithms that performed analytic differentiation on algebraic expression formed in CDC Fortran 63. You know, that. There are more Catholics in Brazil than in Italy, France, and Poland combined. The southernmost Catholic church in the world is called the Chapel of Our Lady of the Snows, located at Belgrano 2 base at Bertreb Nunatak. For those unfamiliar with the area, that's on the continent of Antarctica. St. Francis Xavier was the first Christian to make it to Japan, helping the Jesuits convert more than 100,000 people to the faith in just a few decades. Eventually, priests were expelled and Christians were persecuted, but Christianity survived for more than 300 years underground. Taking a quick break for a second, I'd like to talk to you about Squarespace. Just kidding, no one sponsors this channel. But I would like to point out that you have been watching this video for 14 minutes. Clearly, you're either asleep or you're actually enjoying it. If you are in fact still awake, why don't you go ahead and click that subscribe button? Maybe even click the bell for notifications.
That feel when I'm watching this video and I'm enjoying it because I'm also I'm also kind of an amateur student of theology and middle English, and so a lot of this stuff is actually relevant to my education. While I'm playing fucking Binding of Isaac. Oh my god. What the heck?
Thanks. Alright, back to useless stuff. Although they say that everything is bigger in Texas, the state is also home to what it claims to be the smallest Catholic church in the world. Seating only 20 people, the church building of St. Martin's in Warrentown, Texas is only 192 square feet in area. Compare that to St. Matthew Catholic Church in Charlotte, North Carolina, the largest parish in the United States in terms of congregation. As of 2017, they reported having 10,500 families, more than 13% of the entire population of Charlotte. Most people use Roman Catholic and Catholic as synonymous terms, but not every Catholic is technically Roman. There are 23 autonomous particular Eastern Catholic churches in union with Rome that have never been Roman or Latin. Every 2 or 3 years, Catholic teenagers from around the world gather for what is referred to as World Youth Day, an international celebration consisting of prayer, confessions, shows, music, and of course, Mass with the Pope. In 1995, 5 million people attended the Papal Mass in the Philippines, a record held until 2015, when 6 million people attended, also in the Philippines. The earliest baptismal fonts were simple rectangular holes in the ground. The reason? They were meant to look like tombs, the place where one died and rose with Christ through the waters of rebirth. Before the Eucharistic prayer begins, there is a dialogue between the priest and a congregation known as the preface. The Lord be with you and with your spirit, lift up your hearts, that whole thing. Throughout the liturgical year, there are a total of 156 options for this prayer. The Big Bang Theory is a cosmological model of the observable universe from the earliest known periods through its subsequent large-scale evolution. It's also the result of the work of a Catholic priest, Georges Lemaitre, who was the first to suggest that the expanding universe could be traced back to a single point. Modern musical notation in the Western world has the Catholic Church to thank for its organization and structure, as it was the Church's desire for uniformity that a comprehensive system was developed. In remembrance of Jesus' 40 days in the desert, Catholics devote 40 days in Lent to doing penance. Only there are 46 days between Ash Wednesday and Easter. Besides that, Ash Wednesday is not a holy day of obligation. No one actually has to get ashes. The Dome of the Santa Maria del Fiore, the cathedral in Florence, is the largest masonry structure in the world, consisting of over 4 million bricks. The base of the dome begins 177 feet above the ground and rises another 108 feet. If you think that's incredible today, think about building it in the 13th century. No wonder it took 140 years to build. The maximum alcohol percentage of wine used at Mass is 18%. If it's higher than that, your Mass is invalid, and your congregation might turn into invalids. The first instance of a bishop wearing a pectoral cross comes in the 13th century, although it took a while for it to become widespread. There are 4 main Marian hymns, each designated for a particular...
No, I need 2 more coins so I can get this other heart. The gray heart over here. I'm gonna get 1 shot. There's nothing else left in the arcade. Wait a second. Fuck. I need a heart and I need a bomb, but I can't find... Can't get in here because I have no bombs. Did I do this fight room? I didn't do this fight room!
Particular period of the church year. Alma Redemptoris Mater is sung from Advent until February 2nd, Ave Regina Caelorum from February 2nd until the Easter Vigil, Regina Caeli for Easter, and Salve Regina from Pentecost until Advent. Where did these hymns come from, you ask? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but many believe that the Salve Regina, and possibly even the Ave Regina Caeli,
I fucked up. Sorry, I could have totally won that one. Whatever. For my first game back, I guess it wasn't too bad. I definitely need to relearn the enemy's walking patterns and attack patterns. I think much of it is still kept in muscle memory. The boss fights, I think I did pretty okay in. I just needed to. I need to not lose all of my hearts, because I started with 3. I had 1 left there at the end. I permanently lost 2 hearts. Unlucky.
Caelorum were written by Hermanus Contractus, also known as Heremon the Lame, since he was born with a cleft palate, cerebral palsy, and spina bifida. The lectionary cycle of readings at Mass covers a large part of the Bible, but nowhere close to all of it. 96.3% of Mark is read throughout the years, but 6.3% of the book of Numbers, and none of 1 Chronicles, Judah, or Obadiah are read. All told, if you were to attend Mass every day of the year, you'd get 13.5% of the Old Testament and 71% of the New Testament, meaning you should probably do some outside reading on your own. Technically speaking, you can't spell Catholic without chaotic. Despite being a global
You also can't spell Catholic without spelling cat.
church, the first non-European cardinal to vote in a papal conclave was James Gibbons, the Archbishop of Baltimore, in 1903. Today, 66 of the voting cardinals are from outside of Europe, accounting for 52% of the votes. That is a big shift. And finally, wrapping up this useless time together, the Salvator Mundi painting by Leonardo da Vinci was sold at an auction in 2017 for $450 million. With that amount of cash, you could buy 1.5 million moderately priced chalices, 16 million study Bibles, or 36 billion hosts for Mass. That is a lot of potential holiness in one painting, and this has been a lot of useless Catholic information in one video. I hope you've learned something new that you can share at a socially distanced cocktail party sometime in the future, and that you've enjoyed this video. If you have, please consider subscribing, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I think I remember Ragman being kind of difficult because of those purple homing. Okay, this is why he's difficult. It's because of the fucking the spiders. Okay, so that's why I yeah. You gotta focus on his head. You gotta use your tears to lubricate his head until he passes out and can't resist any longer. I'm tiny. Okay, well that was the first video. But I found the second video, so let's go back to the second video, now that we have context for a couple of things. That was actually a good watch. I did not think the video is called 18 Straight Minutes of Useless Catholic Trivia by Breaking the Habit. I was not actually expecting this video to be as engaging in terms of my Catholic university studies. But I am actually pleasantly surprised that I have a lot in common with my my knowledge and the supposedly useless information, useless Catholic trivia that this guy has to offer. So yeah, that was actually fun. Okay, next, 18 more minutes of useless Catholic information.
So apparently you liked the trivia video. Figures.
Yes, I did.
I spent 8 years on this platform pouring out my soul, trying to lead people to a deeper understanding of Christ and His church, finding ways to make the most important things in life interesting. And most of you are like,
Yeah.
I throw together a video with absolutely useless information and it blows up. What can you do? Might as well play to the algorithm. Enjoy. For Catholics during Lent, the fillet of fish is a very popular fast food item. This is not a coincidence, considering that it was invented in 1962 by a Catholic businessman in Ohio because he noticed that hamburger sales plummeted on Fridays in his Catholic neighborhood. You're welcome, world.
No, dude, fucking... This is the next level, I think. I wanted to do the rest of this level. Well, at least I get much hearts.
Most people believe that the Pope lives in the Vatican and took the name Francis. There have been a number of men in recent years that have claimed to be the true Pope. This includes people like Joseph Ottermont of the schismatic Palmarian Catholic Church, 2 men of the African Legion of Mary who are currently fighting each other over who's the legitimate authority in their own breakoff group, and most famously, David Bawden of Kansas, who went by Michael I. In 1990,
Hold up a second. Why does this guy look like fucking... like Catholic Ben Shapiro? Like his stance. He stands like this sometimes, and then certain elements of his face look like Ben Shapiro. I think particularly his mouth is what makes him look like Ben Shapiro. Fucking Catholic Ben Shapiro over here.
Bawden was elected Pope by a group of 6 laypeople, including himself and his parents. He passed away in August of 2020. Of the real popes, the vast majority of them have been from Italy. Of the 57 non-Italians, 19 were from France, 14 from Greece, 8 from Syria, 6 from Germany, 3 from Roman Africa, 2 from Spain, and 1 each from Austria, Palestine, England, the Netherlands, Poland, and of course, Argentina. If you were a Sorcerian in the early Middle Ages, you were a minor clergyman who also worked as a gravedigger. As a part of the Pontifical Council for the Pastoral Care of Migrants and Itinerant People, the Church in the United States has a circus and carnival apostolate. Of the estimated 300,000 traveling workers in that industry, 40% are believed to be Catholic. As a way of verifying the validity of one's ordination and assurance of faculties, priests are issued what are called celebrate cards. Unfortunately, I don't have a photo on record with the diocese apparently.
Are they like tarot cards?
So mine isn't particularly effective. Regardless, whenever a priest or religious travels to another diocese for work, they are required to have letters of suitability sent from their home diocese or religious order to vouch for them. We don't like people pretending to be priests.
Hey Vince, I'm a priest. Couldn't you get a real priest?
If you lived in post-Reformation France but gave supreme authority to the Pope to govern, you were called an ultramontanus, literally someone who looked beyond the mountains to Italy. Have you ever been kirking? Probably not what you think.
What?
You live in Scotland and have just
Kirking?
returned to church.
Who here is kirking? What the heck? Not me. I haven't been kirking around. That's gonna have to be our new. That's gonna have to be our new verb. Quit kirking around. Quit saying words and slurs that you shouldn't be saying. Quit saying you're a femboy. Quit kirking around.
If you lived in post-Reformation France but gave supreme authority to the Pope to govern, you were called an ultramontanus, literally someone who looked beyond the mountains to Italy. Have you ever been kirking? It's probably not what you think. If you live in Scotland and have just returned to church for the first time since getting married, the answer is yes. According to a work by Martin Luther, a Dominican preacher named Johann Tetzel once sold a nobleman an indulgence for a sin yet to be committed. As Tetzel was heading out of town, the nobleman caught up to him, beat him, and robbed him of his money, claiming that that was the future sin he was thinking about.
Fucking based.
Catholic historians believe that this ordeal never actually happened, but was an example of propaganda used by...
Nah, I believe it. What, you're gonna tell me next that Bigfoot isn't real? Come on, bruh. Be real.
both sides during the Protestant Reformation. In the 17th century, coffee had yet to become the ever-present necessity
Yummy coffees.
of life as it is today. Many even found its caffeinated nature dangerous, called it Satan's drink, and called on Pope Clement VIII.
Satan's beverage.
I don't drink coffee, sir.
Satan's beverage sounds kind of like something else. It's kind of like a mommy's beverage. Oh, what does 2 of hearts do? I think if you're missing hearts, it'll give you as many hearts back as you have. Maybe.
I don't drink hot liquids of any kind. That's the devil's temperature.
Upon trying it himself, he liked it so much that he said, "This Satan's drink is so delicious that it would be a pity to let the infidels have exclusive use of it," proving definitively that popes can be wrong. Coffee is gross, and no, I will not be taking questions.
Okay, so as you have learned here, the Pope the Pope knows that you can adjust things based off your experiences in the real world to make sure that the infidels do not have it. So that means it is likely that you can find allies who are of things, who are of orientations and such that are typically not, uh, let's say, biblically friendly, but the individuals in question may be good enough that you should not allow them to be to side solely with the infidels. You can definitely make exceptions, regardless of biblical teachings and biblical knowledge. Yes, there is much you can learn from ancient wisdom, but you always have to be able to have room for a little exception here and there for things and people that are worth it. And that is my take as well when it comes to um, the hard line that a lot of people, a lot of Catholics seem to have regarding certain kinds of people who partake in certain kinds of activities, who they believe are unholy, and whose sins are tainting their soul eternally forever. I think there's a little bit of room there. This example here about the Pope with his coffee is a perfect illustration of that. That there's always a little bit of a wiggle room.
The first Catholic Mass celebrated in North America was on September 8, 1565. But despite centuries of vibrant missionary work by the Franciscans, Jesuits, and Dominicans, the first official diocese wasn't formed until 1789. I guess Rome was just waiting to see if this New World experiment was going to pan out. If you like the Stations of the Cross, you can thank the Franciscans for popularizing that tradition in the Middle Ages. If you like that it has 14 uniform stations wherever you go, you'll have to thank Pope Clement XII for that. Prior to his decree, the devotion ranged from 5 to 20 stations depending on where you went, making it a potentially very long prayer. Before Jesus gave Peter his new name, he was referred to as Simon Bar Jonah, literally Simon the son of John, meaning that if you took his whole name together, our first pope could rightly be called Simon the Rock Johnson. St. Patrick, the patron of Ireland and namesake of all things Irish, wasn't actually Irish, and his name wasn't Patrick. And that has to be a blow to everyone of Irish descent. He was actually born in Roman-ruled Britain and was named Maewyn Succat, later changing it to Patricius when he was ordained a priest. Despite having priests from the time of Jesus, the Catholic Church did not actually require men to attend seminaries to become priests until the 16th century with the Council of Trent. While religious orders had their own schools and official means of training new priests, most followed an apprenticeship model, received private tutoring, or sadly weren't trained in theology at all. Might be a reason we had so many problems in the Middle Ages. The Easter Bunny is often dismissed as a pagan symbol adopted and synchronized by Christians, just like the Christmas tree, Santa Claus, and Halloween. But just like these other symbols, the actual origin is a bit more complicated and far more fascinating. Believe it or not, there are European hares that can become pregnant twice at one time, allowing them to give birth twice in quick order. Not understanding the biology at work, medieval Christians began to treat this as a great miracle, a virgin birth, one might say, associating them with the Virgin Mary. It's why this...
Yeah, that's why I think that the image of a bunny laying chocolate eggs is quite appropriate for Easter and the rise of Christ.
This artist depicts Mary stroking a white rabbit in the 1530 painting Madonna of the Rabbit.
No way. Yes way!
When one plays the devil's advocate, they're not defending Satan, they're just being a bit contrarian. The phrase gets its name from an actual position that used to exist in the Catholic Church, where a delegate was chosen in a canonization investigation to argue against the holiness of a saint. This position was mostly removed in 1983, but the Vatican can still call upon antagonists for testimony, as it did when it interviewed Christopher Hitchens in the investigation of Mother Teresa. The origin of the phrase hocus pocus in reference to magic is hotly debated, but one of the most convincing is that it was a way to make fun of Catholics, jumbling the phrase from the Mass, hoc est enim corpus meum, this is my body, implying that Catholics were doing magic. There is little historical data to prove this, but it certainly sounds plausible. Of all things, April Fool's Day finds its origin in the Catholic Church, and no, it's not because of our amazing sense of humor. With the Council of Trent in 1560.
You heard it here first. April Fool's is a Catholic holiday. Ah! So you have to be sure to celebrate your April Fools. Otherwise, you're a bad Catholic and you're gonna go to hell. Yeah, ooh.
3 came the reform of the calendar, switching from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, making the first day of the year January 1st, not April 1st. Those slow to get the message were left looking foolish celebrating New Year's 4 months late. You can thank German monks for the pretzel. As Christians in the early Middle Ages were barred from eating eggs, butter, or lard during Lent, they had to get creative with their food. A pretzel consists of only water, flour, and salt, and the 3 holes represent the 3 persons of the Trinity. Even before people were trying to protect themselves from viruses, Catholics were practicing quarantines, as the word literally means 40 days, a Lenten practice of fasting and isolation in imitation of Jesus' 40 days in the desert. The Catholic Church helped to invent sign language. Pedro Ponce de Leon, a 16th century Spanish Benedictine monk, used gestures developed by monks to communicate in silence while in the monastery, and Spanish priest Juan Pablo Bonet published the first surviving book cataloging these gestures. To prepare for their roles as 17th century...
That's cool. I didn't know that. I need to actually learn sign language too. I think it'd be pretty useful in very many situations. I feel like I've been wanting to learn it for years and years, for eons, since the time that hobbits walked the earth. That's about how long I've been wanting to learn, but I'm lazy. It's not my fault.
Jesuit missionaries, actors Andrew Garfield and Adam Driver each attended a 7-day silent retreat. Garfield also went on to lose 40 pounds for the role, a feat he downplayed, as he said, it was just like every actress in every role ever. Ever drink a cappuccino? You probably didn't know that they were named after Franciscans. Capuchins, that is. Their light brown tunic and distinctive hood seemed like the perfect descriptor of the new drink, and so the name stuck. The same can be said about the Capuchin monkey. Pneumatomachians were heretics of the 4th century that accepted the divinity of Jesus as the Son of God, but rejected the divinity of the Holy Spirit. There are 194 dioceses in the United States. Also, when it's plural, it's dioceses. The singular is diocese. It's not diocese. The current Code of Canon Law has 1,752 canons covering almost everything in church life. Canon 1494, Section 2, for instance, states that a counterclaim to a counterclaim is not allowed.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp! You can't triple stamp a double stamp!
If you've ever been to a Catholic Mass, you probably know that the bread used is a dry wafer that would make a pretty bad sandwich. What you probably didn't know is that about 80% of all communion bread in the United States is manufactured by the same company in Rhode Island, not just for the Catholic Church, but for the Lutheran, Episcopal, and Southern Baptist churches as well. The word thurible comes from the Old French thurible, which in turn is derived from the Latin thuribolum. The Latin thuribolum is formed from the root thos, meaning incense. Thos is an ancient alteration of the ancient Greek word theon, meaning sacrifice or victim. I'm not sure I pronounced any of those words correctly. Most know that this is called a Jesus fish, but few can explain exactly why. The tradition goes back to the 2nd century as an acrostic tool for teaching the faith. The Greek word for fish, ichthys, spells out the essential identity of Jesus. Jesus, the Christ, God, Son, Savior. Speaking of animals that represent Jesus, you probably didn't know that a pelican, phoenix, and even unicorn have been symbols of Christ for centuries. The pelican was believed to pierce its own breast to feed its children.
That's why they're called pelicans in Halo, because they are a symbol of Christ. Just like John Chief 117. Because John Chief is JC for Jesus Christ.
The phoenix rises from the ashes to new life, and the unicorn, as everyone knows, is a symbol of purity and grace that can only be captured by a virgin.
Which is also kind of like a baby horse.
The mosaics found in the Cathedral Basilica of St. Louis contain 41.5 million pieces of glass in more than 7,000 colors. It covers 83,000 square feet, and it took 76 years to complete. Do you want to express surprise without swearing while also sounding like you were born before the Great Depression? Holy mackerel might be the way to go.
Holy mackerel! Holy mackerel!
Holy mackerel.
The phrase is actually a euphemism for the Blessed Mother, a way of not taking her name in vain. What's really bizarre about this phrase, though, is that while mackerel mostly referred to fish, it also became a slang for pimp, which is where we get the name Mac Daddy. Not exactly the best replacement for the name of Mary, but that's just me. During the fraction rite of the celebration of the Mass, the priest takes a little portion of the host and places it into the chalice. In the early church, the bishop would send a portion of the Blessed Sacrament from his Mass to each of the parishes to signify the unity of the diocese. Not entirely sure what to do with the portion of the host, the priest simply threw it into the chalice. The practice continues today, even a millennia after the bishop stopped sending his host. While the vast majority of Catholics in the world are a part of the Latin Rite of the Church, there are actually 22 other rites in union with Rome, each with their own liturgies, canon laws, and leadership structures. Although Protestants remain out of communion with the Catholic Church, there are special circumstances when they may receive anointing of the sick, have their confession heard by a priest, and even receive Catholic communion. They have to be on their deathbed, unable to reach a minister of their own community, and demonstrate the Catholic faith regarding these sacraments. Not super likely, but totally allowed. Despite popular notions to the contrary, celibacy is not actually an essential requirement of the priesthood. It is the discipline and current law of the Church, but there are actually 120 married priests in the United States today, the result of Anglican and Lutheran priests converting to Catholicism.
I almost made it through this entire angel fight without taking damage, but makes me sad face.
All right, can we take a break for a second? I think it's safe to say that you are entertained. You've made it pretty far into a video with literally no practical use. Maybe just go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Maybe even hit that bell button. I don't care, that'd be great. Thanks. It will easily be the most useful thing that either of us do while this video is playing. All right, back to the facts. Black cats have long been associated with witches, but this legend may owe itself in large part to Pope Gregory IX. In 1232, he wrote a letter called Vox et Rama, condemning Luciferianism in Germany. Among the rituals alleged was the worship of a black cat. One of the most distinguishing features of the Vatican are the statues of the saints atop the facade of St. Peter's Basilica. There are 140 of them, each placed 64 feet above the ground and standing 18 feet tall. If Hollywood is looking for riveting historical dramas about faith, I have two they should consider. In 1937, Pope Pius XI wrote a condemning letter against the Nazi regime. Wanting to make sure that every German heard about it without being censored, the church devised a covert mission to smuggle the letter into the country, secretly distribute it to every church, and have it read at the exact same time at Mass on Palm Sunday. Tell me that wouldn't make a great thriller. If you're into more of a medieval adventure, there's always the story of how two Franciscans...
He's the Walter White of... the Walter White of scheduling... scheduling a anti-Nazi letter to all of Germany. It can't be done. It has to be done.
And save Poland and Hungary from complete annihilation. Hearing word of a possible invasion from the Mongols, two friars, Lawrence of Portugal and John Pien del Carpin, were sent as ambassadors to the Tartar Empire with a papal declaration of peace. The declaration was unfortunately rejected, but they returned with such intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the empire and its army that they actually planned the military's defense and defeated the Mongols when they attacked. There is a certain set of notes that just screams wrath and destruction. You've probably heard it hundreds of times without even noticing it. Turns out, these four notes originated in a Requiem Mass in the Roman liturgy, and it was likely written by Thomas of Celano, a Franciscan of the 13th century. Had Tom Hanks and Helen Hunt been married in the movie Castaway prior to the plane crash, they would still have been married at the end of the movie when she moved on and got married to someone else. While the state might have declared someone dead once missing for a while, canon law requires moral certainty that they have passed, not an easy bar to clear. Of course, they weren't married, weren't Catholic, and weren't even real, making this about as useless as you can get. Pope Stephen II had the shortest reign as pope in church history. His reign was so short, in fact, that he was never actually pope while he was alive, and is now not even considered a pope at all. This is because he died 2 days after his election in 742, but never officially took office. Canon law at the time required consecration to be considered a pope, so he wasn't considered a pope then. But in the 16th century, the church added him to the list of the popes, making him a former pope, but in 1962, he was removed from that official list, meaning that he was only pope for about 400 years for 2 days. If this whole situation were to happen today, he would be considered a pope, as canon law stipulates that one becomes pope immediately upon election, but that wasn't the case then. Sorry, guy. There have been 2 sets of brothers to rule as Pope, each in consecutive order. Benedict VIII and John XIV were brothers, as were the real Stephen II and Paul I. History is filled with faithful people who have not shied away from defending their faith, even when about to die. It's what led people like St. Stephen to be stoned to death, St. Lawrence being grilled, St. Margaret Clitheroe being pressed to death, and my personal nightmare, St. Cassian, who was hacked to death by children. If you've ever called someone a dunce, you've offended at least 2 people. The person you're referring to, and Blessed John Duns Scotus. Because he wore this funny hat and didn't like Thomas Aquinas, his enemies, mostly the Dominicans, called him a dunce. The earliest an Easter can occur is March 22nd, which happened in 1818, and the latest it can occur is April 23rd, which happened in 1943, and will happen again in 2038. If calculated out for the next 5,700,000 years, Easter will only occur on March 22nd less than 0.5% of the time, whereas it will occur on April 19th a whopping 220,400 times, but not again until 2071. Christmas Day in the year 1234 was a Monday. No one seems to know the exact number, but 20th century German theologian Karl Rahner is believed to have written about 4,000 articles in his lifetime. It's probably safe to say that no one has read them all.
I'm not reading that. No, I'm not reading this either, Frank.
The name of Jesus is represented in art with the letters IHS, the first 3 letters of his name. I because there's no J in Greek, H because that's what a U looks like in Greek, and S because there's no sigma in Latin alphabet, so it's replaced with a Latin letter. In 2018, there were 37,302 priests and 4,856 seminarians in the United States. The highest mass in the United States is celebrated at Annunciation Catholic Church in Leadville, Colorado, where the church sits at 10,200 feet above sea level. The tallest Catholic church in the world is Our Lady of Peace Basilica in Ivy Coast, reaching a whopping 518 feet tall, or about 30 giraffes. I am just piling on grade A useless information at this point. And I could stop the video right there. That is more than enough useless information for any one person to handle. I have wasted more time with this absolutely ridiculous video than I ever wanted to. But since you're still here, I'll make a deal with you. I will give you 6 more facts if you click that subscribe button. I promise it'll be worth it.
Hey guys, I have a super cool, super secretly unknown hack. If you continue to play the video without pressing subscribe, you can still listen to the remainder of the video, to the remainder of the extra bonus memes. Don't tell anybody, that's super secret, dude. I just found out yesterday. Don't tell nobody.
Alright, let's do this. When a bishop is in his own diocese, he holds his crozier facing outward. When he visits another diocese, he holds it facing inward. The reason for this is because the crozier is a symbol of his governing office. While he's in someone else's diocese, he's still a bishop, but he doesn't have the right to boss people around. The Diocese of El Paso has had 6 bishops in its history. 3 of them have had the middle name Joseph. Despite the widespread practice to the contrary, the US bishops have never actually given permission for oil lamps to be used on the altar. They may be used as a sanctuary lamp, but the ancient requirement of using real candles is technically still the rule of law. One of the oldest hymns still in use today is the Phos Halarum, a Greek hymn used for the lighting of candles in the 3rd and 4th centuries. The most popular version among Catholics is the 1973 translation, O Radiant Light, O Sun Divine, composed by William Story. As most people already know, the country Madagascar is nearly impossible to defeat in the game Pandemic. This is in fact a good thing because there are some 4 million Catholics and 21 dioceses on that island. Please don't take them out. And finally, according to legend, Saint Christopher was a giant standing 7.5 feet tall. This is in large part due to a tooth that was venerated by medievals belonging to him that was the size of a human fist. As it turns out, modern investigations have proven that it is actually from a hippopotamus. That is one ridiculous blunder, and this has been one ridiculous video. Please, for my mental health, go and watch anything else I've made over the last 8 years. I guarantee you it will have more of a positive effect on your life. I thank you for watching. Please never make me do one of these again.
That's a pretty good thingy. Please, for my mental health, help me buy the Golem game so I can stream it. Woo. I forgot that there's more. I think it's kind of like, it's literally actually a happy little accident that we had the religion. We had the religion video, and then I just motherfuck! I'm gonna kill myself. We had the religion video, and then I remembered that we can play Binding of Isaac, which I have not played in forever. So I'm actually quite glad that. No, 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 no! Give me. I want the rosary. Call it a religious calling. A sign from God that we had two religious things pop up at the same time. Is useless Catholic info, useless Catholic trivia, and also our Binding of Isaacs. This is definitely like the perfect game to play while just listening to other stuff, because it's mostly just muscle memory. Once you know the enemy's patterns and your items and your power-ups. But yeah, those were pretty cool videos. I quite enjoyed listening to those, and there's a little bit of history there. There's a little bit of religion, a little bit of science, a little bit of other trivia and knowledge that I happen to still have. Fuck! Like I was a laser. Oh fuck! This guy's a. Fuck these guys. Fuck all of these guys. Literally lost like half my health. Okay, he almost got me, but he didn't. Because of my pure skill. Okay, yeah, I definitely had to remember how to fight those guys. That was a little difficult. Do I want to get all of these? Let's just go straight for the this one. No! I keep forgetting. Keep forgetting that I have this super cool shield. No! Oh, these guys suck when you have like no room to maneuver. Oh my, I'm actually gonna fucking die? Oh my goodness. Fuck those guys. Phew. I think this one gives you religious hearts, gives you white hearts, temporary flight, the Bible. Fuck. Well, I spent 15 on it, but I don't need it. Do I want the tampon or the lard? Lard makes you slower and fatter. I forgot what the tampon does. I think it's a usable item. Oh, I think it's... You can press it and then it makes a pool of tears around you that hurts everybody. Yeah, that's definitely what it does. Okay, I got my mom's tampon. Let's go ahead and fight the boss. Let's see what other videos this guy has. Some of them could actually be quite cool. If this is, if these are the first two that I've seen. Vatican II on clown masses. God could do better. My advice to God. 5 tips from a priest to God. That one sounds interesting. Let's go ahead and listen to that one. Let's go ahead and stick on our... This is now a religious stream. This is a Catholic stream. Welcome to the Catholic Girl stream, where we are playing Binding of Isaac, defeating evil demons, fighting the devil, and angels, and listening to our Catholic podcasts. What's today? It is April 25th. I can't make a meme out of that. Fuck. Let's see. The real Christmas story is unsettling. Let's listen to that one. That one sounds spooky. And there is a reason for hope. Let me show you. Police have a problem. The Catholic Church can help. Maybe we'll do that one. We have a problem and I know how to fix it. Wow, look at the fucking ego on this guy. I know how to fix it. The danger of my body, my choice. Yeah, the danger is that it's technically God's body that he gives to you. Technically your soul that you need to live with. A loving God allows this? How can God condemn to hell? Because of free will. The scandal of the Bible. It's probably the fact that there are some books that didn't make it into the Bible that they took out. I guess a lot of these topics are super good videos and ideas for people who are only Catholic during Easter and Christmas, who don't actually read the Bible, who don't actually know the history of the Bible or theology or Catholicism or Protestantism, who aren't well versed or have a library in their mind of their own religion. So I could definitely see this being useful for that being the intended audience. And in my case, it's also kind of useful for me because it's just cool topics that some of which I'm familiar with, some of which I am not, some of which I am tangentially aware of, some of which I could learn for the first time, but connect the dots with things I already know, either of religion or theology or Catholicism or mythology or literature or history. So there's definitely a lot of avenues for me to find super cool things to talk about regarding this guy's channel. What most people get wrong about God. Okay, let's try that one. That one sounds super cool. You need Jesus, come back to church. I'm probably going to disagree with a lot of that, but maybe we'll save that for later. I'll go ahead and open that one, copy the link. Dear Atheists. Okay, this one sounds cool. Oh my goodness, my tummy hungry. Okay, I'll go ahead and listen to that one. The open letter to atheists and what most people get wrong about God.
This past Sunday,
while I munch on my yummy sandwich. So let me go get my foods and my waters, and I will be right back. Try not to go to hell without me. Okay. I think I might need to get. I might need to make a tea. It is a little cold, but I only have my waters right now. It's 52 degrees. It's a little colder than I would like it to be, but it's not the worst. Okay, I will have my yummies with my waters, then afterward I will go make my yummy tea. Yummy throat soothing tea. Because I am using my throat a lot today. Doing some very talking like things. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to this letter. An open letter to atheists.
Atheists. Thanks for clicking on this video. It means a lot to me, really. I'm a religious guy who's devoted my life to a God you don't believe in, so you're taking a bit of a risk here that I might insult you, make you feel bad about your life.
Technically not true. I'm technically not an atheist. Like, technically, have a slightly different, what would we call it? We'd call it a, I guess we'd call it a slightly different understanding of the same concept of God. But obviously, I am not the exact direct atheist audience that he's trying to address. So we'll see what applies to me and what doesn't.
Life, or at the very least, waste your time. I really do appreciate it, and I hope not to do any of those things here. Rather, I'd like to pose a question to you. It's a very simple question, in fact. It is more of an exhortation from me to you. This question is not meant to trick you or convert you. I don't have some super ingenious question that will somehow inspire faith in a deity, as much as I'd love to. I'd rather just like to challenge you. You say that you're an atheist, that you don't believe in gods, and I just want to know one thing. Are you a good one? Are you a good atheist? It's a question that I ask with two things in mind. The first being related to morality. While religion in general, and Christianity in particular, doesn't necessarily make someone a moral person, these ways of life do necessarily demand morality of adherence. There is a particular code of life that one must live. In the case of Catholic Christianity, that code is one of peace and justice, mercy and forgiveness. It's a code that seeks to care for the poor and seek reparations for those who take advantage of the vulnerable.
What? Reparations? Okay, now you've gone too far. Nuh-uh. Nope, nope. No reparations here. Nuh-uh.
Now, Lord knows we don't always live up to our founder and have actually done some pretty atrocious things through the years, but it is our faith that at least informs us when we do these things and gives us and reminds us a moral code to live by, reminds us that it's not an option. We must strive to be good people. Now, as someone who doesn't have this foundation, who doesn't believe in a God or adhere to a religion, there is no superstructure making this demand on your life, no one telling you how to live in certain situations. Without a belief in an afterlife, there might be a feeling that all the world is futile, so what difference does it make? This, of course, does not need to be the case. Some of the world's greatest humanitarians, some of the most influential figures today promoting peace and justice efforts, are not adherents to a religion, but live morally out of a commitment to humanity, a recognition of our interconnectedness, an acknowledgement that there is something good in itself about loving one another, about sacrifice. And so I ask you.
And that is, in some respects, what I guess to the more religiously minded, sort of a description of what God is, not as a being, but as a, not even as a concept, but like a, not sure what the term would be, but I'm sure those of you who know what I'm trying to get at might have some idea, might have some similar similar thinking. It's like I think it's when Dr. Peterson, who is now retweeting Chinese porn of milking men, and fake news articles about Oktoberfest no longer serving Budweiser. It's kind of like back when he was actually careful in his words and in his appearances, where he would detail out how fragile society really is, and how our interconnectedness, our human relationships on a daily basis, our duty to ourselves, to our home, to our relationships, to our coworkers, and so on. How all of that sort of builds up to this. Your actions are a reflection of what you actually believe. So I think in that respect, having that idea of interconnectedness, of your duty and how you act and how you behave, that is at the core of whatever you do or don't believe, whether or not it is or is not moral. And in some ways, I can definitely see how someone could use that as an example of the expression of the idea of God. And part of me does live out in that way. But then the other part of it is, yeah, maybe there is something more, like a universe, like a universal thingy. I don't know if it's a deity. I don't know if it's a being. I don't know if it's an entity. I don't think it has to strictly be any of those things or one of those things. It could be all of those things. And that is my view, and partly my view on the idea and the concept of a God in modern life.
Are you a
And that's why I am a Catholic girl. Yeah,
good atheist? Even though there may be no eternal reward or punishment, even though you're free to do whatever you want, do you choose the virtuous path that benefits not only you, but others? I hope so. The world needs good atheists. Now, of course, the word good points to more than just a sense of morality. It also represents an evaluation of aptitude. When I ask if you're a good atheist, I want to know if you're good at being an atheist. Do you articulate why you don't believe in God in a coherent way, or you just think that religion's dumb, so use logical fallacies? Have you explored the depths of your mind and heart, asking the real questions of life, of death, faith, and reason, seeking to understand what this human life is really about? You just not want to go to church, so this'll do. Have you read the critical atheist thinkers of history, people like Nietzsche, Sartre,
Oh, he got me. Yep. I just don't want to go to church. Yep, that's me. Mm-hmm. It's Sunday. I want to stay in bed where it's warm and comfy, and I got kitties that want to cuddle, and that's it. That's why I'm an atheist, because I don't want to go to church. You got me, bro. You got me real good.
Feuerbach, Heidegger, people who really ask the challenging questions, who pose thoughtful insights of the world. Or just stick with people like Richard Dawkins, people who provide great sound bites for the cause, yippee, but do little to add anything to the world other than strawman arguments and divisiveness. Have you read for yourself the works of real theologians, people articulating our beliefs in the best way we know how? Karl Rahner, John Henry Newman, Joseph Ratzinger, Augustine of Hippo, Henri de Lubac? Or do you stick with the simplicity of evangelical pastors from some rural anti-intellectual church? I ask all of this not to be accusatory, at least not overly accusatory, but to simply challenge you to go deeper in your thought. Simply declaring yourself an atheist and going about your life isn't enough, just as saying you're a Christian and never reading the Bible wouldn't be enough. Ask more questions. Read more perspectives. Be able to articulate your understanding of the world with logic and reasoning that will actually add something to the world. Because here's the thing. People of faith need you to be good atheists. We do. As a Christian, I don't want you to be a bad atheist with an unexplored mind just regurgitating fallacies. I want you to ask questions that we've never thought to answer. I want you to be so smart that it challenges us to be smarter. As crazy as it sounds, I would much rather you be a good atheist than just an atheist. And so that is my humble message to you, from one believer to a non-believer. We may not agree on much, but that doesn't mean that we don't need each other or can't learn something from one another. We do, and we can. Peace and good to you, Father Casey.
Okay, so it sort of seems as if the target audience for this video are Reddit atheists. Let's go see if we can find some screenshots of Reddit atheists. Oh man, I remember I posted one quite a while ago on Discord. And then emote. Oh fuck! I can't search. Hold on, I'm in streamer mode. It might be on my phone. I think. I don't think I posted it in God, Guns, the Bible, and Trump. Fuck! I don't know if I can find it. Let's see if I can just scroll through images. Reddit atheists screenshot.
It's a patches. It's a patches.
Okay, what the heck is this? r/atheism starter pack. Let's see what this meme is. r/atheism starter pack. The world without the church and Christians. A post on other religions. Upvotes. Muslim do bad things sometimes. Yeah, but Christians do it too. Very true. An average day on our atheism. Christianity bad, atheism good. Very cool. Very simplistic meme. Very 12-year-old kid making a first-time meme. Very cool. Let's go find a good meme. Okay, no. The thing should not be to find r/atheism memes. The thing should be to find r/atheism screenshots, which is what I looked for. But obviously, it's not giving me any good results here. Wait, I think I found that one thingy. Okay, here it is. I found it. I found it. Zero upvotes. Submitted 7 hours ago by A. Lewis. I came up with this quote just a few minutes ago. I thought r/atheism would appreciate. Just to be clear, I'm not a professional quote maker. I am just an atheist teenager who greatly values his intelligence and scientific fact over any silly fiction book written 3,500 years ago. This being said, I am open to any and all criticism. Here is the amazing quote by this non professional quote maker. In this moment, I am euphoric, not because of any phony God's blessing, but because I am enlightened by my intelligence. A. Lewis. Very cool. Very, very cool. So I think this guy here is the target audience for this open letter to atheists. Let's see, I have found a Facebook screenshot. I don't know if this is going to be any good, but let's see. Personally, believe in Jesus Christ. One Facebooker has challenged all believers to put this on their wall. The Bible says, if you deny me in front of your peers, I will deny you in front of my Father. This is a simple test. If you love God and you are not afraid to say so, then repost this. And then an arrow that says me is quoting Matthew 6 verses 5 to 7, and when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites. Yeah, I like this. I like this quote, but this is not the appropriate usage. This is not the proper way to use this verse. That you should not pray in the streets to be seen by men. You should go to your room, close your door, and pray in private. And I think that's a pretty weak way to use this. He technically is in his home. He is on his personal device. Yeah, sure, it's social media, but it seems like the simplest atheist trap that doesn't actually have any impact. Doesn't actually hold any water. It's just a cringe atheist. Let's see. Let's look at the comments here on this video for Open Letter to Atheists. Apologize to no man for your beliefs. Hurt no man because of your beliefs. This, as an atheist, is how I get through life. Honestly, this was a video worth watching. Religion and science are not stupid. Willful ignorance is the real stupidity. I am inspired to continue my research in religious and scientific topics outside of school. I found this very interesting. I haven't really asked myself too many of the, quote, hard questions, but I will take an interest in doing research. I find learning about different viewpoints more fun now that I am older. I am an agnostic / low wattage atheist, and the first male day student to graduate from a traditionally all-woman Catholic college. What the heck? Is this a tranny? How the heck are you a male who is in an traditionally all-woman Catholic college? Interesting. My interest is piqued. One great thing I learned in my bioethics course wasn't so much to question God, existence of God, authority, parent, labels on the back of cereal boxes, but to question oneself, one's own actions, ideas about one's existence and stuff. I just find that to be a mind-blowing concept in and unto itself. Is that really such a mind-blowing concept to question your own existence and your own actions and deeds and beliefs? Are there really people in college who think it's such a mind-blowing concept to think your choice, to think through them, retroactively analyze them? What the heck? As an atheist, I knew exactly what you were going to say before the video started. It's the same thing every true Christian has said to me. The warning at the beginning was funny though. I'm so smart. I knew exactly what you were going to say before I even watched the video. Okay, I think what he was trying to get across was, I think this comment was a little misunderstood. I don't think he meant it that way. But it looks like a lot of people in the replies to that may have been reading it that way. I think he meant it more as in, yeah, I've heard it before and I appreciate it, rather than, oh, I've heard all this before, I don't have to hear it again. The way I took it was telling atheists to be good, both morally and intellectually, not to be one of the pop, militant anti-theists that are common on YouTube. This was 1 year ago. Is it really that common on YouTube still to be so anti-theist and so anti-Christian? Isn't that the left's current dog in the fight? Okay, well, overall, good video. Nice little touch, but obviously I am not the target audience, as I do believe my experience in my previous theology courses, my Middle English courses, my upbringing, my the degree to which I value history and religion and Catholicism and mysticism and mythology as part of human culture. I think I've already dealt with many of his concerns about atheists and their the moral conundrum of being a good person, regardless of your faith or lack thereof. Okay, let's listen to this next one while I finish the rest of my sandwich. What most people get wrong about God.
A few years ago, the church celebrated what is called the Solemnity of the Most Holy Trinity. It's a day to contemplate what is...
Fuck! Why the heck doesn't... I hate it when like you're trying to grab the timeline thingy, but it keeps disappearing as soon as you try to grab it.
This past Sunday, the church celebrated what is called the Solemnity of the Most Holy Trinity. It's a day to contemplate what is, in one sense, an extremely simple question, while at the same time to ponder one of the greatest mysteries. Who is God? I say simplest of questions because who on earth has never heard of God? Even atheists, even those who know nothing of Christianity, have an idea of what God is. The concept of God is in secular society. It's in our popular language and phrases. In fact, I suspect if you asked every single person in the Western world who or what God is, they would probably give you almost the exact same answer, which sounds great at first, until you realize that the understanding that most people have of God is far from correct. Think about how God is portrayed in pop culture. Bruce Almighty, Monty Python, The Simpsons. In almost every depiction, what we get is a singular being, generally an older man who is powerful, wise, and giving. He knows everything about us because he can see and hear us from anywhere, but usually spends his time in the clouds or in a distant place. People claim to have seen him before, but no one can ever produce verifiable proof. A few years ago, sociologists studying the religious beliefs and practices of teenagers confirmed this notion of God, summarizing what they believed most people thought of God in 3 words: moralistic, therapeutic, deism. Moralistic in that God is a being most concerned with rules. If we want to please God, we must follow his rules, no matter how arbitrary or contrary to reason they may be. Religion is about obedience. Therapeutic in that God seeks to comfort those who obey his rules, that he forgives the faithful when they make mistakes, consoles those who are scared, and helps those in need. And deism because, well, God is like a watchmaker. He created everything, set it in motion, and then mostly lets it run itself. He looks on, but generally remains detached and distant. Moralistic, therapeutic deism. For many people, this is what faith in God boils down to. For Christians, this is Santa Claus. Really, when you peel back the layers of what people's understanding of God really is, what we see is that God is nothing more than Santa Claus.
Hold on, did you catch that? Did you catch that wording?
For Christians, this is Santa. Generally remains detached and distant. Moralistic, therapeutic deism. For many people, this is what faith in God boils down to. For Christians, this is Santa Claus. Really, when you peel back the layers of what people's understanding of God really is,
When you peel back the layers, and what else have layers? That's right, onions and ogres. Maybe God is actually an onion. Or is he an ogre? I don't know, they both start with O. We'll have to go refer back to the Hebrew text, the original Hebrew Bibles. Patches? You're not allowed up there, buddy. Come here. Come here.
what we see is that God is nothing more than Santa Claus, a metaphysical teddy bear, a powerful, comforting force that gives us assurance that we're on the right path and that everything will be okay, but that doesn't really speak, doesn't really engage, doesn't really challenge, and doesn't really give life. The truth is that Christians don't worship a God anything like this. The truth is that this conception of God is so far removed from our own belief that it effectively represents an entirely different God. If you're an atheist rejecting God because this is what you see people believing in, I'm with you. That is a deficient understanding of our God. As Christians, we believe in a Trinitarian God. Not an old man with a beard, but a relationship of persons, a community of love. Each person is the same in essence, unified in being, yet is distinct in relationship and mission. Over the years, there have been many analogies attempting to capture this mystery, explaining it in a way that we can understand. Admittedly, they all fall short in one way or another, but I've always liked the one of the speaker. The Father is the one who speaks, Jesus is the word that is spoken, and the Spirit is the breath that speaks the word. All three are distinct and function in relationship to one another, and yet they're inseparable. How could you speak a word without a breath? Where does the breath come from but the speaker? The three acts are one, and the one issues forth as three. In this way, the defining features of our God is that He's a community of love sent forth on mission. Thus, when we look to Scripture, we see that the idea of God being nothing more than a moralistic being makes no sense. Sure, God institutes laws and sets a way for us to live, but those laws are never arbitrary ends in themselves. Rather, what we see is that they offer us guides to live in a fuller sense of the truth. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Jesus did not come to make bad people good. He came to make dead people alive. His mission wasn't primarily a moral one, it was a life-giving one. The Holy Spirit does not come to judge, but to give us the gifts of wisdom and understanding, to know that there is good and evil, that good things will bring life, and evil things will bring us death. Think of it like the rules in a kindergarten classroom. Imagine what life would be like for the teacher if there were no rules. Chaos. Kids need boundaries. They need direction. It's actually through rules early on in life that they're able to grow and flourish into authentic human beings that hopefully won't need those rules someday. The moral life is not an end in itself, but is a means by which humans come to know God and live in the fullness of His love. God's work is far greater than simple moralism. The same can be said about the idea of God merely being therapeutic. Again, there is definitely some truth to the idea that God comforts the afflicted, but Scripture also reveals that He is just as active in His work of afflicting the comfortable, of unsettling the rich and the arrogant that need to be converted. It's true that Jesus is seen countless times healing the sick and the lame, including the outcast, and consoling the sorrowful, but let's not forget that He also challenges the Pharisees and denounces the arrogant. The Holy Spirit is often depicted as the wind, and in some ways that means a warm summer breeze, refreshing us and bringing us comfort. But the Acts of the Apostles also describes this wind as strong and driving. I think of the winds that howl through the side streets of Chicago, that rush from hurricanes onto coastlands. The Spirit can be the sort of wind that moves you, that knocks you over, that even destroys. God is far more than just therapeutic. And then deism, well, you just kind of have to laugh. The triune God that we worship is certainly a transcendent being, but he's also an immanent being existing in and through us. Jesus ascended to the Father after
What the heck? He's in me? What the heck? I didn't consent.
the resurrection, yes, but let's not forget the major acts of humility that preceded this. The incarnation, the crucifixion. Jesus came from on high to live with his people as his people. Even now, he has told his disciples that he is with us always, that he is with the poor, he is truly present in the Eucharist and in the Word, that whenever 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, he is there. Yes, the Holy Spirit is elusive, he doesn't even have a name, let alone a physical appearance, and yet he is ever present, speaking to us from within. When we find wisdom guiding our conscience, that's him. When we feel our hearts filled with love, capable of doing something that we never thought possible, that is him. Deistic? No, nothing could be further from the truth. Our God came to be like us, experienced all that we experience but sin, and remains ever close to us. He lives and breathes in our very being, and without him, nothing would exist. God is not just some far-off being in the clouds, he's right here. To hear that so many people's notion of God is nothing more than moralistic, therapeutic deism is not entirely surprising. It is pretty saddening. What a deficient faith. What a horrible thing to devote one's life to. The triune God of Scripture, living and true, is an entirely different God that many people simply don't know. Which brings me to the ultimate point of this video. Who cares? What difference does it make? For many, a discussion like this is abstract. It's the work of theologians and philosophers in some ivory tower classroom. No one's going to criticize having accurate theological language, but are these distinctions really that important to the average Christian? Yes, if being a religious person is about not only believing in God, but obeying and imitating God, then one's understanding of the divine is going to have a tremendous effect on one's life. Think about it. If your notion of God is nothing more than moralistic, therapeutic deism, if that is your ultimate ideal for the perfect being, then your life is going to be guided by a desire to become a more detached, judgmental person. There might be the occasional act of charity, but there's never going to be a sense of justice, no sense of community, no sense of humility or intimacy. If God is stoic and morally pure, then his people are going to try to be that as well. It's no wonder then that we see so many people outright rejecting the notion of God. Frankly, if this was all that was presented to me, a God and people that judged from afar and cared little of the world, I might too. But that's just not our God. Our God is intimate and immanent, humble and approachable, comforting yet challenging, altogether involved in the life of the world, ever renewing the face of the earth. This is the model that Jesus and the Holy Spirit have set for us in their relationships and missions, and it should be ours as well. For just as Jesus and the Holy Spirit are sent forth from the community of love to give life and to return all life to the Father, so too are we as the church. We are a community of love, bound together in unity and diversity, but are sent forth into the world to
Oh, so it's like the no, come here, come here, come here. It's like the Fellowship of the Ring, who are eternally bound by friendship and love, just like Frodo says at the end of the Return of the King.
share the word and to incorporate more of the world into our community. We are sent out to bring back. Our God is not a static God, but a missionary God. Our God does not set rules and then judge from afar, but wants nothing more than for all of creation to live in the fullness of truth and love. Our God is not satisfied by the world as it is, and neither should we. If you believe in the triune God of Scripture, it's time to take up his mission.
Hold on a second. What is this about not being satisfied with the world that we live in, the world as it is?
Neither should we. If you wants nothing more than for all of judge from afar, but wants nothing more than for all of creation to live in the fullness of truth and love. Our God is not satisfied by the world as it is, and neither
To extend our reach to the stars above.
should we. World as it is. Our God is not satisfied by the world as it is, and neither should we. If you believe in the triune,
That's an interesting thing to say, because why would God not be satisfied with the world as it is if he made it and gave us free will? He's fucking gaslighting. What the heck? You can have free will. You're just not allowed to use it. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied, and neither should you. What the heck? It's like a fucking abusive ex. Thankfully, I've never had any. Pretty sure I never will. Because you have to be able to be a good judge of character. Fuck, he did say something else earlier as well that I wanted to point out, but I kind of forgot what it was. I don't know if it'll be worth it to go back and try to skim for it real quick.
Western world, who or what God is in pop culture. In place. We want to please God, we must follow his rules, no matter. He looks on, but generally remains detached and comforting force that gives us assurance that we're on the. I'm with you. That's another, but I've always liked the one of the speaker. The Father is the one who speaks. We see that the idea of God being nothing more than a moralistic being.
Okay, well, I can't find it, but unlucky. Unlucky. I don't think I see any comments here that it might be worth reading. Right now, I definitely need to go make my tea. But I think maybe I can listen to another video all the way from the kitchen. I think I'm gonna go ahead and save the rest of these videos of his that I picked out, and we'll do them another time. Let's swap Ogre to a different topic. Okay, let's see. Let me add onto the religion. The religion tab, we will add. You need Jesus. That's not what I wanted. That's what I. No, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Let's see. Police have a problem. Police problem. The real Christmas story. We'll save that one for later. The real Christmas story. Isn't it where the guy gets the he gets his BB gun and then he shoots his eye out?
So I know that.
My advice to God. Okay, let's save that one. Advice to God. Okay. Those are 4 pretty good videos. Ooh, I have another Golem video that I want to cover. That I have saved up. So I'll go ahead and open that right now. But while I go to make my tea, we'll listen to something else. Let's have a look at my list. Where is my list of topics? Education. We could do spooky. There's some ooh, okay, we'll do that. We'll after I come back from my making my tea, we'll go ahead and read some of these spooky articles I've collected. Some of these are pretty old, like I mentioned. Maybe like 2+ weeks. I wanted to cover them earlier, but wasn't able to. Medieval pets. Maybe we could do that. Okay, I have been avoiding this one for quite a while. Waiting for the right time, but there is no right time, so we'll do it right now. That's Tiny. Density versus Milo.
Prove or disprove the truth of Christianity. the new nuts. That there's basically about 1 in 5 people who are just not really all there and will kind of do whatever. But when you hand those people, those unstable and dangerous people...
Okay, I go make my tea, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
A victimhood script. When you give them a license to commit violence in the name of their supposed identities, instead of giving them the treatment and the love and the prayers that they need. You turn those people into killers. You turn those people into time bombs. And there used to be something in America that would protect against that. It was Christianity. I think it's shameful that anybody would show up so soon after a tragedy caused by the kind of ideologies that you support and do anything but offer sympathy and condolences and celebrate the ideology that has protected us against this sort of thing for so long. It's outside the scope of our evening this evening to prove or disprove the truth of Christianity or Christ or whatever. But I'll make a few points. There is no America without Christ. And the reason for that is that this is an intrinsically and fundamentally Christian nationalist country, by which we mean it's built into the architecture of the nation. There's no getting away from it. You can lie about it. You can pridefully claim that, you can be good people without Christ. You can't. You're just inheriting a system of good and evil from the culture in which you grew up, which accords with the natural law. America was founded, as Adams told us, with a constitution that is wholly unsuited to the governance of anyone but a moral and religious people. And when he said religious, he meant Christian, although he himself was wandered through various different kinds of heresy. What Adams said was that this country is, that its founding documents, that its founding architecture, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, were wholly and fundamentally unsuited to the governance of anything but a moral and religious people. Do you think that America is comprised of a moral and religious people today? Obviously it is not. And what he meant specifically was Christianity, because the way that America is set up outsources morality to Christianity. And without it, it doesn't work, because jury trials don't work when people vote with race instead of conscience and truth. A society doesn't work when people don't obey contracts, don't obey their word, when they're oath breakers. The architecture of America rests fundamentally on a bedrock of Christianity, without which the entire thing falls apart. And that's exactly what's happening. And you don't have to take my word for it. You don't even have to take Adams's word for it, but one of your own Supreme Court justices, somebody who was famously left-wing, Rehnquist, I think it was. Can't bother to look it up, but he said that everything in America presupposes the legal system, the social system, the government. Everything in America presupposes the existence of the Judeo-Christian God. Without that, it all comes tumbling down. And without that, it is coming tumbling down. And without that, we're not able to give people who have terrible sicknesses and weaknesses and defects the help that they need. Instead, we hand them victimhood scripts, and they shoot up schools, they shoot up churches, whether they are young white guys on antidepressants or whether they're transgender people who are told that it's white Christians are responsible for all of their miseries. It is Christianity that keeps us nice to each other, that keeps us being good to one another. And if you toss it out, as happened in 1776 here, you have a really big problem on your hands, because, and I'm going to say something very radical and difficult to say in Tennessee of all places, there are freedoms afforded to Americans that are too radical and too great and too daring without the insulation of Christianity. The First and Second Amendments don't work unless everyone's Christian. They don't work, and they're not working. They're not functioning. You can't give crazy atheists guns. You can't let shameless liars say whatever they want about other people in public without consequence. There's a sort of unwritten rule that sits behind everything in America. And it is that these are all the things you get to do because we know that you can handle it. We know that you can be trusted with this because you love God, because you respect life, because you won't take other people's lives, because you'll keep your word.
Okay, I just set the water to boil, and what are these fucking statements that he's making? We can't have the First and Second Amendments unless everyone's Christian? Is that what he said? Did I hear that correctly? Did he say that we can't that jury doesn't work when you prioritize race? When an individual's identity is... Did I hear that correctly? I'm pretty sure, regardless of what you try to do, people in jury would still probably align with some other identity, whether or not it is race. It could be with gender, they could do it with religion, they could do it with, I don't know, geography, with language, with, I'm pretty sure they would find other ways other than religion. If things are as extreme as he's claiming they are. And I don't know about this also with, what was the phrase that he said? He said it was that America is something, and then nationalistically a Christian nation. It's like to some extent, but I think I'd argue it's more so in spirit. Like you can still be a moral citizen, even if you don't follow the text or the religion to the letter. I know these are some pretty strong statements he's coming out here with. So I don't know. I am. He's been going for like fucking 20 minutes now. It's just like I thought this was supposed to be the opening statement. What the heck? When does Tiny get to go? Okay, it takes a whole 10 minutes before we can get to Tiny. Okay, let's go ahead and play the remaining 3 minutes. See what else he has to say.
Without that, the First and Second Amendments become a sort of license to abuse one another or to kill one another. They become a license to lie. They become a license to murder. They become too much freedom, because there is such a thing. And without an underpinning moral architecture.
You know that scene in The Matrix when Neo first opens his eyes? That's what he looks like right now. Why are his eyes always closed? Why is he looking like he's just now opening his eyes for the first time? Why is he like this? What happened to him in these past, 6 years? 5 years since he's disappeared? Since he's been humiliated and his entire character and reputation have been exposed for who he really is. Anyway, yeah, that's what he looks like. Like he's just now opening his eyes. Washed up, says this Tiny's chat. Washed up.
This country doesn't work, and it's not working. Since this country has fallen away from God, the Christian God, this country has begun to fall apart. And that's why all of this terrible shit is happening. That's why all the awful stuff on TV is going on. It's why you can no longer trust people to keep their words if you don't know them. It's why everybody keeps voting with their skin color or their sexuality or gender or whatever bollocks it is today. Because they're not unified under Christ, because they're not one under Christ, because they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, or you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life, you should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, you know, offering her around town like she's common property. America doesn't work when we behave that way, because we'll all just end up murdering each other. That's all.
Destiny, you have 10 minutes.
This is terrible.
It's not every day I'm the progressive. Oh, what? Here? Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm not used to arguing for more freedoms against conservatives on stage, but I guess that's where we're at right now with the conservative movement, or whatever part of the conservative movement this is. Today, we've got viewers gathered from all across the world tuning in to a debate between me and Milo, where Milo is going to argue that we should turn the USA into an isolated, authoritarian, zealously religious country. I think that technology is the Pandora's box that has changed this country and this world forever, and I don't think we're ever going back to the days of public squares and mail service by horse. Cultural exchange is happening, whether you like it or not, quite literally at the speed of light. Even right now, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions of people around the world are listening to me and Milo have this debate. The only way to stop this type of cultural exchange is through the militant authoritarianism that Milo is talking about on this stage. That might be through his being against the First Amendment, that might be against his taking away of the Second Amendment, and that might be through the institution of a state religion. This means the destruction of our freedom of speech, our ability to produce media, satire, and comedy, and our ability to communicate openly on the social media platforms we've all unfortunately grown addicted to. After Milo gets his way and abolishes the First Amendment, is he going to be the one deciding who we can or cannot make fun of on Twitter? Is the world really going to return to how it was before birth control, before women had the right to work, before gay people were allowed to get married, before we were allowed the ability to freely worship whatever God we wanted, or abstain from worship altogether? I reckon that we cannot close Pandora's box. Christian nationalism, as it stands today, isn't even a coherent ideology. Its proponents will argue whether there's an ethnic component, whether one needs to be Catholic or not, and whether one needs to even be a Christian or a supporter at all in order to idolize somebody for a Christian nationalist ideology. How many more porn stars does Donald Trump need to work his way through behind his wife's back before Christian nationalists stop worshiping him as their savior? As small as Christian nationalism is as a movement, even with it being as small as it is, there is still endless infighting. Anyone who's taken a gander recently at Milo, Ali Alexander, or Fuentes' Telegram account can attest to that. And now, with an already fractured and fighting minority movement, some want to put even more restrictions, such as race, lineage, sexuality, LGBT status, or geography on who ought to be allowed to join their movement. The glory days of Christianity are largely over. While the number of worshipers have ebbed and flowed through time, it's impossible for us to return to where we came from. In 1999, almost 70% of Americans were part of a church, synagogue, or mosque. And just 20 years later, in 2020, according to Pew Research, that number has fallen to just 47%, a minority of the population for the first time in U.S. history. We need to be realistic about the coming years. We need to help our young men and women find purpose in the world and stop pretending like some Christian nationalism is the answer. We need to find ways to get our young people engaged with their friends, family, and their communities in ways that synergize with the technological explosion the entire world has experienced. If Christian nationalists want to continue to practice Christianity in America, then I say we let them. However, we should never allow them to take away our right not to do the same.
We will now have 5 minutes of rebuttals from each of you guys. So we'll start with Milo. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. If the movement, such as it is, I didn't realize there was one, but if Christian nationalism is not yet adequately defined, it's because nobody used it before 2 years ago. which it seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. Trump is not a religious leader in any sense, and you're making a classic mistake of people who don't understand religion, don't understand God, and don't understand their own country when you say, hold Trump up as a kind of moral example. Render unto Caesar. We don't expect that our presidents should be like Jesus because they're not here to do Jesus' job. So, no. It's interesting you talk about women's rights. I mean, Christianity is the... Sorry, I mean... You know, I just don't know how hard to go in, really. I mean, you know, you're talking about the religion that gave women consent in marriage. You're talking about the religion that gave women the right to say no, that elevated them from chattel into human beings. You want to return women to chattel. You want women to be like your wife, passed around town. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take moral lectures on the rights of women from somebody who treats their...
I'm pretty sure on every single occasion that this has been brought up, Destiny says that he does not recommend people have open relationships, and I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I think there are probably very few people for whom it might be reasonable, and even less people for whom it might be healthy, and even lesser people who can work with it perfectly fine without too many issues. There obviously will be issues in open relationships where you have multiple people involved, but for the vast majority of people, that should not be your course of action. That should not be how you deal in the world. It's definitely better to just be two people, just two, and then your kids, obviously, and then whatever your extended family is, they're their own thing, you know. But I don't know why he is arguing here a point that Destiny has never made, that he recommends heavily against, and which I think that most people with the brain will come to the conclusion on their own, simply by doing a thought experiment, that you should probably not have an open relationship, and you should probably not recommend it or suggest it to people, because the likelihood of it failing is super duper high.
Supposedly, there...
Let's say it takes a special kind of person for it to be not worthwhile, not beneficial, not reasonable. It takes a special kind of person for an open relationship to be something on the table that could possibly work. There are very few people like that, for sure.
Their wife in what ought to be a holy sacrament as a communal sex toy. Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm not going to take moral lectures from somebody who, for all intents and purposes, may as well have a fleshlight instead of a wife, who demeans and besmirches her honor, who speaks about a woman who should be treated with the reverence and respect and love that we treat our own mothers with, like she was something you could buy, like she's something that just to get off with, passed around to other men while you watch.
Get off, huh?
Flicking yourself off.
Flicking, huh?
So forgive me if I decline to take any lectures from you on women's bloody rights.
Oh man, there's just like so much to go into. Like, why is he like this? What in the world? What? Phew. That's quite a lot. That's quite a load there. That's quite a load there, Milo.
As for gay rights, no thanks. I didn't want them when I was having sex with men, and I don't want them now. Catholicism and Islam are growing, in case you aren't familiar with the world outside these borders. And the reason for that is that everybody sees what a bloody mess we're all in, thanks to globalization, thanks to the information economy, thanks to the kinds of changes that he says are inexorable, because like a lot of undereducated people, he doesn't have much of a grasp of the world before he was born. I think if you were to glance a little further back, whether it were to ancient Greece, or Rome, or the Holy Roman Empire, you would see plenty of examples in history, or even, dare I say it, the Weimar Republic. A little bit closer to our own era, in which an era of rampant sexual degeneracy was indeed replaced by some quite stern social rules, to put it mildly. History is replete with examples of what happens when the public gets sick of people like you fucking everything up, breaking everything apart, and destroying all the things that make society precious, that make relationships work. In fact, if you are to look back in history as far as Greece and Rome, you might say that history is really the story of how people like you, given undue influence and larger platforms than they deserve, continually express views that are so far outside of the mainstream and so out of step with what ordinary people think that you have to be regularly slaughtered, and new governments have to be installed, and coups have to be engaged in, just to keep people like you in line, because otherwise...
Isn't that something that Thomas Jefferson said? I believe it was Jefferson who says the tree of liberty must occasionally be watered with the blood of tyrants. But I wonder who's being more tyrannical here in their arguments and in their positions in this debate. Interesting thinky face. Didn't he say he didn't want gay rights then and he doesn't want them now? That sounds pretty tyrannical to me. And I don't hear Destiny pushing that all women should be locked up like cattle and treated as such. He's just saying that that's what he does. Doesn't mean you have to. Very interesting. I'm not sure. He sort of, a lot of his statements and his points here sort of seem, especially his opening statement. That's one of the things I wanted to note down. His opening statement sort of reads like an angry teenager who just read like 1 or 2 paragraphs from a philosopher for the first time in his life, and now all of a sudden he has this holistic answer and solution to the problems that plague modern man, and he's written an Angie manifesto that summarizes his thoughts on all of it. That's sort of what Milo sounds like so far, from what I've heard in this debate.
Otherwise, we'd all be dead. So I'm sorry, but I'm certainly not going to take any kind of moral lectures from you on anything. But I've given you a few examples of why everything you just said is complete and absolute nonsense. But let me tell you, if your memory stretches back, and as you're at university, you're an educated person, it should be further than 1980. Yeah, you absolutely can put it back in the box. And we must, and we should, because otherwise America is done.
All right, Destiny, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to respond to. I think it's a little funny that apparently I'm so far outside of what people regularly think, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm giving you a bigger audience than you've had in the past several years post your cancellation. But I see that this is what the dying throes, I guess, of an internet provocateur, as he self-described himself back when you were writing on the alt-right, then when you were writing on Trump. Now, I guess you're not writing on guys anymore, because apparently you prayed away the gay. So whatever you're doing now. But I won't get into all that. I'll take the high road, despite the fact that you're one of the most upset.
Fucking bully, dude. That's Tiny. Go easy on him. Stop. He's already dead. Oh, hey, at the cat watches. When did you get in here? Stare Bear. You still gotta give me that picture of Stare Bear. Give me that picture of Stare Bear, so I can add it as an emote. I know the man who converted Milo. Oh, do you? Converted him in what sense? Converted him into the gay, or converted him away from the gay, or converted him into I don't even know what he is right now. Into whatever he is right now. Which conversion exactly are you talking about? I know the man who converted Milo. He was my boss once. Uh-oh. Sounds pretty spooky. Maybe your boss converted you to the gay too. That's how you got it. What the heck? I think we have found the solution to your big gay.
Obsessed with my wife's vagina, gay guys I've ever seen in my entire life, which is very fucking weird, but very strange. I'll kind of reiterate what I said before, I guess. I don't know how long we're going to do this, but yeah, I think that Christian nationalism is largely a joke. I guess you can kind of see that the figures that are proponents of Christian nationalism, like Christian nationalism, are largely jokes. They don't really have any serious positions. They just sit up here trying to provoke.
Ah, okay, nice. You got the stare bear. Stare bear. Gonna go ahead and add it to the 7 TV app emotes. My boss was a former gay who found Jeepus and used his What the heck? Did you hit your leg while you were jumping on the bed? What the heck? It's like day 2 of Patches having the zoomies, and she's trying to troll RB. It's better now though because I think RB's got a better idea of how hard he can play with her, and Patches has gotten a bit more used to how rough RB can be. So, I feel a little more better and a little safer, letting them run around and play with each other. Okay, my boss was a former gay who found Jeepus and used his experience to help Milo pray the gay away. Interesting. Was this before or after Milo was cancelled for the things that he said? Because he definitely played up to quite a cartoonish degree the gay that he had beforehand. Stare bear. Mid cancellation. Ah, okay. Okay, what should this emote be called? Stare bear, like this. Stare bear, or should we type it bear differently, or should it be a lowercase s for stare? Yes, stare bear. Okay, lowercase stare bear. Okay.
They really have nothing to offer the public, nothing to offer the public discourse, nothing to offer the people that are, I guess, trying to join and leave these movements, because obviously, as we can see online, they are ever fracturing and ever infighting more and more every single day. Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to the questions right now. The person who I will direct the question towards has 5 minutes to respond, and then the opponent has 3 minutes to respond to that. Then the first question is for Milo. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations, and even amongst your faith, Catholicism, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible and other differing opinions. How would you, in your Christian national society, coexist with non-Catholics?
You don't have to, I mean, my patron saint.
How the heck do I add new emotes? Is it this one? New emote set? No. It actually makes a set, which is what I expected. Where do I go to add new emotes? Edit profile. License emotes. Is it here? Or do I just go to like emotes and then create emote? Okay, here we go. Add emote. That's kind of annoying. Let's grab the stare bear. Emotes stare bear. It's going to be lowercase s stare bear. Tag will be cat. Cat will be stare. Will be Gary. And we'll also put bear. Those are the tags. Oh, okay. Each of them are individual tags. Okay. So cat, stare, Gary, bear, and then stare bear as well. I guess we'll put Russian because he's a Russian blue. We'll put Russian stare bear. Okay, looks good to me. Submit. Loading. Baby Care Bear. Care Bear is watching the streams. Oh yeah, so you said you were moving some stuff? This is like the first time in like 4 months or something where you haven't been constantly moving things for family members. Hopefully, while you were listening to the stream, I didn't say too many unreligious things that might have, or too many sexual things that may have caused some issues around your family. Oh. Yes, many boxes. Unlucky. Sometimes moving boxes is fun though. Use emote. There we go. We added stare bear. Let's see. It might not show up right away. Stare bear. Might have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh the chat. Stare bear. It works. I see him. I see stare bear. It's a stare bear. I gotta also add the patches and RP emotes on here. I have a lot of emote slots I can do. What's my total amount? I can have up to 1,000 emotes. So we're gonna have to add quite a couple. Unlisted? Why is it unlisted? Oh, it has to be approved by the moderators, that's why. Properties. Okay, yeah. So it will be listed once a moderator gets to it. I guess because I can have 1,000 emotes, I might as well go ahead and start making more emotes, more Kuromi emotes and stuff. Phew. Yes, must has the cats, all the cats. Yes, all the kitties, all the stare bears.
Louis IX, the only canonized king of France, says that he knows what's coming already. There must be Elijah. I've been warned about you. Said that it wasn't really proper to debate these kinds of things, and it's better to run somebody through with a sword than to hear them besmirch the faith or whatnot. But if you think that coexistence with Christians is such an onerous and dreadful burden,
that is totally not what Destiny said. He did not say coexisting with Christians is such an awful thing. That is such a fucking straw man, such a reach. Oh my god. That's such a reach. You'd think he lives in fucking Reach City. Holy Christ.
perhaps you might like to tell the Jews, who seem to quite like it. In fact, Jews and Christians, it seems to me, do best in the sort of situation that you have in the West with a Christian governing majority and a Jewish minority, so that we don't all get too super serious and up ourselves. And we have some good new interpretations of Mendelssohn now and again. There aren't any conflicting interpretations of the Bible in Catholicism. There is only church teaching.
Yeah, Milo is sassy, but he's also not really making much sense. Like, I don't see how many of his points here connect. It seems very sporadic and not very well thought out or organized. It seems like he's got a handful of different points, and he's jumping between bullet points between topics. And it's not particularly coherent, as far as I can tell. It's so weird. Oh my god.
And church teaching is eternal, unless some pope comes along and decides that, even Francis hasn't done that he's going to rip it all up. Coexisting with Christians is the easiest thing to do in the world. And I can't remember who gave this example, but if you heard footsteps, this is not my analogy, but if you heard footsteps coming up behind you in a dark alley at night, would you feel safer if you knew that it was Dylan Mulvaney or any church-going Christian?
Probably the first one, the Dylan Mulvaney, because I'm pretty sure that person doesn't seem all that violent. A churchgoer, however, they may be violent. They come from a faith in which their son of God says, "I will come with a sword." And so, therefore, they are violent people, and also they are, churchgoers are, fuck, what's it called? Churchgoers are cannibals. They might eat me because they eat the body and blood of Christ, and that makes me very spooked. His perfume was so strong, and his caked-on eyeshadow was so pungent. Milo is spiritually immature. I could win this debate easy. Are you sure? Do you think I should use my connections? My connections as a streamer with 10 subscribers to get you on the debate stage with Milo? You wanna go ahead and test out that statement at the Cat Watches? Wait.
All right.
Wait. What the heck was that? Did he just like? Did he just do like a cheer, like a hip hip hooray, in silence, and then say nothing for like 10 seconds straight? So we're all just sitting here in silence.
Any church-going Christian.
All right. For Destiny, you have 3 minutes now to respond to that.
Okay, no,
Can you?
no,
I'm sorry. Can you read the prompt again?
Yeah, sure.
He just shrugged his. Okay. Okay, I thought it was way worse than it actually ended up being, but my version is funnier, so I substitute this reality of the simulation in this universe with my own. Milo is a scrub, me is a religious sexpert. Is that so? Well, then maybe I may have to probe you like an alien on this so-called religious sexperticity. For some future discussions. Cagirl reality is canon. Yes, it is. My canon, in which Amazon has never touched Lord of the Rings, and they never made a stupid show. That's my reality. No, oh.
As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations. Even amongst your faith, Catholicism, Milo's faith, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible. How would your Christian nationalist society coexist with non-Catholics?
Well, I mean, the society that I advocate for is the one that exists today, where people are allowed to worship whatever religion they want. I think that right now, America is superior to a Christian.
What? Where people are allowed to worship whatever religion they want? That's tiny. What? You do not worship a religion. You worship a deity. What the heck? This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This kid don't know nothing. He's a fucking estupido.
Christian nationalist version of it, because if two different people decide they want to worship two different versions of Christianity, they have the right to do that. Obviously, in Milo's world, I guess the non-Catholics even, I think, would get killed. I don't know where the killing starts and stops for his version of Christian nationalism, or ethnically, I don't know where that starts or stops. I heard the run through the sword thing. Maybe you forgot what you said. I'm not sure what you were doing in the bathroom while we were waiting for you for 20 minutes here.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's affecting your memory a little bit. But yeah, I think in the United States, I think one of the reasons why the United States works as well as it does is because we've allowed so many different people to come here, worship in the way that we want, or worship in the way that they want, and we should continue to allow them to do so.
40 minutes is a terribly long time to do a line of coke.
Oh my goodness. There is no such thing as religion. There is only reality and the spiritual interpretation of it. Interesting. Doing a quick analysis in my brain, I think that sounds plausible. There is no such thing as religion. There is only reality and the spiritual interpretation of it, which makes sense because a lot of issues, I think, a lot of issues today that people have problems with, and that people are using their religion in an offensive, not offensive as in insensitive, but offensive as in like an attack, like a spiritual or moralistic or character attack. That sort of attack, that sort of offensive. I think that a lot of people these days who are using religion as an offensive tool are, I think that their perception of reality is as warped as those who lack religion, primarily because of the internet and things like Twitter and TikTok. I feel like a lot of people on there are just bots, and the things that they say, the things that they push forth, aren't actually things that anybody believes. But then actual people read that from whatever side of the political aisle they're from, and they absorb that and actually put that out into the world because they saw something stupid from a fucking bot. And so I think that a lot of the issues today are people reading things from bots and then actually using that in real life, and then they see retarded things like that on the other side of the aisle, and they think that that's also reality. And so what they're actually attacking is a phantom belief. That's sort of what it seems like from my perspective. Because when I go outside, I don't see any of this fucking crazy bullshit. I'm glad I don't live in fucking California or New York or Chicago, where there's fucking looting all over the place. Because I know that's real. But thankfully, I moved to some place where that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, I would be probably called upon by duty to do something about it. Maybe not by force, but, you know, play a role in the community. You know, there's a library here. They have community events. I could talk to the fucking kids. I could read them stories. I could read them Harry Potter. Harry Potter's a pretty cool story. We should read it sometime. But yeah, I think that's a lot of the issues that I see based off other people's behaviors. But obviously, I'm not going to judge them I'm not going to judge other people on their behaviors, especially those who are using religion and biblical stories as a bludgeoning tool to push their ideas. I think that there's a certain malevolence and fuck, I had another word. There's a certain malevolence to that I think is not called for in the Bible, for sure. God, the Son's name is Savior, Jesus, but God's name is I Am, meaning God is existence. Yeah, that seems to sound about right. I don't know if you heard my earlier assessment on how I view religion and life and the idea of God, but that's sort of in the realm of how I would summarize my view. I'm gonna have to make my tranifesto and include these thoughts in there.
I was late. I was. I was late for the ordinary reasons that people are late. I was at the hairdresser.
All right, Destiny.
I have the personality I have. Sort of stuck with it now.
Now your question, Destiny. You have 5 minutes to respond to this, and then Mao will have 3 minutes.
Yes, and God looks like Shrek because God has many layers, like an onion or an ogre. You smell.
To respond to that, some would argue that a society without religion at its core would devolve into a nihilistic society, deprived of any meaning or purpose. How would you prevent, in your society, non-Christian nationalist governing society, from devolving into a nihilistic, meaningless society?
I think that you have to have something greater than yourself to live for, and I think religion is like a really easy package to give somebody that kind of solves for a lot of those problems. It gives you a nice guide for how to view the world, it gives you a nice guide for how to view your family, it gives you a nice guide for how to live an ethical life, and through that package, people feel like they have something greater than themselves to live for. I don't think it's impossible to have that thing without religion, but I think right now we're very politically fractured as a country, and it makes it really difficult for us to have those things. So for instance, there are certain topics that are hotly contested that I don't think should be. So for instance, all of us should be able to say we're proud to be Americans. That includes progressives, that includes BLM people, that includes people on the left, that includes anybody that might, however far left you go, you should be able to say that. That shouldn't be ground that we cede to people on the right. I think it's kind of a shame that if you see an American flag on somebody's car today, you basically know that they're a conservative because nobody on the left would put that on their car. I think that's an insane proposition. So I think that when we've gotten to this point to where we're so politically divided that people can't even feel proud of their country anymore, if you also take away religion from those people too, then they're kind of aimlessly, I guess, wandering from Twitter to Facebook to YouTube to whatever, just endlessly shitting on each other with no common united purpose. So I think that one of the things we need to work on more than anything else is kind of healing some of the political fracture that exists in this country. I think it's good that we argue with each other, but it's not good that we are relentlessly banning people from every platform so that we're all kind of like gathering in different areas and we're not even able to have conversations with each other in the same reality anymore.
Just look at the societies that Christians build. I mean, earlier he says, oh, you get rid of the First Amendment, and there goes satire. Again, apparently a memory that doesn't stretch back before 1980. Because I think most of the best satirists were Christian Europeans, weren't they? And before that, they were pagans. And, we live in a very Hellenistic kind of a inheritance, and it was just complete and total bollocks. And you've been doing a lot of complete and total bollocks, assigning positions to me that I don't hold, and saying, oh, he wants to murder everyone, he wants to kill all the blacks. No.
That's literally what he's doing.
Christians build. Look at the things they build. In Catholic theology, there's a thing called the transcendentals, and it's supposedly the things that all souls have in common, that all people yearn for, and which brings us closer to an understanding of God. Now, opinions differ on how many of these things there are, but the core three that everyone agrees on is beauty, truth, and goodness. And it seems to me that if you look at the frescoes in Italy, or you listen to German composers, or look at Dutch painting, that we in Western Christian Europe have done a pretty good job of embracing beauty, truth, and goodness, and also self-sacrifice and sacrifice for love, which is the central image of Christianity. Feuerbach, the philosopher who was not a Christian, did not like Christians at all, said that you can sort of tell what a culture's all about from its religion's kind of central symbol. Ours is Christ on the cross, dying for someone you love. It's Tristan and Isolde. It's all the things that we think are most noble. It's sending people to war to die for their country. All of those values, all those things we love, rest on the image of Christ on the cross. We are good only because we have learned goodness from Christianity. And we can insist in a prideful way that, no, I'm good because I made myself good, because I got there through reason. All right, mate.
That's the Reddit atheist he's talking about.
And you tell me where you want to live. Is it Abu Dhabi? Is it the Congo? Is it Sparta? Or is it Western Europe?
Actually, living in Sparta wouldn't be such a bad idea because all the men there have to be masculine and strong, and they're trained from children to be strong soldiers. And then the women would be basically like dummy mommies there'd be muscle mommies. And and they'd be able to tend to and take care of the home and the kids, and they'd have to be strong to discipline the children. That sounds pretty cool. You know what, Milo? You make a pretty good point. Yeah, maybe I would like to live in Sparta. Or also, maybe I could try to go live in Troy. There's this one beautiful woman in Troy who I think I'd like to hang out with for quite a bit. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe I'd go live there. Milo keeps flexing that he's traveled across the world, flexing he's read history and studied art, yet lacks the logical arguments based in science and observable evidence to prove his points. Helen is hot. Yes, I want to go. I want to go visit her, and maybe we'll go do a couple of cool things. I'll show her my medieval knight armor, and my super cool sword. And maybe I'll teach her how to use a sword, how to wield a sword, like a cool soldier number 69.
Maybe 50 years ago. I know where I'd rather be.
All right, last question for Milo, and you'll have 5 minutes to respond to this, and Destiny will have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a Second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship with...
We can go on an odyssey. Yeah, ooh. Yeah, I'm still gonna. Could you go ahead and give me your employer's phone number so that I can elucidate them and let them know that they have a faker in their midst, and a supposed teacher who writes the Iliad, ILL, and doesn't know that the Iliad is not ill and that the Odyssey is not odd. I have to contact your superiors to let them know, to inform them of this vital information. Also, I would be down to read the Odyssey and the Iliad on stream after we do Harry Potter. And I think maybe after Harry Potter, I would go do the books that I currently have out are the ones that I got recently. I got 2 monk books. I got that Dead Space book. I have my Bible. We can go read some Bible verses real quick, actually. Let's go do that. Let's go ahead and take... We had Catholic hour. Now let's go ahead and do Bible verse minute. Bible verse segment. Grab your Bible. Grab your rosary. Grab your other rosary. Always gotta have 2 rosaries with you. We are now in Catholic moment. Cat-girlic moment. I was reading a couple of Psalms. Is there a particular verse you want me to read at the Cat Watches? Anything that seems particularly poignant? I was reading here some Psalms. Oh, this is a good title here. Psalm 19. The Lord, Son of Justice. Son spelled S-U-N. Son of Justice. Let's see if I can get the camera in there real good so you guys can read along. Milo is a scrub. I would like to school Milo on what being a base Catholic is. Me is giving a test on the Odyssey tomorrow. Oh, what are some questions about the Odyssey? Let's see if I can remember. If I can get any good answers, if I still remember. What's going on? What do you mean you read from a different Bible? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Well, you got the King James version? I got a copy of the King James version too. Okay, here is, let me see if I can get this properly there, and this over here. Okay, Psalm 19. You're not gonna be able to read that, but you get the idea. The Lord, Son of Justice. Maybe I could zoom in even further to Holy Catholic Bible. Yes. Yeah. I think there is an option to zoom in. Let's see if I can configure video. Zoom. This is as far as it goes, but it's not all that much, and it's super blurry. So it's actually not. Yeah, that's not gonna help at all. Let's not even bother with the zoom. Okay, anyway. Let's see, it says Psalm 19. For some reason, there's a parenthesis that says 18, so it's possible that it might be different based off. Maybe there's like an introduction. Hold on. Here we go. Psalm 10 is where it starts. Psalm 10, and then parentheses, it says 9. So it could be that this particular psalm is broken up into two. Psalm 9 says, God, the refuge of the oppressed. And then this one says, continuation of the preceding psalm. So I think this is actually Psalm. It's actually the number in the parentheses. So I think this is actually Psalm 18. The Lord, Son of Justice. The splendor of heaven gives us a glimpse of the glory of God. We are also aware of his presence when we meditate on his commandments, which are light and a joy for the soul. Let's see. The heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament proclaims the work of his hands. Day talks it over with day. Night hands on the knowledge of night. No speech, no words, no voice is heard, but the call goes on throughout the universe. The message is felt to the ends of the earth. High above, he pitched a tent for the sun, who comes out as a bridegroom from his pavilion, or like a racer joyfully runs his course. Rising from one end, it makes its circuit of the heavens, and sets at the other end, and nothing is hidden from its heat. The law of the Lord is perfect, it gives life to the soul. The word of the Lord is trustworthy, it gives wisdom to the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, they give joy to the heart. The commandments of the Lord are clear, they enlighten the eyes. The fear of the Lord is pure, it endures forever. The judgments of the Lord are true, all of them just and right. They are more precious than gold, pure gold of a jeweler. They are much sweeter than honey, which drops from the honeycomb. They are a light to your servant. In keeping them, they win a great reward. But who can discern one's own errors? Forgive the failings of which I am unaware. Preserve me from willful sin. Do not let it get the better of your servant. Then shall I walk blameless and innocent of serious sin. May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart find favor in your sight, O Lord, my Redeemer, my rock. That's pretty cool. That was Psalm 18. This is a business card of somebody I actually know. I don't want to actually show that. So yeah, that has been the Bible moment of the stream, sponsored by the good Lord Jesus Christ, who is based off this pretty cool character called John Chief. John Chief 117. So yeah. This hereby concludes the Bible moment. And we will now return to the mindless ramblings of a once great online provocateur named Milo Yiannopoulos. Odyssey test question. Who is Polyphemus? Who is his father? Why is his father angry with Odysseus? I believe Polyphemus is the Cyclops, if I recall correctly. Who is his father? I don't recall who is Polyphemus' father. Why is his father angry with Odysseus? I assume it's because it is Odysseus who tricks him into screwing over his eye, and then he says, "Nobody hurt my eye." I remember one detail that I remember is that he had goats and he had cheese in his cave, right? That's just one of the one of the tiny little details from all of the stories I've read that I remember that are ultimately, I think, quite meaningless. Um, but I don't know. For some reason, I think I remember there being goats and cheese in Polyphemus's cave. Pitched a tent, huh? Yeah, I pitched a couple tents in my day. I've only gone camping like once or twice, but yeah, I've pitched a couple tents. Yes, Polyphemus is the Cyclops, and yes, the goats and cheese and the blinded? What are blinded? Oh, and the blindings, you mean? I assume that's a phone typo. Blindings. Okay, go ahead. Give me another Odysseus and Odyssey question.
Them forcing people to.
You're gonna have to grade me afterward to see if I will pass your test. Hint on who Cyclops' daddy is. He causes many storms for Odysseus at seas. Oh, Poseidon?
Claim their allegiance to
The Poseidon of ice? The iced Poseidon?
the state and faith.
Well, the Soviets are crap because they failed. I mean, they failed to do what America has accomplished, which is have people thank you for their enslavement and ask for more chains. The Soviet Union never really achieved that, but America has, with prescription drugs and all the other things that people are addicted to. I mean, everybody in this room is dependent on a cocktail, a little package, a little consumer package of things that get them through, whether it's their credit cards or gaming or whatever, passing your wife around.
Hold on. Gaming is... what did he call it? An addiction? A little package of what?
With Second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship with.
As far as I'm concerned, gaming is a hobby. I don't know if you can outright say that it is. Whatever it is he called it.
Them forcing people to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith.
Oh yeah, all current donations will go toward the Golem game. We currently have $10, which I have started with up here. The current donation drive for the Golem game, which comes out in May at some point. So we have plenty of time. If you want to chip in $5 or so, a little bit over time, and then I'll get to stream it, and we will see if it's cool. We'll see what that elf is. The elf with the feats. We'll see if she's a cool character. We'll see if she's lore accurate. I think I have my suspicions as to who that character might be in terms of an archetype. So hopefully I am correct, because I am as big brain as that one guy, the atheist guy, who already knew everything the priest was gonna say in his open letter to atheists. That's me. I know everything. Me has me big brain. Me want to show you my little interview with me boss, but it might dox me. Ooh. Elf on the Shelf, maybe. I mean, you could send it to me in private. I'll watch it. I won't stream it if you're afraid of my dogs, but I would be down to watch that. Even if it's not on stream. Because that sounds pretty cool. Sounds pretty cool. Is this interview that occurred with the boss? Is this where your boss made Milo's gay go away? Because that'd be pretty cool to watch as well.
Well, the Soviets are crap because they failed. I mean, they failed to do what America has accomplished, which is have people thank you for their enslavement and ask for more chains. The Soviet Union never really achieved that, but America has, with prescription drugs and all the other things that people are addicted to. I mean, everybody in this room is dependent on a cocktail, a little package, a little consumer package of things that get them through, whether it's...
Okay, that's what he called it, a cocktail, a package of things. Yes, gaming could be a cocktail. It could be cope. It could be addiction. But I think, like with most things, it is first and foremost a hobby. A hobby can turn into a habit, which then can later turn into addiction if not moderated. I don't think just outright calling it that would be an appropriate way to phrase it, and it seems a little far-reaching.
So credit cards or gaming or whatever, passing your wife around. These are the things that sort of get you through life. I'm not terribly concerned about preventing another Inquisition. I think that'd be quite a good idea. Got a pretty bad rap, just like the Crusades does. I mean, you won't hear this from dishonest people who throw accusations at, without really listening to the arguments of their opponents and who aren't educated prior to 1980. But the Crusades were a defensive war. The Inquisition wasn't all that it's been said to be.
What?
I don't have an enormous problem with us.
The Crusades were a defensive war? Okay, buddy. I mean, there were parts of it that certainly were defensive, sure. Also, there are multiple crusades, so I don't know if you can say defensive war. You might have to say defensive wars or defensive battles. That's for sure. Okay, I have received your interview. I will go ahead and keep that private, and I'll just watch it on my own personal time when I am not streaming. How long is it? I guess I'll go ahead and hide this real quick so I don't give away anything. I'll hide this, and I'll kill the audio here. Just to have a quick little look at the duration of this interview. Oh, okay, 50 minutes. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Oh, yeah, give me another Odyssey question.
Murdering each other in the womb and making, sitting back and making money off the poor, landlords in Brooklyn. I don't have a terrible problem with that. I don't think that protecting against tyranny is the thing that America should be most concerned with at the moment. I think
that's something we should always be concerned about. I think it's literally enshrined in the Constitution that we should always be on the lookout for tyranny and threats, both domestic and foreign. I'm pretty sure that's in there. I'm in here.
An urgent, strict, and perhaps stern realignment to a much more conventional morality would make everybody happier. And I don't think that anyone in this room can honestly say that America is better now than it was when most people were going to church or at least God-fearing. It isn't better. And you don't have to be a Christian to participate in a Christian society. Christians are the best of all at letting people in, sometimes too much.
That's literally what Density is also saying, that you don't have to be of the religion. You can have religious freedom. It's not trying to force you to comply and to take on somebody else's faith. What the heck?
Sometimes the people that come in end up messing everything up. You don't have to be a Christian to benefit from a Christian society.
Who is the beautiful witch goddess that lives on Aia and that turns Odysseus' men into pigs? Oh, fuck. I forget her name. I think it starts with either a C or a D. Let me think about it. Let me reach into the annals of my memory. Into the annals of history. If I recall, she has feet, right? This beautiful witch, she has the beautiful witch goddess. She has feet, right? Rhymes with Cersei Lannister. Fuck. Okay, I have a super strong feeling. Something inside me is saying it starts with a D. I want her D. What's her D? Fuck. Don't. The only thing I can think of right now is the Aeneid, because her name, the name of the island is Aeia, and so I'm thinking of Aeneas from the Aeneid. Fuck. No, it starts with a C. Okay. No, I can't. I don't remember this one. What's the answer? I forgot her name. But I do remember that she turns. You shouldn't have mentioned that she turns them to pigs, because then I would have remembered that this witch, this beautiful witch goddess, turns his men to pigs. And then that's how you would know that I am a historical and mythological reader who is based and knowledgeable enough about the Odyssey. She and Odysseus has the sex for a year. Yes, they do. They do have sex for a year. That is very true.
Society, and lots of people in this room have done exactly that. But when you take God out and things start to fall apart, you end up in a world nobody wants to live in. And we are in. Sorry? What do you mean?
What do you mean you had to omit that from the lessons? That's literally part of the story. You can't cut out. You can't fucking censor the Odyssey. What? I'm gonna go ahead and call your boss to get you fired for censoring the such important historical documents. What the heck? You are literally destroying America by censoring the Odyssey, by censoring the sex scenes. Sex happens in the Bible. Who cares if it's a Catholic school? Sex is a part of life. Sex is also a part of the Bible. That's why we have kids. Yeah, ooh.
Oh, well, I mean, if I had my way, I'd go back to about 1200. Lots of propagandists in university departments call it the Dark Ages. It's a conversation for another day, really, but it seems to me it was quite a nice time to live. And I think that you would find, if you care about this kind of thing, if you do care about things above and beyond yourself, if you care about where we go afterwards, if you care about leaving a good legacy, if you care about being good to the people around you, I think a lot more people in 1400 got into heaven each year than do now. And I don't think you have to be a Christian.
It's just Cersei? Oh my god.
To accept that that's because we're not nice anymore. And we're not good to each other. And the reason for that is the failing moral architecture and underpinning of society, which was required by the founders, or this stuff doesn't function. And it's not.
Okay, give me another question where you don't censor the story. I want... give me the meat and give me to it raw.
All right, Destiny, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Can you hit me up with that prompt again?
Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship where people have to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
It's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I'm not advocating for Christian nationalism, but I would say obviously we should be allowed to carry on as we are now, where everybody's allowed to choose what God they want to worship, choose the lifestyle they want to live, as long as they're not encroaching on the freedoms of other people. I think you should continue to have the right to do that. So it's my argument in the negative. Also, I do think it's kind of funny that Milo pointed out that everybody in here is addicted to consumerist packaging, when I'm pretty sure that bag is worth like 10 times more than my entire outfit.
It is. It is.
All right, now we will do the last question for you, Destiny, and then we'll go to the Q&A/crossfire. Some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the exact same organizing faith or ideas that you want to stop?
I think that the important thing is for people to have something bigger than themselves to live for. I don't think it has to be religion, but if it was religion, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that the defining aspect of the United States is that a lot of people with contradictory ideas can exist within the same geographic borders, governed by the same legal system, voting on the same politicians, and somehow finding a way to make all of that work. I think we've done it for hundreds of years. I think we do it better than any other country on the planet. Right now, today, not before 1980, not in the 1200s, but today in 2023, I think we have an incredibly diverse country of people, all sorts of creeds, all sorts of ethnicities, all sorts of different types of people that seem to be living together and making it work. I think we have problems right now, like I mentioned earlier, with the political division. I think that that's a real problem that we need to combat, but I think we need to do it by having honest conversations about what we can do to move forward, not by talking to people that want to look back hundreds or thousands of years to what society used to look like before there was Gucci and hairdressers.
I could live without both if it meant that you would be left on a mountainside somewhere, your parents wondering which god they'd pissed off, which is exactly what would have happened in a pre-Christian civilization to something like you.
Probably would have left the gays there before people like me.
Well, I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like or not.
Oh my goodness,
maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you know all about kids liking, huh? Isn't that?
Would I? Would I? Would I? Tell us more about that. Would I?
A fucking Destiny
That's a
fan in
pretty
the
big
audience.
allegation. Would I?
Would you what?
Would I know about that?
It seems like it. Isn't that what you got canceled for?
No, I got canceled for talking about the fact that I was a victim of clerical sexual abuse. I was...
So about, like, little boys liking, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean...
You got there eventually. It's okay.
Okay.
I can tell you're coming down right now, but I'll walk you through the rest of my jokes if you need me to.
No, fair enough. Okay, you're bringing it. Fine. It's just a shame Father Michael's dead. He would have liked that.
Oh my goodness.
I think if... I don't know that it makes me an expert on kids liking dick being raped by a priest, but if you want some comedy lessons afterwards, I'm happy to give you 20 minutes. What was the question? Sorry, I was so bored.
Question was, some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you, Destiny, prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the same organizing mistakes and ideas?
I think it's a bit lazy to say, as people often do, that
holy Christ,
we now have a kind of alternate sort of progressive...
Why are they both being so fucking spicy today? Like, what the heck? I mean, I guess... I guess Destiny didn't really ask for it. He just sort of... Milo just sort of lobbed these questions in his direction, so he sort of has to... He sort of has to respond, but what's he gonna be so spicy for, though?
Religion. I don't think that progressivism really functions like a religion. It's true that when you take God out of things, you don't just sort of, get rid of him. In the same way that when you get rid of a king, you don't really get rid of the king. You still are ruled by people that you have no power over. The difference is that in America, you don't know their names because they lurk behind that flag, rubbing their hands and making money off you and getting you addicted to things. You don't know their names, so you can't assassinate them. One reason monarchy is better. I think...
He's literally saying monarchy is better than democracy?
Oh, it was about how do you prevent...
Because you know who the king is?
I think it's lazy when people say, "Oh, we've replaced kind of one religion with a progressive religion."
A lot of these points he's making are quite childish. They seem very impulsive, not very well thought out. But I think that's just him right now. I don't know if many of the things that he's saying in this debate are necessarily well thought out things. I think he's just talking just to talk. That's sort of what it seems like. It's kind of what I'm getting from him.
It's true that when God moves out, that other things move in. You don't just kind of get rid of it and now everyone's happy and now everyone can just be nice to each other. That yearning that you've acknowledged that we all have has got to be satisfied by something. So if you take the Christian God out, something worse moves in because there isn't anything better than that. There isn't anything better than that for organizing society. There isn't anything better than that for teaching people how to behave to one another. There isn't anything better than that objectively, practically, and empirically. So things do move in, but progressivism of the type that he likes doesn't function like a religion because all religions have one thing in common that his political orthodoxy doesn't, and that's salvation and forgiveness. Because there is no forgiveness for people who are cancelled, whether or not they were responsible for what happened to them and were trying to make sense of an abuse experience, or whether they said something that they shouldn't have said. There's no way back. There's no forgiveness. There's no redemption, and that's the thing that all religions, except for this orthodoxy, seem to have in common. So I don't think it's I think it's a bit lazy to say that one religion gets replaced by another, but it is definitely true that you cannot simply chop off the top of the pyramid and expect everything to be fine. Something worse will slither its way up there, and it has.
Thank you guys so much. Let's give everybody, both of them, a round of applause, please. Now,
Jesus, what a fucking debate. Holy Christ, dude. What the fuck? What in the fuck? Milo attacking Destiny's son and wife throughout this debate was so pathetic. 121 replies. It's funny, Milo obviously pre-planned these below-the-belt insults toward Destiny, but Destiny's off-the-top retorts landed so much harder. What a backfire. Oh, so Milo's a bottom. I mean, Destiny also attacked the children Milo likes. Holy Christ. He looks so zonked. I don't know why they even went through with this. Yeah, Milo should really just stuck to attacking Destiny's wife's boyfriend. Milo's arguments are no worse than they were in the past. He just lost his ability to dress them up with a convincing delivery. It's fucking sad that people ever thought there was anything to this guy. Yikes. Big, spooky, yikes. Okay, now we can go ahead and cross this off my list. That was definitely something. What the heck? It's 1:30. Okay, let's do this last video here on redemption and the villainy and Middle Earth. Tolkien's trembling moment. We'll do that one, and then I think we'll call it a night. And I'll go do some other stuff. A couple other thingies I've wanted to do today. I thought I could do some of them on stream. I probably still could. Or you know what? Maybe I'll just do it with music on stream, and we will see how many other things I have here that I can listen to that are long form. Oh fuck, we're gonna do the spooky stories. Okay, I have a spooky stories here. That one's like 40 minutes, I think.
Yep.
It's only 24 minutes. What the heck? Angie. I don't really have anything that's multiple hours. Fuck! Okay, I think what I'll do... Okay, for some of the stuff that I want to do, I could do with music because I'm gonna have to do some reading, some actual reading, paying attention to stuff. For other stuff, I can listen to actual discussions and ideas. Let's stick with this one. Let's stick with this Middle Earth one for now. Do I want to save this though? And start my other thing? Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do. I'll save here on Binding of Isaac. We're done with that for the time beings. And then we will open my my other thing that I'm working on. And we'll see how that goes. What the heck? It's just text. Let's see. For me, perhaps the most tragic moment in the tale comes when Sam fails to note the complete change in Gollum's tone and aspect. Nothing, nothing, said Gollum softly. Nice, master. His repentance is blighted, and all Frodo's pity is, in a sense, wasted. Shelob's lair became inevitable. The letters of J.R.R. Tolkien 246.
Hey squad, welcome back. Today I'm going to be looking at remorse and redemption in Middle-earth. Moments of repentance depend on an interplay of fate, circumstance, personality, and will. These are some of the most nuanced and complex concepts that art of any kind can explore, so today I'm focusing in on a specific pattern in Tolkien's writings that contributes to an understanding of how his approach to these themes evolved. As his writing developed, Tolkien placed increasing emphasis on villainous or antagonistic characters facing their final opportunity to consciously choose redemption. There's a tremendous number of examples, particularly in the work produced in the later part of his creative career. Examples of characters who are seen to waver at a crucial moment before choosing to double down on their wickedness include Feanor, Saruman, Grima Wormtongue, Gollum, Ar-Pharazôn, and Sauron himself. According to some of his latest essays, even Morgoth nearly accepted his final chance for true atonement. But the most significant example to Tolkien, at least, was probably Gollum. In fact, his experience in creating Gollum's character may have caused Tolkien to become fascinated with these kinds of moments in the first place. During the writing of The Lord of the Rings, Gollum's character had already been significantly changed from his original appearance in The Hobbit, becoming more dangerous and more tragic. Tolkien stated he already knew what role Gollum would play when he began writing, but like many authors, Tolkien frequently had the experience of discovering what he was writing about as he went along, with characters and events not always developing according to plan. And it seems that writing Gollum was more challenging and more engaging than he anticipated. In one letter, he described writing part of what would later become Book 4. I wrote and tore up and rewrote most of it a good many times, but I was rewarded this morning as both C.S. Lewis and Charles Williams thought it an admirable performance, and the latest chapter's the best so far. Gollum continues to develop into a most intriguing character. Somewhat to Tolkien's surprise, the account of Gollum's near repentance and ultimate failure turned out to be what he deemed one of the novel's most moving, successful elements. As the book neared completion, he wrote, "For myself, I was probably most moved by Sam's disquisition on the seamless web of story, and by the scene when Frodo goes to sleep on his breast, and the tragedy of Gollum, who at that moment came within a hair of repentance, but for one rough word from Sam." But the moving quality of that is on a different plane to Celebrimbor, etc. There are two quite different emotions. One that moves me supremely, and I find small difficulty in evoking, the heart-racking sense of the vanished past, best expressed by Gandalf's words about the Palantir, and the other, the more ordinary emotion, triumph, pathos, tragedy of the characters. That I am learning to do as I get to know my people, but it is not really so near my heart and is forced on me by the fundamental literary dilemma. The shift in narrative mode that Tolkien alludes to here is one many readers will have already noticed. Compared to his earliest legends, Tolkien's novels and later unpublished writings show increased attention to subtle details of ordinary characters, their personalities, and their choices. Elves, hobbits, and displaced Atlanteans battling dragons, wraiths, and demons make for pretty outlandish subject matter, but Tolkien's goals where character development were concerned were decidedly naturalistic. In a letter to a prospective reviewer, he rejected overly symbolic or allegorical interpretations, saying, "Gollum is to me just a character, an imagined person. who, granted the situation, acted so and so under opposing strains, as it appears to be probable that he would. There is always an incalculable element in any individual, real or imagined, otherwise he or she would not be an individual but a type. The final scene of the
This is one of those things that I think I mentioned in the previous Golem video, where I wish I had covered more the idea of a character versus a person. In particularly in regards to how these days a lot of people retroactively ascribe and overlay mental illnesses or other modern psychological concepts on. They map these onto these other characters, but I think that's a mistake because these aren't people, they are characters. The difference between a character and a person is that a person is a real individual who is infinitely more complex than a character. A character is infinitely complex within the confines of the context of the story, of the character's history, the character's mythology, all of the inspiration that went into that character, and other things that are limited and restricted to the world of the character specifically. And so I think that a lot of these, I think the biggest culprit of this is those idiots who work at the Vice and such, who write these articles with like the reading Tolkien's work, reading Legolas and Aragorn through a queer lens, or Legolas and Gimli through a queer lens, because they are both men and they like each other and they are friends, and we can kind of sort of think of them as being queer and gay because I am queer and gay and therefore I am special, and I like to see characters who are also gay and special like me. And so Legolas and Gimli are therefore gay. I think that's a very weak reading of how we interpret and analyze characters. I think that we have to take into consideration their particular role in the story and whatever other modern sensibilities we have these days. We can apply those, sure. I will concede that we can apply those onto these other characters like Golem about PTSD and anxiety and depression and so on. We could do that. However, I think we have to distance that kind of analysis. I don't think we should keep them on the same level as analysis that are fundamentally rooted with the character as a character, as opposed to trying to read the character as if they were a real person. I think those are two very distinct things, two very different kind of analyses that people can make. But I think that to assume that those two types of critical views on characters are at the same level is a mistake in my perspective. And so I think it's definitely a much wiser choice, a Budweiser choice to acknowledge that distinction. And I think that people who are more experienced at analyzing and criticizing literature and media are more than capable of acknowledging that distinction, of keeping those two things separate. Yes, sure, they can cross over from time to time, but those exist in two entirely different spheres, and that's kind of what I wanted to elaborate on regarding how we analyze and understand and read characters today. So yeah, that's my thingy that I wanted to clarify.
quest was so shaped simply because, having regard to the situation and to the characters of Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, those events seemed to me, mechanically, morally, and psychologically, credible. Elsewhere, he affirmed that for all the meticulous world-building and epic backdrops, his stories ultimately centered on the choices his characters made. The tension that drives them is more often found in small moments of internal struggle than in mighty deeds of renown. As he gained skill and experience in integrating the personalities of his characters with his narratives, Tolkien grew more and more interested in these psychological crisis points. In fact, his revisions begin to show a trend of including more moments of redemption and near redemption. In the early writings, many characters are indeed types rather than complex individuals. They can often be identified right from the get-go as noble, evil, or doomed to fall inexorably from nobility into evil. Later revisions blurred these categories and placed far more emphasis on change, growth, and moments of decision. The most striking result of this redemptomaniac impulse, and a place where we see evidence of Tolkien consciously pursuing these moments of interior drama, lies in some of the proposed additions to the character arc of Morgoth, the originator of evil. Morgoth had always been conceived of as the ultimate villain. The core story of his rebellious discord during the Great Music of the Ainur,
Discord?
its unforeseen effects
She's
on
a gamer.
reality, and his obduracy in the face of the warnings of Eru himself, emerged in the earliest versions of the Ainurlindale and persisted through the final ones. But other details changed, particularly after the publication of The Lord of the Rings, as Tolkien attempted to weave all the disparate strands of legend and myth he'd generated into a complete and coherent final version of the Silmarillion. Morgoth became more powerful, his corrupting influence more crucial, and his early wars with the other Valar grew in cosmic significance. At the same time, as with other malicious figures from the early legends, a new emphasis was placed on the dichotomy between his original splendor and his final monomaniacal debasement, and this even included the possibility of his repentance within Arda. In all versions of the Ainurlindale, upon being reprimanded by Eru, Melkor appears to repent, while desiring deep down to claim power for himself. But the revised versions composed after The Lord of the Rings include the new detail that at one point he'd convinced even himself of his good intentions. And he feigned, even to himself at first, that he desired to go thither and order all things for the good of the children of Iluvatar. One of the late essays about Melkor's decline in power proposes that his redemption was still feasible even at the point of his captivity following the awakening of the elves. When the Valar come to Autumno, they find the Morgoth has no longer for the moment sufficient
The
force,
Morgoth?
in any sense, to shield himself from direct personal contact. Manwë at last faces Melkor again, as he has not done since he entered Arda. Both are amazed. Manwë to perceive the decrease in Melkor as a person, Melkor to perceive this also from his own point of view. He has now less personal force than Manwë and can no longer daunt him with his gaze. Either Manwë must tell him so, or he must himself suddenly realize, or both, that this has happened. He is dispersed. But the lust to have creatures under him, dominated, has become habitual and necessary to Melkor, so that even if the process was reversible, possibly was by absolute and unfeigned self-abasement and repentance only, he cannot bring himself to do it. As with all other characters, there must be a trembling moment when it is in the balance. He nearly repents, and does not, and becomes much wickeder and more foolish. A late and very much unfinished footnote published in The Nature of Middle-earth shows Tolkien considering an extension of this idea. Melkor inside Ea only really becomes evil after the achievement of Ea, in which he played a great and powerful part, and in its early stages in accord with the fundamental design of Eru. It was jealousy of Manwë and desire to dominate the Eruhini that drove him mad. The metaphysical implications of this are potentially quite significant. Editor Carl Hostetter notes, it is evident from the haste of his writing and the fluidity of his conceptions that Tolkien is here thinking on paper, as he often did. Some of this thinking does apparently contradict long-standing facts of the then unpublished mythology. For example, the discord, envy, and desire for dominance of Melkor, in short, rebellion against Eru and his design, during the music and prior to entering Ea. For the purposes of this inquiry, though, these revisions highlight just how important Tolkien found the interplay of choice and character in moments of moral crisis. Not even the prime rebel was exempt. And even ideas that violated Tolkien's careful metaphysics would be entertained for the sake of some really meaty character development. They also show that Tolkien had consciously identified such moments as important. Now, everyone makes choices in life, and inevitably some of those choices are later regretted as wrong or bad, but the cases I'm examining today are a kind of tipping point for the character, after which, according to Tolkien, they become much more wicked and foolish. They are framed as a last chance for a person to change course of their own volition. Having failed the test, no longer can these characters claim mastery even of their own wills. Instead, they become enslaved to whatever dark impulses have led them to this point. Since Tolkien increasingly preferred, in his words, individual characters rather than types, the details of each example of near redemption vary. Writing style also affects our ability to pinpoint some of these moments exactly. They're relatively obvious in The Lord of the Rings, but in more remote narratives like The Silmarillion, though we can often recognize that some important line has been irrevocably crossed, we may not always know precisely when it happened. Feanor, for example, has several experiences that could fit this description: threatening his brother, refusing to give Yavanna the Silmarils, swearing the oath, the kinslaying, burning the ships, and the moment of his death. Despite these confounding factors, we can definitely spot some patterns that appear in most of these trembling moments. One is that characters who refuse to seek forgiveness at these key points deteriorate rapidly. Their behavior quickly becomes more irrational and extreme, and by pursuing the object of their desire, they end up achieving its opposite. Even after his initial rebellion, Melkor is still a magnificent figure, yearning for the divine fire of creation and contesting with the Valar themselves for control of Arda. After his imprisonment and final fall, he is consumed instead by his unseemly obsession with 3 sparkly rocks and an embarrassingly drawn-out war with a motley collection of elves and men over a relatively small region in the north. Feanor's headlong wrath has never really served him well, but he still somehow manages to make things worse in the scant moments between his mortal wounding and his death, demanding his sons rebind themselves to their oath, which will lead to, yes, the wholesale destruction of Beleriand, but more importantly, to Feanor at least, the multivalent dispossession of his line. The precise moment where Sauron crosses the moral event horizon may be difficult to discern, but each of his attempts to impose order and harmony lead to violence and chaos. Every effort to consolidate power leaves him further at the mercy of his own devices and subjects. And every scheme to secure the absolute loyalty, obedience, and worshipful love of his servants only makes them more hateful and himself more loathsome. Wormtongue actually spits at Theoden, the just and kindly king who shows him mercy even after his treachery. He flees instead to Saruman, whose cruelty and abuse only increase. Yet, as much as Wormtongue wishes he could leave Saruman's service, and despite the continued urgings of others, he never seems able to even seriously contemplate it. Saruman himself only becomes subject to Gandalf's authority after rejecting his offer of mercy. He suffers the breaking of his staff and the loss of his control over his voice, such that the listening Rohirrim no longer have any doubt about his true intentions. His egregious mistreatment of Wormtongue eventually leads to his own demise. After rejecting Gandalf's suggestion that he could still be of service, Denethor immediately jumps on his own funeral pyre. In doing so, he leaves the city he loves still at the mercy of Sauron's assaults, and under the command of Gandalf and eventually Aragorn, precisely the outcome he most wanted to avoid. When Sam interrupts Gollum as he's debating his plan to betray them, Gollum stops even trying to disguise his contempt for them. In his lust for the ring, he breaks a promise he swore by it, and thus incurs its curse. His increasing desperation eventually leads him to his accidental death. Something else highlighted in such moments is the importance of clear sight. While no character has a perfect understanding of any given situation, for most characters this moment of decision is triggered by an insight or revelation that gives them some idea of what is at stake. For Morgoth, it is the sudden realization of how personally weakened he's become by dispersing his power so broadly. Prior to Feanor's death, everyone from his wife to his son to the Valar themselves have warned him of his folly. It's only in his final moments, though, that Feanor sees for himself with the eyes of death just how hopeless his cause is, and fully realizes that despite his greatness, passion, commitment, and daring, he cannot hope to defeat Morgoth by his own power alone. Sauron surrenders to Eowyn because he's dismayed by the power of the hosts of the West, and the resounding defeat of Morgoth, who had tempted him in the first place with his apparent ability to quickly and efficiently implement his will. Saruman is told by Gandalf exactly what his position is and how limited his options currently are. Listen, Saruman, for the last time, will you not come down? Isengard has proved less strong than your hope and fancy made it. So may other things in which you still have trust. Would it not be well to leave it for a while? To turn to new things, perhaps? Think well, Saruman. Will you not come down?
Saruman.
Wormtongue's options are also spelled out pretty clearly for him. With his own treachery and thieving revealed to everyone, he can't hope to smooth talk his way out of the situation. Either he must redeem himself by risking his life alongside Theoden, or be forever outcast. Denethor is kind of going through a lot, but his ultimate despair is triggered by multiple concurrent revelations, none of them pleasant. His horror at Faramir's wounding is worsened when he realizes it was his own insistence on obedience that put his son in danger. Seeking hope in the Palantir, he learns that there is no way he can contrive at least, to preserve Gondor as he knew it. The Palantir is of course being influenced by Sauron, but although Sauron can manipulate what the Palantir shows, he can't make it show something that's not really happening. All he can do is arrange the information to suggest what...
Okay, this isn't the most prettiest thing, but I think it'll work for what I have in mind. I've been needing to do this for like at least, let's see, like 8 or so years. And the fact that I've finally done it should be testament enough to my dedication to actually finally do it. So now I can put it into practice for where it belongs. Phew!
But Denethor already fears. Denethor's moment of anguish occurs when he recognizes, rightly, that to save any trace of the things he most loves, his country and his family, he's going to have to relinquish control over them. Gollum's moment is a bit less explicit, but still involves a kind of unwelcome revelation, if a subconscious one. After he finds the hobbits asleep, a spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up toward the pass, shaking his head as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee, but almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing. Gollum reaches out for Frodo with longing, realizing their kinship. He's become so lonely that even the slimmest chance of genuine friendship seems like it might be worth taking no matter the cost. When Sam wakes up, though, he displays his mistrust of Gollum, accusing him of sneaking around, something Gollum reacts to with defensive rage. Sam's impatience and rough manner, which even he immediately regrets, certainly isn't helping matters here, but the thing is, Sam is correct. Gollum has been sneaking around. He's been leading the hobbits closer to Shelob for a long time, and he's just returned from visiting her. Sam's suspicion and revulsion are so hurtful because they are merited. The conflict experienced in these moments often centers around what is uniquely important to the characters. It enlists their most pronounced personality traits, and their decision determines whether these traits will be expressed as virtues or vices in the future. Melkor, who glories in his own power, is horrified at his personal diminishment. Sauron is faced with the wasteful and pointless destructiveness of the wars, a far cry from the promised speed and efficiency he hoped to find in Morgoth's service. Feanor wants a lot of things. Arguably, part of his problem is that he doesn't really know which thing he wants most, but each of the desires driving him has a contradiction at its heart. Feanor wants to make Morgoth pay for the death of his beloved father, but to have the best chance of doing so, he would need to cooperate with others, particularly his father's other children, of whom he is supremely jealous. He wants to reclaim the Silmarils, which are currently in Morgoth's possession, and which his father died protecting, but he wants to reclaim them for himself alone, and not surrender them to the Valar. Unfortunately, as he comes to realize, by rejecting the Valar's involvement, he has no hope of ever defeating Morgoth. And finally, we have his children, who represent both his connection to his father and his matchless creativity, this time projected into the future. In his final moments, despite seeing the futility and inevitable failure of all his efforts, Feanor rebinds his sons to their terrible oath. Like Denethor, he elects to control what he loves most rather than allow for the possibility of its survival under circumstances he deems unacceptable. Saruman's desire to overthrow Sauron is balanced by his terrified but envious awe of him. His resentment of Gandalf is set against the humiliation of being cast from the Order of Wizards entirely. Denethor's strongest trait is his sincere dedication to his country and his family. In his mind, however, taking responsibility for the safety of these things requires that he exert uncontested control over them. Gollum's core desire boils down to his own inflated self-regard, which encompasses his love of the ring. If Sauron regains the ring, he'll almost certainly take messy revenge on Gollum. By assisting Frodo, Gollum earns the favor and protection of the current Master of the Precious, and helps keep the ring away from Sauron, but if Frodo succeeds in destroying the ring, Gollum perishes. Moreover, Frodo cannot protect Gollum from any number of threats, discomforts, and insults, from thirst and hunger, to the rough handling of Faramir's men, to Sam's high-handed demands. Gollum's belief that he could keep the ring from Sauron is the height of grandiose self-delusion, yet it's a much more appealing fantasy than any of the truly viable options he's faced with. This phenomenon is a double-edged sword. It means that a character's greatest desires and deepest fears are pitted against each other. Notably, fear, even selfish, cowardly fear, is often a strong motivator for repentance. It's often pride and an accompanying false hope that spurs characters toward evil. The diversity of these moments is as illuminating as their commonalities. Sometimes a character's turning point is during a great battle or dramatic conflagration, but sometimes it comes in.
I do like the notion that you're... I don't remember exactly what the word she said, but like something with the... It's your choices that ultimately drive you down the path that you chose, and that it escalates quickly to overtake. Like how Denethor was quickly... he quickly succumbed to the fear and defeat of Gondor, which quickly led to his demise. And similar thing, I guess, with Boromir, where after all of that time leading up to Amon Hen, he finally actually tried to forcefully take the ring, and there he actually met his demise. But I guess what's cool about Boromir in particular is that he was able to redeem himself before, and as Aragorn says, he keeps his honor by ultimately choosing to fulfill the bond set out by the Fellowship, his oath. And so I guess in that way, it's a good contrast, Boromir with the other characters who fail to meet up to Eru Ilúvatar's. I guess the song is the best way to say it. Who failed to live up to Eru Ilúvatar's song, and that discord between Eru Ilúvatar and was it Morgoth, I believe, who tries to corrupt the song.
In the course of a conversation or during a moment of solitary contemplation. Sometimes it's obvious to others, and sometimes it remains hidden, a private decision that's only revealed after it's too late. Other characters are often present to reveal information or urge a change of course, or both. But while their actions do have some effect on the outcome, they're not the only deciding factor. For instance, it's well known that Tolkien considered Sam's mistreatment of Gollum to be the immediate cause of his regression. However, he also pointed out it was hard to blame Sam entirely for this. Sam was also acting out of devotion to Frodo, one of the prime causes in his own ennoblement. Sam plainly did not fully understand Frodo's motives or his distress in the incident of the Forbidden Pool. If he had understood better what was going on between Frodo and Gollum, things might have turned out differently in the end. This is due, of course, to the logic of the story. Sam could hardly have acted differently. He did reach the point of pity at last, but for the good of Gollum, too late. Gollum's own past choices also played a role by priming him to react negatively to a relatively minor slight. The domination of the ring was much too strong for the mean soul of Smeagol, but he would have never had to endure it if he had not become a mean sort of thief before it crossed his path. Need it ever have crossed his path? Need anything dangerous ever cross any of our paths? A kind of answer could be found in trying to imagine Gollum overcoming temptation. The story would have been quite different. By temporizing, not fixing the still not wholly corrupt Smeagol will toward good in the debate in the slag hole, he weakened himself for the final chance when dawning love of Frodo was too easily withered by the jealousy of Sam before Shelob's lair. After that, he was lost. A final factor is the desperate unpleasantness of their situation, which is a product of fate combined with the past choices of a nearly infinite number of other individuals. From From Faramir, who inadvertently weakened Gollum's trust in Frodo simply by carrying out his duties, to Sauron himself, who forged the ring in the first place. Inverting this situation further supports the argument that repentance is not solely due to others extending forgiveness. It's hard to imagine more charitable, merciful reactions than those shown by Frodo to Saruman, for instance. Even after Saruman tries to kill him, Frodo urges, "In any case, I do not wish him to be slain in this evil mood. He was great once, of a noble kind that we should not dare to raise our hands against. He is fallen, and his cure is beyond us, but I would still spare him in the hope that he may find it." However, Frodo's compassion triggers not regret or contrition, but further rage and spite from Saruman, who is slain shortly afterward by Grima anyway. And of course, sometimes characters do not get a chance to struggle with their own redemption. The obstacles posed by their natures and circumstances are so insurmountable that their will is doomed to be overpowered, regardless of their efforts. Tolkien lists Frodo as one of these cases.
I think my thingy's worked it. My word processor. I thought I could open 2 different instances, but I guess not.
There's an argument to be made that Turin is another. And it's not always guaranteed that a character's repentance will change the events of the plot, or the fate of the character themselves. If Morgoth or Sauron had sincerely dedicated themselves to penance and restoration, the impacts could have been tremendous, of course, but in other cases the effects are much less dramatic. Gandalf pities Saruman and says he could still have done much good for the cause, but he also points out that things haven't gone too badly despite his seemingly disastrous treachery. What will become of him, I cannot say. I grieve that so much that was good now festers in the tower. Still, for us, things have not gone badly. Strange are the turns of fortune. Often does hatred hurt itself. When Feanor has his moment of dying clarity, he and his sons have already sworn their unbreakable oath, so it's not clear what good his repentance would have done, other than maybe make his character somewhat more likable. If Denethor had rejected the pyre, he might well have died anyway during the defense of Minas Tirith, and either way, at this point the salvation of the city is mostly out of Denethor's hands. Upon his death, Imrahil and Gandalf managed to maintain order, and the outcome of the battle depends mostly on the deeds of others like Eowyn and Aragorn. And finally,
I don't know if my resolution here for this image that I'm working on will be suitable, so I might have to redo a couple of these thingies. So we'll see. Hopefully it's okay.
Finally, there's Gollum, whose repentance, it seems, would not have spared him from a fiery grave. In fact, it could not even have freed him from his lust for the ring. Evaluating the possibility of Gollum's redemption, Tolkien wrote, "Certainly at some point, not long before the end, he would have stolen the ring or taken it by violence, as he does in the actual tale. But possession satisfied, I think he would then have sacrificed himself for Frodo's sake, and have voluntarily cast himself into the fiery abyss." I think that an effect of his partial regeneration by love would have been a clearer vision when he claimed the ring. He would have perceived the evil of Sauron and suddenly realized that he could not use the ring and had not the strength or stature to keep it in Sauron's despite. The only way to keep it and hurt Sauron was to destroy it and himself together, and in a flash he may have seen that this would also be the greatest service to Frodo. In light of this, one might well ask why Tolkien...
That would be a super cool... Not that she points that out. That would be a super cool thing to have seen where Gollum would have finished the deed after seeing Frodo fail, or even just accepting that it should be him to endure the final suffering. That's not a bad concept for a character like Gollum, who struggles with redemption and his inability to fight off the ring. I like it. It seems cool.
Tolkien considered these occasions of near repentance so critical and moving. After all, their results are at least partially the result of factors outside of the character's control, and they don't always change much beyond the character's own sense of self and maybe the opinions and interpretations of one or two others. But humility is necessary when considering the impacts of seemingly trivial decisions. Feanor famously refuses to give his Silmarils to the Valar before he learns that Melkor has, in fact, stolen them. The narrator cautions that the Silmarils had passed away, and all what it may seem whether Feanor had said yea or nay to Yavanna. Yet had he said yea at the first, before the tidings came from Formenos, it may be that his after deeds would have been other than they were. Had Feanor agreed to give up the jewel...
Fuck, I don't want to show what I'm doing, but... it's not doing what I wanted to do. Why is it screwing with me? I just want to fit my thingy into this smaller thingy. But it doesn't want to work.
Jewels, it still would not have saved the trees, or his father. But it would have meant that Feanor himself would be in a different mental and emotional state when he learned of the tragedy. If Gollum had not turned on the hobbits, if Frodo had been spared the wounds of spider sting and treacherous bite, could Frodo have resisted the ring's compulsion longer? If not, then might the memory of Gollum's faithfulness and sacrifice have eased his own guilt and despair? Would he have gone on to find healing in Middle-earth after all, remaining a source of wisdom and virtue for its inhabitants for even a few years longer? You might argue that speculation in this vein is cheap, but on the other hand, The Lord of the Rings tells us that all of Middle-earth was saved, not through Frodo's success in destroying the ring, but through the seemingly unrelated and indeed apparently unwise decision to spare Gollum in the first place. For Tolkien, decisions, even ones that seem purely personal, can have literally earth-shattering effects. His awe over the power and delicacy of such choices spurred him to place his invented world time and again into the trembling hands of characters struggling to make the right call. If you enjoyed this video, extend mercy to it by hitting the like button. If you haven't yet subscribed, I invite you to reflect on your depravity and repent of your unsubbed state. The topic of this video was suggested and selected by my patrons who keep this channel running. Check out the link in the description to learn more. Thanks to everyone watching, especially Marcel Ribeiro, Nick Riallo, Chris Nichols, Jeremy Buck.
I think it might be difficult to get exactly the dimensions that I want. But I will continue to play around with it. Off screen, you can't see. It's super secrets. Super duper secrets. Okay, this next one is a spooky story. Spooky story. People kept going missing. The abandoned village of Portlock, Alaska.
But the people who can't give it a try are those from Portlock, Alaska, who vanished mysteriously overnight, essentially, in 1949. But what could cause an entire village of people, all 31 of them, to just up and leave? To understand that, you've got to look into the actual history of the village. Known both as Portlock and Port Chatham, the town itself was established...
Port Chad? What the heck? They're not Chads, they ran away.
Sometime during the early 20th century, although the exact date is unknown. What is known is that Portlock was almost certainly named for the British sea captain Nathaniel Portlock. Nathaniel was a captain on the third Pacific voyage of the more famous Captain James Cook, and left that expedition to form King James Sound Company. The aim of this company was to establish a stronger fur trade in North America, primarily in Canada as well as the as of yet wild lands of Alaska. In 1787, Nathaniel visited what would become Portlock Bay when it was named after him 2 years later. And though we have stories about Portlock from 1905, the first official documentation that it existed as a known village comes from 1921. Because 1921 is the year that Portlock became established, permanent, and populated enough for a U.S. post office. By the time that the post office was established, the population was mostly Russo-Aleuts, who were mixed-race descendants of the original Russian colonists of the area and the local native populations. If this is the first time you've heard of Russian colonization of Alaska, then I'll give you a bit of history there as well. The Russians began exploring the option of colonizing the North American continent during the 1720s under Tsar Peter the Great. But Tsar Peter wasn't just trying to get into the colonialism business, he was trying to modernize Russia. He had spent a considerable amount of time in France and Germany in the West, touring around, looking at what the other European powers were up to, and realizing that Russia's near-feudal system of the 1700s simply wasn't cutting it anymore. Russia was in a bit of a bind, however, because due to their geographic location, as well as the colonial efforts of France, England, Spain, and Portugal, there wasn't a ton left within range for them to take. So, in 1741, by the time they could actually manage to get an expedition together, Vitus Bering, a Danish explorer working in the service of the Russian Empire, was sent east across the Bering Strait, now named for him, to see what was up in that funky little land to the east. Interestingly enough, Bering never actually set foot on Alaskan soil. He ended up getting shipwrecked off the coast and dying on an island which is now, of course, named for him as well. His crew, however, managed to build enough rafts or boats to get themselves back to Russia proper, and the sea otter pelts that they delivered were of such high quality that it convinced the Russians, yeah, Alaska seems like a good place to go. Colonies were formally established in Alaska starting in the 1780s, with the first one being in 1784 under a man named Grigory Shelikov. And though the Russians would have a population of about 4,000 within what was known as Russian Alaska, the territory actually controlled by the Russian Empire, only 500 or so at any given time were ethnic Russians. The rest were typically Aleuts, Tlingit, or other native tribes. But by the time the Americans purchased Alaska in 1867, the population within Russian Alaska was pretty thoroughly mixed between ethnic Russians and Aleuts. They had lived together, married, and had kids, so this was kind of a mixed population at this point. That mixed bag of Russo-Aleuts would end up forming the primary population of Portlock in 1921. Unfortunately, very little is actually known about the town of Portlock, Alaska, because it was so small and it only existed for about half a century as far as we know. For example, despite having a post office since 1921, the village of Portlock only appeared on the US Census in 1940, although perhaps that's not entirely accurate. It also appeared in 1980, well after being abandoned, still with 31 residents, so there's a strange blip in US Census records where 40 years apart, a village that during that 40 years was totally abandoned has the same number of people on the census. I assume it was just a document mix-up. But of course, none of that's the mystery.
No. They got replaced. They got repopulated by aliens. It's one of those X-Files and Men in Black things. The people who live there, they're actually aliens. That's what's going on.
That's just what Portlock is, where it was, and who lived there. So what happened to them? The earliest mention that I could track down regarding Portlock's misfortunes comes from the Anchorage Daily News, the April 15th, 1973 issue. Author Robert J. Dolitzal, who's known for writing a number of other books and is not really a superstitious guy or any kind of conspiracy theorist, he's mostly been a travel and outdoors author. Anyway, Robert and his friend Janelle were off on a sailing expedition up in Alaska along the coastline for about a month, and as they were returning, they stopped by Portlock to get out of the weather. Interestingly enough, they were on their way to Seward, Alaska, which is a town we've covered in another video about the disappearance of Paul LeMay. Anyway, on the journey back from Kodiak Island, they needed to refuel for their backup motor, basically in case there were no winds to sail on, they could turn on an actual engine and have themselves going in no time, and it was just nice to get out of the weather and check around. And on their outdated maps, that they admit were outdated, they saw a little town, a little blip on the map, Portlock, Alaska. Of course, when they arrived, it being 1973, a full 34 years after most people vacated the town, it was pretty obvious nobody lived here. This was a ghost town, there was nothing there, but they still felt curiosity. I mean, there's a whole abandoned town here, we should probably go check it out, right? Initially, they ate dinner on their boat, took a little bit of a nap, and then around twilight went out. You gotta remember, this is Alaska. It is very light for a very long time. By 1973, the word that Dolitzal was using to describe this town was not necessarily spooky or eerie, it was empty. He writes, even the linoleum had been pulled from the floors, and so little remained that the village itself was of little interest. However, the author goes on to note that despite the fact that he and his companion Janelle were really resistant to the idea of the supernatural and any sort of superstition in general, they did both feel an eerie sense that they were being watched, that they weren't alone, that they weren't safe, and instead of sticking around...
It's the spooky monsters. They're being watched by all aliens, by big feets, by underwater squid monsters who was following their boats. They were being watched by the Pentagon, by the NSA. They were being watched by the Canadians, by the Russians, by Dogman, by the Chupacabra, by the La Llorona. and by a Nazgul who just so happens to have built a treehouse in that tree right over there. That's who they were being watched by.
They decided to go back to the boat. The next day, they reached a little town called Nanwelek, also known as English Bay, where they stayed with a school teacher and his wife. In exchanging stories about their lives in Nanwelek, as well as the travels of Robert Dolitzal, Portlock came up. They probably mentioned that they had passed through and checked out the town and were curious about its story. And what they got was quite the tale. According to the couple, in the 1940s, rumors started to creep their way up the Kenai Peninsula where Portlock sits that there was something off about that village. It was a simple cannery town, small population, mostly people from the area, but something was not right there. And Dolitzal's account was not the only one I was able to find. He does go into some detail, but I found some more detailed versions of what I believe to be the same stories, and I'll present those to you in this video. In 2009, a woman by the name of Melania Kell recounted the entire story of Portlock as she remembered it as a child to a local reporter. Speaking through a translator in her native Sugstan language, she told a harrowing tale about the awful things that had happened to people in Portlock before it was abandoned. Dolitzal tells us of rumors about hunters who never returned, giant footprints left in the snow, and dismembered bodies showing up in the lagoon. We get more detail from these other sources. Melania tells us about her godfather, Andrew Kamluk, who was struck in the head by log-moving equipment that no one man could have lifted on his own, and died immediately. Nobody had seen it happen, nobody was around who had done it to him, and he can't have done it himself. Another source, a Simeon Kvasnikov, told of a gold miner in the region who had gone off to his mines one day and never returned. Of course, he's a miner, he's underground, maybe there was a cave-in, but it seems like people went looking for him and couldn't find the guy, so it seemed as though he had disappeared somewhere on his way to the mine. And then there's another story from a paramedic who only names himself as Ed to remain anonymous, possibly because he's telling a story about Bigfoot on the internet and people are going to make fun of him for that. But in Ed's story, which he claims occurred in 1990, he was transporting an older native man, about 70 years old, to a local hospital when they got into a conversation about hunting and tracking and fishing and just sharing experiences. Somewhere in the conversation, the EMT mentioned Dogfish Bay, which is just about 5 miles northwest of Portlock. At that moment, the native man shot up, grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him close, and said, "Did it bother you?" Ed responded that it had, but he himself had not seen it. He asked if the native man had seen it, and he was told, "No, but my brother did." Well, the it in question is believed to be responsible for all of the weird stuff that happened in Portlock. Ed goes on to explain what did happen to him at Dogfish Bay. In 1973, around the same time of the expedition by Dolitzal, Ed and 2 friends were hunting. After eating dinner, cleaning up, and retreating to their tents to sleep, Ed was woken by his friend Dennis around 2 a.m. Dennis shook him awake and then quietly explained that he had heard something pacing around the tent. Ed, of course, looked over at their other friend.
It's a spooky monster walking outside. That's me every time I hear sounds while I'm playing my video games and I hear a sound. It's always, every single time, it's coming from outside. And if they can hear me, you better not spooked at me. That's all I'm gonna say. You better not spook me for your own well-being.
Friend Joe, who was already sat up, clutching a rifle to his chest. They sat in silence for a while, just listening as whatever it was that was out there paced around on what seemed like 2 legs. And then, in the morning, when everybody felt safe enough to go out because the footsteps had stopped and it was brighter out, they discovered that whatever was walking around out there seemingly had left no tracks. Of course, this could just be a story told around the campfire when you're hunting with your buddies, or it could be a legitimate first-hand account of something odd happening to somebody. But of course, it's not the only story. There are a bunch of other ones, like the ones we've already mentioned, as well as that of Tom Larson. Tom, being interviewed in 1981 for what seems to have been some sort of high school assignment, tells a story about what happened to him. He was born in Stavanger, Norway in 1899 and came to Alaska in 1925. He bounced around Anchorage, Juneau, and a few other places for a little while, before eventually just deciding to buy a sawmill and settling down in Portlock. His primary customers were, of course, the cannery, who needed his wood to construct fish traps, boats, and various other materials. And then, while chopping wood one day, he claims he saw a tall, mysterious, hairy figure on the beach, and that he ran inside, he grabbed his rifle, he came out with it loaded, and he and the thing just made eye contact. And he
My bro, the big feet, just wants to go lay in the sand and enjoy the waves for a little bit. What the heck? Why you gotta shoot him for? Holy Christ, America is way too trigger happy these days. We need to restrict gun rights. Nya woo.
He wasn't sure why, but for some reason he didn't pull the trigger. It seems like he was not the only one having these experiences, because of course, in 1949, according to Melania Kell, her family, as well as the other ones in Portlock, up and left for Nanwalek. The only person remaining in town was the postmaster, and by 1951, that post office was closed down as it was no longer servicing anybody. So of course, what was that giant hairy thing that scared them off? A lot of you are probably in the comments thinking, Bigfoot. A lot of you are probably in the comments thinking, this is a load of crap. Well, it's not Bigfoot per se, it's something called Nantunnuk.
No, it's a big feet. So what the heck is this Nantunnuk? What the heck? Okay, so the image that he has on, it's like a humanoid figure who's pretty tall. It's like entirely covered in fur and hairs, which doesn't exactly look like a big feet. Because a big feet, people claim that you can sometimes see like muscular definition. I guess in this artist's rendition, you can see a little bit of like a pecs on the chest, the shape of it. You can't really see the face though, because that's also covered in hair, as if the hair on his head is ogre flowing and also growing out of his face. But he has a white glowing eyes.
But that's about the main difference here. Because when describing Nantunnuk, you're getting something more akin to a wild man, a half-beast. Something that is larger than humans, but also once lived amongst them, and depending on who you talk to, might have even at some point been human. So it doesn't quite fit with the mainstream Bigfoot lore. But I wanted to track down the beliefs about Nantunnuk that weren't, you know, just from the internet, from Reddit or something like that. And I found an article by a Darren Smith, who's an Alaskan musician, writing for Anchorage Press. He himself is a Bigfoot believer and was interested in the story about Portlock and if anybody could tell him what happened, so he spoke to a local woman named Sally Ash in Nanwalek. Sally is the cousin of Melania Kell and was the translator for her story. Sally, of course, was not born in Portlock herself. She was born in nearby Dogfish Bay, but, as mentioned before, her cousin, Melania, was born in Portlock. She explains that her people were semi-nomadic, moving around as food sources dried up so that they could replenish and come back the next year. And one of the places that they would pass through to do some fishing and some resting was Portlock. By then, Portlock was abandoned, but the idea that it was empty wasn't totally there, because they were told not to go out on foggy days and to avoid being out alone and not to go into the woods because something was out there. According to her, her people feared this half-man, half-beast, Nantunnuk. She herself believed Nantunnuk to be half-man, but it was different, it was disfigured, or perhaps half-beast, and that it didn't want to live around people, so it just wandered off in the woods to be alone, where it became quite hairy and visually terrifying. According to her and her people, this creature lived in the woods around Portlock. In the interview, Sally speaks about Nantunnuk as if it is both an individual as well as a species or a tribe, but she goes into a little bit more detail when pressed that she herself believes this to be a singular creature. Like the Native American man from Ed's story, she says that she never saw the thing herself, but at one point her brother did. He said that the thing was tall, hairy, and walked with its knuckles forward, like that. Like, if you ever see the Bigfoot videos where they're like, and most importantly, it smelled just awful. But Sally gives us another little tidbit of information, and this one's not about Portlock or Nantunnuk, this is about Melania. Because according to her, Melania made her entire story up. Everything. All of the bodies in the water, the disappearances, the vague crime. According to her, Nantunnuk is real, but it never hurt anybody. It was just minding its own business off in the woods. Kind of like those guys at Ruby Ridge back in the 90s. So it wasn't that they left Portlock because there was a monster.
Bro's just chilling.
They left Portlock simply because it was not economical to be there anymore. There were more opportunities in Nanwalek, and there were more people and a better social safety net. It just was the correct thing to do for everybody's health and benefit to leave the town of Portlock. And in Darren's article, he kind of takes that and he's like, you know what? That makes sense. This whole thing was made up. But that's not enough for me. Now, Darren and I are in different camps here. He believes in Bigfoot, but he does not believe that Bigfoot is responsible for Portlock. I, on the other hand, don't believe in Bigfoot, and do believe Bigfoot was responsible for Portlock. You might be saying, Aiden, that's a completely untenable and unreasonable position, and it's contradictory. How could you ever have won debates in high school? I did. But what I mean by that is that while there is no photographic or physical evidence regarding the idea that a monster terrorized Portlock, there's a lot of evidence that something was bugging people, and that this may not have been the simple practical decision to move that was suggested. Now, off the bat, why would Melania lie? Well, we've seen this in a couple of other stories we've looked at, where Native American...
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and test out my new picture and see if it works. Although actually I think this red here...
elders...
this red here is a little too strong. Let me go ahead and adjust that.
...from both the United States and Canada have been reluctant to tell their folk stories to white people because we might laugh at them, we might not take them seriously. Their monster stories and our monster stories aren't the same, so we wouldn't get it. There's a number of reasons why the natives wouldn't want to talk to white settlers about their specific stories. So it's not out of the question that Melania would make up the story. We've seen this before, of course, with J.W. Burns when he spoke to the Chehalis people about their stories about Sasquatch. Well, the elders didn't want to talk to him, so he had to go and talk to other people in the community who didn't have quite the same level of suspicion. But there's more than just Melania's story. Melania's story was published in 2009, but Dolitzal's story was published in 1973. And then, of course, there's Larson's, which was from 1981, and finally Ed's, which is from 2007. So all three of these other accounts that I found came about before Melania told her story. So even if she believed what she was saying wasn't true, she wasn't the first person to say it. And of course there's Simeon Kvasnikov, who was interviewed for the same story as Melania. Going beyond the dating of accounts, there's the fact that the village was completely abandoned. And the people who abandoned it believed in this creature. So yes, 31 people is a small enough population to get together in the town meeting center one night and say, hey, do you guys all want to leave by June 3rd? But still, it's weird that all 31 families left at once. And of course, we only have so many records, but basically all of the stories suggest the same thing. All 31 people living in that town, except for the postmaster, just up and left for Nanwalek. Is that how it would go if it were simply people leaving for economic reasons? You would think that it would have been one family, and then maybe a couple, and then maybe everybody else, or just families trickling out over time. Instead, this story is told by the people who lived there routinely as everybody left at once. And finally, according to Alaska Magazine, that 1949 abandonment was not the first time that Portlock was abandoned. They say that they have records from that cannery that was there in 1905 claiming that everybody was sent home for the season because of something in the forest. So, beyond Melania, that is 3 different types of evidence that suggest there was something weird going on.
Yeah,
and it's also hard to ignore the similarities between Nantinnuk and the Saskets of the Chehalis people. Of course, they are located a considerable distance southeast of Portlock, down in British Columbia, but there are some striking similarities in these stories. Both describe these creatures as large, hairy men who live in the forest, and that is what the words mean, is wild men or forest men or hairy men. Both of these seem to have the same degree of sentience or sapience, where some of them can talk, and they seem to behave in a less animalistic and more personal way, where, for example, the one that just stared at Larson instead of, attacking him immediately. And of course, in J.W. Burns' stories about the Sasquatch, what we're looking at is a creature that is capable of human speech. Both have an incredible capacity for violence when you trespass on their territory, and also they seem to only become aggressive when you threaten that territory. And then there's the degree of humanity presented, because Nantinnuk is presented as being half human, partially human, human adjacent, perhaps just another species of us. And that's exactly how the Saskets are described, except that it's not as uniform, it's not as universal. Of course, we have more stories of them than we have of this creature, but they are sometimes capable of human speech. They are capable of violence. They are capable of tempering their attitude. But most importantly, they are partially human in both stories. That, there is disagreement within the natives about whether these are other Native Americans or if they are some other kind of creature entirely, in the Chehalis tradition at least. And then, of course, you talk to the people up who have the stories of the Nantinnuk, and it's the same kind of thing, where they can't really agree on, is this human or not? How far from human is this? What are we dealing with? Is this a wild person? Is this a mixed breed of human and animal? Like, what are we dealing with here?
No,
and they're
it's
not
a spooky
the only
monster.
people
That's what
group
it
in
is.
this area
Spooky
with
monster.
a story of a half human, half beast, or shape-shifting type creature. Down to the southeast, if you've seen our previous video on this subject, you'd be familiar with the otter man, the Kushtaka. And that's a terrifying one because what it does is mimic a woman or a small child until it drags you into the lagoon because you've gone looking for the woman or small child, where it rips you to shreds and devours.
Okay, those stories where they mimic or imitate a person, particularly a woman's or a child, someone who is vulnerable. Those stories are the most spookiest stories every single time. Okay, I think I'm almost done with my thingy here so that I can bring the screen back up. Just hold off a little longer.
Devours parts of your body. Considering one of the most famous stories about Portlock is that bodies were showing up in the water torn apart in ways that not only could a grizzly not do, but also wouldn't do. These were bodies that were torn apart with a particular degree of violence. This was not about eating something, this was about punishing something.
This was about letting the bodies hit the floor.
So, of course, with there being multiple types of beasts and creatures from tribe to tribe, you've got to wonder if they are describing something that was in some way real to them. So are we looking at old stories of another species of human that has survived somehow and lives off in the woods in small enough numbers that we don't necessarily recognize them as being something other than us? Or could these be stories about old hostile tribes that no longer exist or moved out of the area, and as they were passed down became stories about monsters because they just couldn't possibly...
They're not stories about monsters, they're actually monsters. Monsters really exist.
Men couldn't do that to one another. There's a lot of questions with Portlock, and part of the reason is that there's so little documentation and such interesting stories. Of course, the TV show Alaskan Killer Bigfoot tried to talk about it, but I mean, if you trust a show called Alaskan Killer Bigfoot, I've got a bridge to sell you. Like I said,
What the heck? I can't afford a bridge. You gotta tell me what the fuck it is he's trying to sell me. I can't afford a bridge though. What the heck? What's wrong with that title? You want to talk about Alaskan big feats?
the question remains, is this something human? Something part human lurking off in the forests? Or are these just stories made up by the local natives to scare the out-of-towners? Of course, as always, we are very interested in what your thoughts are, so let us know in the comments what you think of the Portlock, Alaska situation. If you want to support what we do here at the Lore Lodge, you can subscribe to us on Patreon for just $1 a month. You can also become a member here on YouTube. You can also catch us talking about these things live Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time every week, or catch the audio versions of those the following Tuesday on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts. If you also want to support us while drinking something delicious...
Phew! Okay, I think I have finished my little Photoshop project here. I don't know if I'm gonna want to show it on stream right this very now. Maybe another time. But it is something you can see if you go to the right place. I will probably be making a video with it that will also be playing on stream at some point in the futures. But I have not yet figured out exactly how that will be, how that will play out. I just need to get this thing here to work. One of the things that I hate about Word documents is that getting an image to line up exactly how you want it to is sometimes a pain in the ass. Let's see. Okay, I guess what I can do is... I got a couple of other links here that I can do real quick before... Before I do the final save on this. Oh no, wait. I gotta change a couple things. Okay, let me put on some music here real quick. Okay, so I was able to finish the thingy that I was working on. But I'm not sure there's anything else I can really do on stream at the moment. That was a pretty cool story there with the Alaska Big Feet. But it's a little discouraging that he doesn't believe in the big feats. Okay, let's see what other topics I have left for next time. We have one news article. We got a couple of religion videos from that priest from before. I've got the 2 topics on education, which I'll be doing later for sure. I got a couple spooky topics that we could do. Ooh, okay, I know what we can do. I can read some Harry Potter. So we can close out the stream. Let's read one chapter. The next chapter of the Harry Potters. Since we are already in the spooky mood. First there was the spooky big feats, and now it's the spooky witches and wizards who are transphobic. I don't know if the thingy that I made will be available to see next stream. Maybe part of it will be. But oh shit, I haven't done Wordle in forever. I don't really think I'm interested in doing it right now though. I'll just stick to my Harry Potters. I'm planning on making a little short video thingy that will play during the AFK screen. A substitute to an AFK screen. And I don't think it'll be too much more effort. But I see this now. Famous last words. I should probably go get a coffees, or not a coffees, a hot chuckies, to get something comfy to drink while I'm reading. But it's okay. I'll just do it next time. This one's more of an impromptu reading. See if I can get another different, more cozy background. What the heck? It looped back to this Chun-Li one again? What the heck? Okay, well, I guess the computer wants this background. Let's go ahead and stick with this. Oh, that's another thing I need to do. I need to make a static background image for when we are reading. We are reading bookses. Okay, I think we finished chapter 2. Does this thing have... It does have chapters. Okay, cool. Chapter 2, The Vanishing Glass. Chapter 3, Letters from No One. Perfect. I am so glad it has a navigation bar with the chapters. Gotta get a quick sip of water first. Okay. Chapter 3 Letters from No One. The escape of the Brazilian boa constrictor earned Harry his longest ever punishment. By the time he was allowed out of his cupboard again, the summer holidays had started, and Dudley had already broken his new video camera, crashed his remote control airplane, and, first time out on his racing bike, knocked down old Mrs. Fig as she crossed Privet Drive on her crutches. Harry was glad school was over, but there was no escaping Dudley's gang, who visited the house every single day. Piers, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon were all big and stupid, but as Dudley was the biggest and stupidest of the lot, he was their leader. The rest of them were all quite happy to join in Dudley's favorite sport, Harry hunting. This was why Harry spent as much time as possible out of the house, wandering around and thinking about the end of the holidays, where he could see a tiny ray of hope. When September came, he would be going off to secondary school, and for the first time in his life, he wouldn't be with Dudley. Dudley had been accepted at Uncle Vernon's old private school, Smeltings. Piers Polkis was going there too. Harry, on the other hand, was going to Stonewall High, the local public school. Dudley thought this was very funny. They stuffed people's head down the toilet the first day at Stonewall, he told Harry. Want to come upstairs and practice? No thanks, said Harry. The poor toilets never had anything as horrible as your head down it. It might be stuck. Then he ran, before Dudley could work out what he'd said. One day in July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to buy his Smeltings uniform, leaving Harry at Mrs. Fig. Mrs. Fig wasn't as bad as usual. It turned out she'd broken her leg tripping over one of her cats, and she didn't seem quite as fond of them as before. She let Harry watch television and gave him a bit of chocolate cake that tasted as though she'd had it for several years. Oh my goodness, what the fuck kind of a description is that? She gave him a bit of chocolate cake that tasted as though she'd had it for several years? Holy Christ. Oh, all right then, if you say so. That evening, Dudley paraded around the living room for the family in his brand new uniform. Smelting's boys wore maroon tailcoats, orange knickerbockers, and flat straw hats called boaters. They also carried knobbly sticks used for hitting each other while the teachers weren't looking. This was supposed to be good training for later life. As he looked at Dudley in his new knickerbockers, Uncle Vernon said gruffly that it was the proudest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia burst into tears and said she couldn't believe it was her Ickle Dudleykins. He looked so handsome and grown up. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He thought two of his ribs might already have cracked from trying not to laugh. There was a horrible smell in the kitchen the next morning when Harry went in for breakfast. It seemed to be coming from a large metal tub in the sink. He went to have a look. The tub was full of what looked like dirty rags swimming in gray water. "What's this?" he asked Aunt Petunia. Her lips tightened, as they always did if he dared to ask a question. "Your new school uniform," she said. Harry looked in the bowl again. "Oh," he said. "I didn't realize it had to be so wet." "Don't be stupid," snapped Aunt Petunia. "I'm dye as in D-Y-E. I'm dyeing some of Dudley's old things gray for you. It looked just like everyone else's when I finished." Harry seriously doubted this, but thought it best not to argue. He sat down at the table and tried not to think about how he was going to look on his first day at Stonewall High, like he was wearing bits of old elephant skin, probably. Dudley and Uncle Vernon came in, both with wrinkled noses because of the smell from Harry's new uniform. Uncle Vernon opened his newspaper as usual, and Dudley banged his smelting stick, which he had carried everywhere, on the table. They heard a click in the mail slot and flop of letters on the doormat. "Get the mail, Dudley," said Uncle Vernon from behind his paper. "Make Harry get it." "Get the mail, Harry." "Make Dudley get it." "Poke him with your smelting stick, Dudley." Harry dodged the smelting stick and went to get the mail. 3 things lay on the door. They should have put that in the movie. That's a super cute little interaction. It's cute and funny, and very, very demonstrative of their characters and their relationships. Harry dodged the smelting stick and went to get the mail. 3 things lay on the doormat. A postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister Marge, who was vacationing on the Isle of Wight, a brown envelope that looked like a bill, and a letter for Harry. Harry picked it up and stared at it, his heart twanging like a giant elastic band. No one, ever, in his whole life, had written to him. Who would? He had no friends, no other relatives. He didn't belong to the library, so he'd never even got rude notes asking for books back. Yet here it was, a letter addressed so plainly there could be no mistake. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was thick and heavy, made of yellowish parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. There was no stamp. Turning the envelope over, his hand trembling, Harry saw a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. "Hurry up, boy!" shouted Uncle Vernon from the kitchen. "What are you doing, checking for letter bombs?" He chuckled at his own joke. Harry went back to the kitchen, still staring at his letter. He handed Uncle Vernon the bill and the postcard, sat down, and slowly began to open the yellow envelope. Uncle Vernon ripped open the bill, snorted in disgust, and flipped over the postcard. "Marge is ill," he informed Aunt Petunia. "Ate a funny whelk." "Dad!" said Dudley suddenly. "Dad, Harry's got something." Harry was on the point of unfolding his letter, which was written on the same heavy parchment as the envelope, when it was jerked sharply out of his hand by Uncle Vernon. "That's mine," said Harry, trying to snatch it back. "Who'd be writing to you?" sneered Uncle Vernon, shaking the letter open with one hand and glancing at it. His face went from red to green faster than a set of traffic lights. And it didn't stop there. Within seconds, it was the grayish white of old porridge. "Petunia!" he gasped. Dudley tried to grab the letter to read it, but Uncle Vernon held it high out of his reach. Aunt Petunia took it curiously and read the first line. For a moment, it looked as though she might faint. She clutched her throat and made a choking noise. "Vernon! Oh my goodness! Vernon!" They stared at each other, seeming to have forgotten that Harry and Dudley were still in the room. Dudley wasn't used to being ignored. He gave his father a sharp tap on the head with his smelting stick. "I want to read the letter," he said loudly. "This guy can't read." "I want to read it," said Harry furiously, "as it's mine." "Get out, both of you," croaked Uncle Vernon, stuffing the letter back inside its envelope. Harry didn't move. "I want my letter," he shouted. "Let me see it," demanded Dudley. "Out!" roared Uncle Vernon, and he took both Harry and Dudley by the scruffs of their necks. What the heck, they're kitties now? And he took both Harry and Dudley by the scruffs of their necks and threw them into the hall, slamming the kitchen door behind them. Harry and Dudley promptly had a furious but silent fight over who would listen at the keyhole. Dudley won, so Harry, his glasses dangling from one ear, lay flat on his stomach to listen at the crack between the door and floor. "Vernon," Aunt Petunia was saying in a quivering voice, "look at the address. How could they possibly know where he sleeps? You don't think they're watching the house?" "Watching. Spying. Might be following us," muttered Uncle Vernon wildly. "But what should we do, Vernon? Should we write back? Tell them we don't want. Harry could see Uncle Vernon's shiny black shoes pacing up and down the kitchen. No, he said finally. No, we'll ignore it. If they don't get an answer. Yes, that's best. We won't do anything. But I'm not having one in the house, Petunia. Didn't we swear when we took him in we'd stamp out that dangerous nonsense? That evening, when he got back from work, Uncle Vernon did something he'd never done before. He visited Harry in his cupboard. "Where's my letter?" said Harry the moment Uncle Vernon had squeezed through the door. The way this reads, it seems as if he's squeezing through the tiny cupboard door. "Where's my letter?" said Harry, the moment Uncle Vernon had squeezed through the door. "Who's writing to me?" "No one. It was addressed to you by mistake," said Uncle Vernon shortly. "I have burned it." "It was not a mistake," said Harry angrily. "It had my cupboard on it." "Silence!" yelled Uncle Vernon, and a couple of spiders fell from the ceiling. He took a few deep breaths and then forced his face into a smile, which looked quite painful. Yes, Harry, about this cupboard. Your aunt and I have been thinking. You're really getting a bit big for it. We think it might be nice if you moved into Dudley's second bedroom." "Why?" said Harry. "Don't ask questions," snapped his uncle. "Take the stuff upstairs now." The Dursleys' house had 4 bedrooms. One for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one for visitors, usually Uncle Vernon and Sister Marge, one where Dudley slept, and one where Dudley kept all his toys and things that wouldn't fit in his first bedroom. It only took Harry one trip upstairs to move everything he owned from his cupboard up to his room. He sat down on the bed and stared around him. Nearly everything in here was broken. The month-old video camera was lying on top of a small working tank Dudley had once driven over the next door neighbor's dog. I have been spending way too much time looking at the screen. My eyes are starting to hurt. Nearly everything in here was broken. The month-old video camera was lying on top of a small working tank Dudley had once driven over oh my goodness. Dudley had once driven over the next door neighbor's dog. In the corner was Dudley's first ever television set, which he'd put his foot through when his favorite program had been cancelled. There was a large bird cage, which had once held a parrot that Dudley had swapped at school for a real air rifle, which was up on a shelf with the end all bent because Dudley had sat on it. Other shelves were full of books. They were the only things in the room that looked as though they'd never been touched. "See, look, I told you he couldn't read." From downstairs came the sound of Dudley bawling at his mother. "I don't want him in there. I need that room. Make him get out." Harry sighed and stretched out on the bed. Okay, that one's not my fault. I took off my glasses to scratch my eyes. That wasn't me being a retard. Harry sighed and stretched out on the bed. Yesterday, he'd had given anything to be up here. Today, he'd rather be back in his cupboard with that letter than up here without it. Next morning at breakfast, everything was rather quiet. Dudley was in shock. He'd screamed, whacked his father with his smelting stick, been sick on purpose, kicked his mother, and thrown his tortoise through the greenhouse roof, and he still didn't have his room back. Harry was thinking about this. Okay, I'll go ahead and start reading slower, and then it'll be absolutely perfect. Easy peasy. Harry was thinking about this time yesterday and bitterly wishing he'd opened that letter in the hall. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia kept looking at each other darkly. When the mail arrived, Uncle Vernon, who seemed to be trying to be nice to Harry, made Dudley go and get it. They heard him banging things with his smelting stick all the way down the hall. Then he shouted, "There's another one! Mr. H. Potty, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive!" With a strangled... The smallest bedroom? The second bedroom of the fat one. 4 Privet Drive. That's what it should have said. With a strangled cry, Uncle Vernon leapt from his seat and ran down the hall, Harry right behind him. Uncle Vernon had to wrestle Dudley to the ground to get the letter from him, which was made difficult by the fact that Harry had grabbed Uncle Vernon around the neck from behind. After a minute of confused fighting, in which everyone got hit a lot by the smelting stick, Uncle Vernon straightened up, gasping for breath, with Harry's letter clutched in his hand. Go to your cupboard. I mean, your room, he wheezed at Harry. Dudley, go. Just go. Harry walked round and round his near room. Someone knew he had moved out of his cupboard. It's the NSA. They're spying on him. It's that phone of his with the camera. Someone knew he had moved out of his cupboard, and they seemed to know he hadn't received his first letter. Surely that meant they'd try again. And this time, he'd make sure they didn't fail. He had a plan. The repaired alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock the next morning. Harry turned it off quickly and dressed silently. He mustn't wake the Dursleys. He stole downstairs without turning on any of the lights. I have never seen that word used that way. He stole downstairs? Let's go look it up. How is stole used as a verb? Stole. Stole, verb. Past tense. Take another person's property without permission or legal right and without intending to return it. Dishonestly pass off another person's ideas as one's own. Take the opportunity to give or share a kiss when it is not expected or when people are not watching. In various sports, gain an advantage, a run, or possession of the ball unexpectedly or by exploiting the temporary distraction of an opponent. 2. Move somewhere quietly or surreptitiously. Okay, that's pretty cool. I did not know that you could use that word that way. He stole down to the kitchen. Direct a look quickly and unobtrusively. I think that's fairly used fairly commonly. To steal a look, to steal a glance. Okay, good to know. He mustn't wake the Dursleys. He stole downstairs without turning on any of the lights. He was going to wait for the postman at the corner of Privet Drive and get the letters for number 4 first. His heart hampered as he crept across the dark hall toward the front door. Roar! Harry leapt into the air. He'd trodden on something big and squishy on the doormat. Something alive. It's a monster! It's a big feet! Lights clicked on upstairs, and to his horror, Harry realized that the big, squashy something had been his uncle's face. Uncle Vernon had been lying on the... Oh my goodness. Just picturing that sounds so funny. Uncle Vernon had been lying on the foot of the front door in a sleeping bag, clearly making sure that Harry didn't do exactly what he had been trying to do. He shouted at Harry for about half an hour and then told him to go make a cup of tea. Harry shuffled miserably off into the kitchen, and by the time he got back, the mail had arrived right into Uncle Vernon's lap. Harry could see the 3 letters addressed in green ink. I want, he began, but Uncle Vernon was tearing the letters into pieces before his eyes. See, he explained to Aunt Petunia with a mouthful of nails. If they can't deliver them, they'll just give up. I'm not sure that'll work, Vernon. Oh, these people's minds work in strange ways, Petunia. They're not like you and me, said Uncle Vernon, trying to knock in a nail with a piece of fruitcake Aunt Petunia had just brought him. On Friday, no less than 12 letters arrived for Harry. As they couldn't go through the mail... Wait a second, did I just read 2 different paragraphs at once? Okay. I just skipped this one important sentence, this one important thingy right here. I want, he began, but Uncle Vernon was tearing the letters into pieces before his eyes. Uncle Vernon didn't go to work that day. He stayed at home and nailed up the mail slot. See, he explained to Aunt Petunia through a mouthful of nails, if they can't deliver them, they'll just give up. So yeah, that's the one sentence that I missed, which makes the other sentences be a lot more make a lot more sense. Make it make sense. On Friday, no less than 12 letters arrived for Harry. As they couldn't go through the mail slot, they'd been pushed under the door, slotted through the sides, and a few even forced through the smallest window in the downstairs bathroom. Uncle Vernon stayed at home again. After burning all the letters, he got out his hammer and nails and boarded up the cracks through the front door, the back doors, so no one could go out. He hummed, tiptoed through the tulips as he worked, and jumped at small noises. On Saturday, things began to get out of hand. 24 letters to Harry found their way into the house, rolled up and hidden inside each of the 2 dozen eggs that their very confused milkman had handed Aunt Petunia through the living room window. While Uncle Vernon made furious telephone calls to the post office and the dairy, trying to find someone to complain to, Aunt Petunia shredded the letters in her food processor. They're using a food processor to shred letters? Who on earth wants to talk to you this badly? Dudley asked Harry in amazement. On Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon sat down at the breakfast table looking tired and rather ill, but happy. No post on Sundays, he reminded them cheerfully as he spread marmalade on his newspapers. No damn letters today. No, sir. Not one single bloody letter. That's not actually what it says, but I am adding my own little bit of lore. No damn letters today. Something came whizzing down the kitchen chimney as he spoke and caught him sharply on the back of the head. Next moment, 30 or 40 letters came pelting out of the fireplace like bullets. The Dursleys ducked, but Harry leapt into the air, trying to catch one. Out! Out! Uncle Vernon seized Harry around the waist and threw him into the hall. Aunt Petunia and Dudley had run out with their arms over their faces. Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut. They could hear letters still streaming into the room, bouncing off the walls and floors. That does it, said Uncle Vernon, trying to speak calmly, but pulling great tufts out of his mustache at the same time. I want you all back here in 5 minutes, ready to leave. We're going away. Just pack some clothes. No arguments. He looked so dangerous with half his mustache missing that no one dared argue. 10 minutes later, they had wretched their way through the boarded-up doors and were in the car, speeding toward the highway. Dudley was sniffling in the back seat. His father had hit him around the head for holding them up while he tried to pack his television, VCR, and computer in his sports bag. They drove, and they drove. Even Aunt Petunia didn't dare ask where they were going. Every now and then, Uncle Vernon would take a sharp turn and drive in the opposite direction for a while. Shake him off! Shake him off! He would mutter whenever he did this. They didn't stop to eat or drink all day. By nightfall, Dudley was howling. He'd never had such a bad day in his life. He was hungry. He'd missed 5 television programs he'd wanted to see, and he'd never gone so long without blowing up an alien on his computer. What the heck? He's playing Halo! He's a pretty cool guy. Kills aliens and doesn't afraid of anything. Uncle Vernon stopped at last outside a gloomy-looking hotel on the outskirts of a big city. Dudley and Harry shared a room with twin beds and damp, musty sheets. Dudley snored, but Harry stayed awake, sitting on the windowsill, staring down at the lights of passing cars and wondering. They ate stale cornflakes and cold tinned tomatoes on toast for breakfast the next day. They had just finished when the owner of the hotel came over to their table. "Excuse me, but is one of you Mr. H. Potter?" Only, only I got about 100 of these front desk. At the front desk, she held up a letter so they could read the green ink address. Mr. H. Potter, room 14, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth. What the heck? There's a place called Cokeworth? Time for more waters. Okay. She held up the letter so they could read the green ink address. Mr. H. Potter, room 14, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth. Harry made a grab for the letter, but Uncle Vernon knocked his hand out of the way. The woman stared. Woman stare. I'll take them, said Uncle Vernon, standing up quickly and following her from the dining room. Wouldn't it be better to just go home, dear? Aunt Petunia suggested timidly hours later, but Uncle Vernon didn't seem to hear her. Exactly what he was looking for, none of them knew. He drove them into the middle of the forest, got out, looked around, shook his head, got back in the car, and off they went again. The same thing happened in the middle of the plowed field, halfway across a suspension bridge and at the top of a multi-level parking garage. Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he? Dudley asked Aunt Petunia, dully late that afternoon. Uncle Vernon had parked at the coast, locked them all inside the car, and disappeared. What the heck? He just fucking leaves them in the car? He's trying to kill them. He put them by the coast, by the water line, so that when the tide rises, they're all gonna fucking drown in the car. It started to rain. Great drops beat on the roof of the car. Dudley sniveled. It's Monday, he told his mother. The great Humberto's on tonight. I want to stay somewhere with a television. Monday. This reminded Harry of something. If it was Monday, and you could usually count on Dudley to know the days of the week because of television, then tomorrow, Tuesday, was Harry's 11th birthday. Of course, his birthdays were never exactly fun. Last year, the Dursleys had given him a coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Still, you weren't 11 every day. Is that a nudge? Is that a little joke? The coat hanger, giving Harry a coat hanger. Is that them trying to say that they wished Harry had been aborted in the back alley? That's how I'm reading that. I don't know about you guys, but that's what that sounds like to me. Uncle Vernon was back, and he was smiling. He was also carrying a long, thin package, and didn't answer Aunt Petunia when she asked what he'd bought. Found the perfect place, he said. Come on, everyone out. It was very cold outside the car. Uncle Vernon was pointing at what looked like a large rock way out at sea. Perched on top of the rock was the most miserable little shack you could imagine. One thing was certain. There was no television in there. Storm forecast for tonight, said Uncle Vernon gleefully, clapping his hands together. And this gentleman's kindly agreed to lend us his boat. A toothless old man came ambling up to them, pointing, with a rather wicked grin, at an old rowboat bobbing in the iron-gray water below them. I've already gotten us some rations, said Uncle Vernon, so all aboard. It was freezing in the boat. Icy sea spray and rain crept down their necks, and a chilly wind whipped their faces. After what seemed like hours, they reached the rock, where Uncle Vernon, slipping and sliding, led the way to the broken-down house. The inside was horrible. It smelled strongly of seaweed. The wind whistled through the gaps and the wooden walls, and the fireplace was damp and empty. There were only 2 rooms. Uncle Vernon's rations turned out to be a bag of potato chips, each and 4 bananas. He tried to start a fire, but the empty chips bag just smoked and shriveled up. Could do with some of those letters now, eh? He said cheerfully. Okay, that's pretty funny. He was in a very good mood. Obviously, he thought nobody stood a chance of reaching them here in a storm to deliver mail. Harry privately agreed, though the thought didn't cheer him up at all.
What happened? Are you sleeping? What happened?
It's the little sleeping patches. What, you want to listen to Harry Potter? Come here. Come here.
Look, it's the sleeping's babies.
This is gonna have to be the tradition that we pull up Patches whenever we read stories. And she falls asleepings on my desk.
Come here, little baby. It's a little baby. It's a little baby Patches.
You wanna lay down? You wanna lay down? Okay, I guess it is now time to turn this into a bit more of an ASMR audiobook because Patches is a little kitty and she has super sensitive ears. I will try not to yell too loud. If I need to, based off the demands of the story, I will slowly and gradually increase the volume so that I can reach the scream that is necessary. Okay, I guess I can turn on the camera here to put Patches on.
She's a little kittens. It's a little kitty.
Okay, there we go. Could do with some of those letters now, eh? He said cheerfully. He was in a very good mood. Obviously, he thought nobody stood a chance of reaching them here in the storm to deliver mail. Harry privately agreed, though the thought didn't cheer him up at all. Oh, fuck. Okay. I need... Let me move a couple thingies around here. I can monitor my audio levels while focusing on the primary display.
Cute little Patches. It's a little baby. It's a little baby Patches.
As night fell, the promised storm blew up around them. Spray from the high waves splattered the walls of the hut, and a fierce wind rattled the filthy windows. Aunt Petunia found a few moldy blankets in the second room and made up a bed for Dudley on the moth-eaten sofa. She left. What the heck? It's too spooky for her. She doesn't want to hear about how wet and dry and cold it is. The moth-eaten sofa. She and Uncle Vernon went off to the lumpy bed next door, and Harry was left to find the softest bit of floor he could, and to curl up under the thinnest, most ragged blanket. The storm raged more and more ferociously as the night went on. Harry couldn't sleep. He shivered and turned over, trying to get comfortable, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Dudley's snores were drowned by the low rolls of thunder that started near midnight. The lighted dial of Dudley's watch, which was dangling over the edge of the sofa on his fat wrist, told Harry he'd be 11 in 10 minutes' time. He lay and watched his birthday tick nearer, wondering if the Dursleys would remember at all, wondering where the letter writer was now. 5 minutes to go. Harry heard something creak outside. He hoped the roof wasn't going to fall in, although he might be warmer if it did. 4 minutes to go. Maybe the house in Privet Drive would be so full of letters when they got back that he'd be able to steal one somehow. 3 minutes to go. Was that the sea slapping hard on the rock like that? And 2 minutes to go. What was that funny crunching noise? Was the rock crumbling into the sea? 1 minute to go, and he'd be 11. 30 seconds. 20. 10. 9. Maybe he'd wake Dudley up just to annoy him. 3. 2. 1. Boom! The whole shack shivered, and Harry sat boldly upright, staring at the door. Someone was outside, knocking to come in. Okay, I can't end on that. I have to start the next chapter. How long is the next chapter? How long was this? We started on page 19. No! Spoilers! Page 19 to page 28. So that was 9 pages. How long is the next chapter? Starting at page 29. To 38. Another 9 pages. Okay, let me go ahead and flip a coin and see if we should end here. Oh, fuck! I think I woke up Arby. Oops. Oopsie. Wasn't me. Didn't do nothing. Wasn't me. Okay, let's go ahead and do coin flip. If it's head, we'll keep reading. If not, we'll end here. Oh, it is tails. Shit out of luck. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up on the screen so you can see its tails. Okay, so that's where we will end for today. That was chapter 3, Letters from No One. And there's a spooky monster, a Big Feets, who is knocking on the door. Okay. Phew. That was actually pretty fun. We had a lot of things to cover, a lot of things to deal with, a lot of topics and issues. I've still got quite a couple left over. Okay, so my results, my testing and scientific results from my stream stress testing. Let's see, we started at 7:40 p.m. And for 10 minutes, the stream was fine, but then it died. Then we started up again at 7:51 for another approximately 20 minutes. And for that, I reduced the bit rate on both by 500. And then I don't think it crashed there. I think. Okay, no. Yeah, so that lasted. That was 20 minutes, and then I started the Twitch stream back up at 8:08. So I have been killing the Twitch streams each time. The bitrate is telling me that it is sinking to the bottom of the ocean. What happened? You wanna play? We'll play in a little bit, okay? So first was 10 minutes, and then was 20 minutes. And then in continuation with those 20 minutes, I reduced the bitrate even further. And then for about 30 minutes, we were perfectly fine. At which point I increased the bitrate again a little bit on YouTube only. That lasted for about an hour. And then I just permanently killed Twitch. So we have been going pretty steady on this current stream, on these current settings, since 9:30 p.m. And this is YouTube only at 1080p at 4000 kilobits per second. I feel like I could start up Twitch right now, and it would be fine because it's 3 a.m. So there's probably not a bunch of people using the internet to stream Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever. And maybe that'll be a test that I do for next time. So let me go ahead and keep these notes on streaming stuff. Let's do upload testing April 25th to April 26th. So I think that my conclusion so far with today's trials is that I can stream on both at pretty high quality, probably past midnight. So I think that's what I'll do. I think for the next stream, Patches, you're not allowed up there, Patches. Come here. Come here. I think for next stream, I will start with these settings here. I think this is a comfortable area. YouTube 1080 at 3500 and Twitch 720 at 2500. We will do that until the bitrate starts dying, and then I will tell the Twitch people to head over to YouTube, and then we will start up Twitch again at midnight. Maybe even like 11 p.m. I think that's what we'll do for our next internet stress testing. Phew. There are a lot of things I could clip from today's stream, so I'm definitely gonna go ahead and look through those. There is a thingy here on YouTube that lets me add a marker, so I can create a highlight video. Let's pull that up here on stream. What the heck? I can do a highlight video, and I can do add a stream marker. Let me go ahead and add a marker here. See what that looks like. Markers appear in the video editor after your stream ends. Okay, I will look through that. Unable to add stream marker. I guess it's too close to the most recent one, so it might have like a 1 minute cooldown or 3 minutes or something. Oh, okay, it's back up. So it's like 30 seconds. And then highlight. Create highlight video. I'm gonna have to start using those to just like make a What the heck are you doing in there? She's jumping around in the closet like a little bunny. I'm gonna have to see how this highlight thingy works. Maybe try to start using those to make a collection of things per each stream. What the heck? You better not use your claws on my skirts. Patches, come here. Come here. Oh my gosh, she looks so weird. She's like holding her hand out like if like when you put your hand on the wall. That's what she was doing. Patches, come here. Come on. Come here. Ah! You killed Kirby. What the heck? Okay, got this. Okay, that will be all for today. Thanks for watching and chilling and memeing. Don't forget, we are currently doing a fundraising campaign for the Golem game. Is it singular headpad or headpads plural? Headpad. It doesn't work. Did the bot hide it? Okay, well, you can... Oh, there it is. You can click the link. Hand over a donation. If the stream was fun and memey and informative, or cringe or cruel. And, try not to take anything I say too seriously. Every single thing I say is a joke. Patches! No, come here. Come here. Come here. I don't know why she's always trying to jump up there. Okay, before she gets too crazy, good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, try not to swallow your tongue. Try not to run into too many demons or spooky monsters or big feats. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.